rookies, but it doesn't set her apart from the rest of us.
This is what you waited for. People ready to ride.
Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 6/25/2025. It is 1:07 p.m. Eastern time. I got a new game that I'm playing right now. It's kind of exciting. Place the item in the small container. Oh, this is hard. Fuck. Yeah, this one's a little bit harder than all the other ones. Damn. What is chip S? What do you mean? I don't know. You tell me. What the fuck is chip S? Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, dude, I don't know how to do this one. You can't draw in the red. You can only draw in the blue. But somehow I'm supposed to get it over this fucking line. Okay. I think I know what to do. I think I got it. I think I got it. Alright, shut the fuck up. I got this. Everybody shut the fuck up. You got it fucking cake. No! Why? Let's go, let's go. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Damn. The intro, she says chips? What are you talking about? She says chips. In the intro? Super chats? Super chats? Is that what you're talking about? Super chats? Or are you talking about where she says, you know, or you can donate through tips? My, fuck, dude. Fuck. My vape juice. Every time I hit it, it is pouring so much fucking juice into my mouth. It is not fun. And so I just filled up like a new container. And every time I hit it, it all pours into my mouth. So I'm trying to get it to where it's not going to do that now. But damn, bruh. Damn, son. But alright, we're probably going to hop on TikTok in a little bit. I heard... So yesterday I came across a couple of people who were reviewing the debate between me and Pisco. And I went into one chat, which was Counterpoints, and listened to him. And the only thing that he kept saying was, I agree with everything Tom's saying. He just needs to be willing to accept the descriptive reality or something. And I'm like, descriptive reality? Where he was talking about the debate between me and Pisco on the... It's because your coil is too hot? No, I literally just opened this. I literally just opened this one. Brand new fucking... Brand new, I don't know what you call it. Thing. But yeah, anyway, so I watched Counterpoints for a little bit. And, yeah, he kept saying, Tom needs to accept the descriptive realities. But... he's talking about the debate between me and Pisco on, like, Ethan, and, like, but what, you know, why he's suing and whether or not he's trying to be a hero or in some shit. And yeah, he keeps saying, I agree with Tom. He just needs to accept the descriptive realities. There are no descriptive realities. Literally 100% of it is just opinion on what you think Ethan means. We both agree that he's lying about shit. We just think he's lying about different things. And Pisco uses the word hero the way that literally nobody uses it. But so I went into the chat, and Counterpoints is always like 30 minutes behind on his chat. I don't know what it is, but he's always 30 minutes behind on his chat every single time I go in and see him. And I feel like every time I watch him, he's reviewing something that I just did. But So I asked Chad, I was like, so what's the verdict? And they're all like, yeah, you're so inconsistent. You changed your argument, blah, blah, blah. And so I started asking, I was like, so what did I change my argument on? And so one guy said, he's like, you changed your argument on this just to try to keep from being inconsistent. And I was like, no, I didn't change my argument. That was my argument going into this. That's literally been my argument since the first time that I reviewed Ethan, doing his video. It's been the same thing the whole time. And they said, see, you're doing it again. And I'm like, wait, what? That's literally a symmetry breaker, bro. I can't change my argument to something that was my argument the whole time. I can't have changed my argument just to avoid from being inconsistent if that was my argument the whole time. But yeah, so I tried understanding a couple of people because Counterpoints isn't going to respond to his chats until 30 fucking minutes later. So yeah, I just asked a couple questions. Those people are so fucking schizo, they didn't make any sense, and I moved on. But is it clear Trump is protecting Iranian nuclear programs yet? He's protecting Iranian nuclear programs. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Oh, sorry.
Face more backlash from America First conservatives than the foreign policy class which reviles him. General H.R. McMaster, Ambassador John Bolton and Chris Christie are among those on TV praising the president, all of whom have previously described him as unfit to be president, and much more unflattering things than that. But the strongest opposition to the US attack came from within the MAGA base itself. Those on the Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon wing of the movement believe the no more foreign wars principle is not only integral to the MAGA movement, but the entire reason it started in the first place. I interviewed three prominent conservatives, very different takes on this vexed debate at various different stages yesterday, including as news of the Iranian retaliation was breaking. Candace, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you. It's good to be back, just in time for World War III.
Well, yes. Well, before we get there, how is motherhood treating you?
Motherhood is treating me great. I'm exhausted, as is to be expected with the newborn, but always a blessing.
Well, indeed it is, and I wish you all the very best with that. Okay, let's talk about impending World War III, as you put it. You are implacably opposed to what both Israel and now the United States have done here. Why?
Yeah. Because, well, first and foremost, just on the MAGA movement level, Trump came out and he gave us a promise that we were not going to be involved in wars. And I'm going back to 2015. Why did people get so excited about Donald Trump, who was then an unlikely candidate, who was being smeared by the media as being Adolf Hitler? Well, it was because he recognized that the American people were being forgotten while we were giving billions of unaccounted billions, by the way, for these never-ending wars. And so it's one of the earliest reasons that people got behind him and got behind his vision. And so we're opposed to a regime change because America as a country has a lot of problems that need to be fixed here first. It's that simple.
Right, but it's not quite that simple. And I'll explain to you why. Because Donald Trump, I think he's not been inconsistent in the sense that in his first term, he wasn't a pacifist. You know, he killed General Soleimani. He killed Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, and went after them ferociously. He attacked Syria when they killed American troops.
It told me I just have to get the ball off the surface. The ball is off the fucking surface right now. It's off the surface. It is off. What the fuck? There's daylight there.
You know, he dropped a massive bomb in Afghanistan. It wasn't like he never deployed the American military. And again, here, what he would argue, and has been arguing, is he's not declared war on anybody. What he's done is very specifically target Iran's nuclear capability because of latest reports coming out which said they had taken the enrichment of their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60%, and that therefore the leap to weaponization was moving at a pace that couldn't be tolerated. I got to say, I kind of agree. Now, if he suddenly commits, troops on the ground, then that becomes a different thing altogether. But even when Trump talked about,
I mean, that is. I already think it's fucked up that like we're even bombing Iran. I see absolutely no reason why we would be bombing Iran right now. We could have just left it to Israel and allowed them to deal with all of this. There was absolutely no reason to do it ourselves, outside of the fact that yes, we have the bunker busters. But was that a must? Was that a must? Like, did we not do enough with the first couple days of bombing, or did Israel not do enough?
regime change, I think he meant from within, as we saw in Syria in December, where the people themselves rise up. And if that was to happen, why would that be a bad thing?
Okay, so you're asking a lot of questions here. So first and foremost, the idea that you have to formally declare war on like a piece of paper in order for war to happen is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, he dropped bombs. He dropped bombs in Iran. So yes, we are a part of this war, whether we like it or not. Iran is now speaking and saying that they're going to shut down the Hormuz Strait. There's going to be impact on oil.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that when the main victim of doing that would be Iran? I mean, 50% of China, of the traffic of stuff through there is for China, which is one of their allies.
Don't care, not my business. The point that I'm making here is that to make the assumption that you can just drop bombs on a country and then say, well, you know what, we didn't formally declare war is patently ridiculous. I think that is just patently ridiculous.
But what about when he killed General Soleimani, one of Iran's top military commanders?
Sure, an assassination, a strike, and that, of course, came with some risk.
What does that mean, remove the glass? What is the glass? What is the glass? Is it the white thing down here? Is it this up here? What is the glass? Maybe the yellow thing? Yeah, I have no fucking idea what the glass is.
It's a little bit different to be flying out B-6 bombers in the middle of the night and dropping bombs at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu, which brings me to the second point. The reason that America wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And that answers the question as to why there is this split in the MAGA movement. What we are seeing right now is the infiltration of Israel first.
When YouTubers with 20 views gossip about successful podcasts. Cringe. Wait, what? I'm so lost. Even this guy's saying these goddamn Democrats are absolutely pathetic. Where nobody's even talking about Democrats. Nobody's talking about podcasters. Are people just coming in and we're gossiping right now? Oh, you guys are gossiping? You guys have 20 views? Well, that's cringe, apparently. So don't, maybe don't. Break the glass and then clean it up after. Fuck, I don't want to clean it up after.
People, the neocons, people who have always wanted never-ending wars, and the people who have recognized that following Israel's foreign policy initiatives has led to America being on the decline. And so that's where I stand. I am with the MAGA people who grew up, I call us like, Generation 9/11, who were told that America was going to be rendered safer, cleaner. All we had to do was agree to go to, well, ironically, war with Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. It's all of the same rhetoric dating back to 9/11, all of the same tactics of trying to smear people who are against this war as supporting jihadists. It is not my business to affect a regime change in Iran. It's simply not our business. It doesn't impact us one way or the other. And we also are completely done with the idea that with these decades-long idea that we're
She is so dumb, dude. She really is. She is fucking so stupid. She is one of the dumbest people on earth. What the fuck?
doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
That's such a dumb thing to say, even that, like, it's not Trump's decision. It's Bibi Netanyahu's. Like, the idea is that Trump doesn't, even if Bibi is the one who asked him to do it, the idea is that Trump doesn't get to make his own decisions. Trump doesn't decide whether or not he wants to agree to go along with Israel or not. Like, he just has to do it. Like, this fucking chick is full on Jewish conspiracy theorist bullshit now.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree, presumably, that Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. They've done
Widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they have?
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is...
Yeah, sure. It depends on how you define terrorist. Like, well done. Good job, Candace. Well done.
Is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people. So I'm really over this idea like somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say that.
Because we've got to go after the bad guys.
I wasn't saying that.
We have...
Oh, hang on. Look, we can come to Gaza, where I think we'll reach agreement about what Israel's government's been doing there in the last few months. Without
But it's
any
relevant.
question.
If you're going to call Iranians terrorists, if they right now had an open concentration camp where they were mass killing their own people, we would all be saying this is ridiculous. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. But I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time, they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So
she says they're holocausting their own people. What a weird thing to say when she supports fucking Russia. What a weird fucking thing to say. The Israel's not holocausting their own fucking people. But this isn't... She always acts as though Gaza is part of Israel. She always does this, where she acts as though Gaza and Israel are just the same fucking country.
who's the bigger terrorist is the question today. I would say, as an American, that if we're going to get behind a regime change, it should be in Israel first. So that would be my position.
Russia isn't the bad guy either. Nobody said anything about who the bad guy is, but they are genociding their own fucking people. Like, they are doing that, so...
I think the position of a lot of people who are waking up to the fact that Zionism has brought us nothing but...
I guess I would say if anybody is, I should put it that way. If anybody's genociding their own people, it would be Russia.
In America. Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America? That us fighting these perpetual wars on behalf...
Supports Russia. Why do you need to invent things? I don't need to invent things. I literally did a documentary on Candace Owens. I know her takes very, very well. She has done an insane amount of apology for Russia, putting out like pure and blatant lies, nonstop, making up shit, pulling shit out of thin air. There's lots of claims that she's made that are like stuff that just the Russian state has said, and so she's just repeating what the Russian state says. There's other claims where she literally just made them up. She literally just made them up herself. So yeah. It's Tom, she hates Jews. It's that simple. Well, that is what the documentary is about. Yes, the documentary is about the fact that she just hates Jews. Yeah. Yep.
Half of Zionism has contributed to America.
But can you also recognize that Israel, placed where it is as a tiny thumbprint in the middle of a region where you have massive countries full of a lot of people that want to wish them harm, and in the case of the terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, actually want to get rid of Israel and all Israelis altogether, can you accept that if you have a huge nation like Iran with 90 million people, and they are facilitating these terror groups to that purpose, that Iran has to defend itself. Now, I would not disagree with you about what has been going on in Gaza in the last few months. I've been very vocal in my criticism of that. Nor do I disagree, by the way, that it wouldn't help Israel if they did have regime change and Netanyahu wasn't prime minister anymore. So on those points, I think we have agreement. But I come back to the fact that the reason Trump has done this, I think, is that he has for a long time said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. I think he's absolutely right to believe that would be a pretty terrifying escalation of...
Why? Okay, I'll say I don't think she hates Jews. I think she's anti-Semitic, but I don't think she hates Jews. I will correct that. I don't think she hates Jewish people. I think she's very anti-Semitic, though, for sure. Like very, very anti-Semitic.
The power of a country that's been so wedded to terrorism in the region. And I think he took the action for that reason. So I don't really agree that he's only doing it because Bibi Netanyahu wants him to go along and do it. I think he's doing it because he believes it's in America's strategic interest that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Enough about 9 to 5. What about the most important bit, the 5 to 9? It should be the most comfortable part of your day, and today's sponsor can help. CozyEarth.com, promo code PEERS. Stay cool.
Yeah, it is not in America's strategic interest. There was no imminent threat. He could have taken this to...
She is not anti-Semitic. She is. So what would you define as anti-Semitic? What would you call anti-Semitic? She worked with Ben Shapiro, yes, and she got fired by Ben and the Daily Wire for being anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's what she got fired for, is anti-Semitism. That's not a great point to bring up, bro. Yeah, she worked for them, and they fired her for anti-Semitism. Yes, this is kind of helping my point. You've not done your research because Candace is a Christian. We don't have nobody except evil. There's, yeah, that has literally nothing to do with whether or not she's anti-Semitic. She doesn't believe that Jews are the chosen people. She doesn't believe that the Jewish people today who live in Israel are the Jews of the Bible. So calling her a Christian doesn't mean a lot when she doesn't even believe what Christianity preaches.
Congress, and he could have allowed the people's representatives to vote on whether or not
but nobody does
it was
that.
in the American
But
people.
No president in living memory has, with almost zero exceptions, has bothered to get congressional pre-approval for military strikes. We know that. You know that.
Yeah, we know that. And that's not okay. By the way, that's not okay.
Tom Fool loves anyone who hates America. Well, how about this? Any single one of you who wants to go over this, you think I'm wrong, you can hop on the show right now. Call in. There's a link in my description for the Discord. There's 3 dots up in the top right hand corner. Just click those 3 dots, click on the description, and there's a link right there for the Discord. Once you join the Discord, join the waiting room, and I will pull you onto the show and we can go over it. I have a litany of clips from my documentary that we can just jump right into and go over all these fucking clips with all the proof. But none of you guys will do that because you guys don't actually believe the shit that you say. You're just playing team sports. You're just fucking cucked.
More strikes than anybody, right?
Yes,
I mean, Obama never asked anybody for any permission.
I'm not an Obama supporter. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay. By the way, like that argument, just so we're clear, saying, well, we've been doing it wrong forever, so we should just keep doing it wrong, is not an argument that it's right.
I don't disagree with you about that.
Okay, so I disagree with Obama doing it. I disagree with Trump doing it.
Enough.
And especially when what we're talking about is what could...
They said you bootlickers, and he spelled liquor L-I-Q-U-O-R, dude. That's... You guys are bootlickers. Holy shit.
rise to be a nuclear war, right? We should have done things the right way. And he had indicated that he was going to wait 2 weeks, and then he didn't wait 2 weeks because Bibi Netanyahu, at least according to the Israeli press, if you believe it, said, we're not waiting 2 weeks. We want this done immediately. But I will say you are correct. He's not just doing this because Bibi Netanyahu demands it. He's also doing it because Miriam Adelson demands it. He took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. It was very clear what she wanted. She was clear that she wanted to annex the
I didn't call anybody bootlickers. I think you're very confused. But again, this is kind of the point, is that it's the dumb fucks who are calling people bootlickers, spelling it Liquor, and then it's also the dumb fucks who don't even know that it's their side calling people bootlickers, not anybody who's a lib here. And then it's also the dumb fucks who don't know what anti-Semitism is, or don't know that Candace Owens is obviously one of the biggest anti-Semites in America today. But yeah, when Candace Owens isn't anti-Semitic, literally nobody can be. You have drawn a line where literally nobody can be anti-Semitic. That is like, when Candace Owens isn't anti-Semitic, you have made it to where literally nobody can be anti-Semitic. I'm a leftist, but I appreciate your content. Well, thank you, Jen. I know most leftists don't like my content, but thank you.
West Bank. So there was an imperialist plan that was put into place. And unfortunately, when you do a deal with the devil, you're going to have to eventually deliver the pound of flesh.
You're pathetic? Well, I'm not as pathetic as you, as I'm sitting here saying that you can jump on and just talk to me face to face. You're still sitting in my fucking chat, hiding from me. So not that pathetic. Even if I'm on the scale somewhere, not that pathetic.
And that is what Trump is doing, in my opinion. And more evidence of that is the fact when he tweeted that there could be a Trump hotel in Gaza. I mean, that was truly, in my opinion, the most inhumane thing he's ever tweeted.
That is disgusting. She is right there. That is fucking disgusting. That was one of the grossest fucking things, where he was even saying that they wouldn't be able to come back, that they would have no right to return, that like he would just take over their fucking their state and build like a new Vegas there and put a statue of himself, when the whole war is over the fact that they're wanting to stay in their own land. Like, that's the whole fucking thing.
It was pretty clear I think what he was doing there was pretty clear. He's saying he wants a better life for Palestinian people, a life where they have beaches,
well, when you
and they
pair
have
that
hotels,
with Jared
and they have golf
Kushner
courses.
and Jared Kushner's private equity firm and their ties to what's happening in Israel, and Jared Kushner being on camera shortly after October 7th saying, wow, that property could be worth a lot of money, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It makes Americans a little bit uncomfortable. Now, you've asked me to come onto your show to explain to you how the now very fractured MAGA movement is feeling, and I'm telling you that, right?
No, it's really, honestly,
I find
the split in the conservative movement in America genuinely fascinating, because it really is a genuine.
Candace is on the screen, so get ready for a lot of fucking emotes in all of the chats, guys. Get ready for lots of like check marks, X's, red flags. Like the fucking conspiracy theorists are coming out the woodwork, so we're get ready for lots of emotes.
Schism now.
Yeah, there's a genuine schism, and it's only going one direction. And by the way, we shouldn't even call this a schism, because trying to dress this up and delude us into believing that the MAGA movement is what has Meghan McCain cheering, John Bolton cheering, has Mark Levin cheering. The literal faces of the Never Trump movement are saying this is real MAGA. Yeah, we're not going to be that delusional.
But you're on the same side as Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. How do you feel about that?
Elon did not rig the election. Stop saying that shit. It's cringe as fuck. Stop saying Elon rigged the election. The election was not rigged. The election was not rigged, okay? Quit it.
You're asking about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement has always been a movement that explicitly did not want to keep involving our sons and daughters in the Middle East. So we have not changed that position. If AOC was always anti-war, then she should have thrown on a red hat in 2020 and in 2015 and joined the MAGA movement. That would have been
bullshit, dude. Bullshit. First off, she says this as though like she says this as though Democrats are as like dense as Republicans, where they're all just like one issue voters, right? Where they just find one issue that they care about and then they just vote on that one issue and nothing else. Whereas, yeah, most Democrats have a lot more nuance to their positions and actually think more about it. One, two, obviously AOC isn't really a Democrat. Like she's an independent who caucuses with Democrats, and so it's not as if she's like literally a Democrat. But yes, she is. She is not part of the Democratic Party. No. She is not a Democrat. She is an independent. She runs as an independent and is listed as an independent, but she caucuses with Democrats. But yes, and then on top of that, the Joe Biden didn't start any new wars. Joe Biden wasn't nearly as much of a troublemaker as Trump. Trump has caused a lot more instability and unrest within the world than Joe Biden did through all 4 years. He's done it in his first 3 months. In his first 3 months in office, he's caused more instability than Donald Trump. Afghanistan, right? He's somebody who pulled out of wars, right? Yeah, he was somebody who got us out of stuff. So yeah, he's Donald Trump is already going the opposite direction.
Been fantastic.
But are you saying America should never
Candace,
use
you're
any
on the same
military
side
action?
as Greta Thunberg when it comes to the Palestinians
Right,
being
but are you saying,
murdered every
Candace,
day?
are you
Yeah,
saying
AOC is a Democrat. I googled it. All right. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also known as AOC, is an American politician and activist who served since 2019 as U.S. Representative for New York Congressional District. She's a member of the Democratic Party. Oh, is she? Okay, that's new. When did... Yeah, I could have sworn she ran the last couple races as an independent. Oh, okay. It was her first couple races. She is running as a Democrat now. Okay. Well, actually, that's kudos to her then. She's a lot smarter than I give her credit for a lot of times. She's really grown up over the last 10 years.
I'm aligned.
Okay, but are you saying that America should never use any military action then?
No, I'm not saying America can never use any military action. In fact, what I said earlier was I could get behind a regime change in Israel because I
So uninformed, disqualified to give advice. Have I been up here trying to give anybody advice? Shit. My bad. I totally fucked up. If I made you guys think that I was here giving people advice, that's totally my fault. Fuck. Yeah, I really miscommunicated then. If I was communicating that, can you tell me what I said to make you think that I was giving advice? Can you tell me what it is that I said, Mike, that made you think that I was here giving advice?
think it would fix a lot of issues that are happening and it has been happening to America over time. Like I
But
said,
why
America
wouldn't you
has
want it in
been
Iran? I
on
mean,
the
I'm reading an Amnesty International report from 2024.
because Iran
Well,
is not negatively impacting. I'm answering your question because Iran's regime is not negatively impacting America on a day-to-day basis.
When the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
That's a chant. And by the way, I want to be very clear. Why are they chanting death to America? Why are they chanting that? That's kind of a random thing. Like I don't wake up one day and go like,
dead?
But why do they want? Why are they specifically chanting as opposed?
So this is something that like this is where like leftists and like far-right MAGA get things a little too confused. I don't like it. It's a little bit too black and white for me, okay? I think that you need to be a lot more pragmatic than this. You need to understand the way that the world works a little bit better than this. You need to understand how geopolitics works a little bit better than this when you say stuff like this. Because yes, she is totally correct that the United States has been a huge part of, destabilizing things in the Middle East. Yet, does that mean that now, because we fucked up a bunch of shit, now we should be like, you know what, you guys right, y'all go get a fucking nuke and we trust you guys now, or just go ahead and nuke us because we fucked up in the past, like we deserve it. So yeah, just go ahead. If you guys are chanting death to America, you know what, we agree with you. You're so right. You're so right, guys. Death to America. You're so correct. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not a good argument. Like, yes, there are reasons, legitimate reasons for why they might be chanting death to America in some cases. Still doesn't make it to where we're just gonna not care now. It doesn't make it to where we're just gonna be like, oh, you know what, you guys got legitimate grievances, so we're just gonna let y'all do your thing.
Opposed to saying, I don't know, death to China or death to Russia. What is it specifically about
Well, they say
America?
death to America, death.
No, that's not what she's saying. Okay, what is she saying? There's no evidence that they wanted or were building nukes. Well, Casper, if you believe that, you can hop on and we can go over the evidence, because you are incorrect on that. There is evidence that they were building nukes and that they wanted to build nukes. So if you, again, if anybody here actually believes anything that they're saying or has a backbone, you guys want to hop on, I'm happy to explain it to you. But yes, there is a lot of evidence to say that they not only wanted a nuke, but that they wanted to build a nuke. So, what is your evidence, West Media? No, it doesn't come from media. It comes from the IAEA reports, the people who are in charge of knowing these things. Yes, it is. It's Western intelligence, but like more so just global reports, the people who were auditing them on these things, What's your evidence? As I said, the IAEA. These are the people who are in charge of going over this stuff, and I can just show, like, this is what I generally show. So this is on my Twitter. This is the video that I posted here, because Al Jazeera is a lying fucking piece of shit website that took an interview with the inspector general within the IAEA and said that he said, it says, IAEA chief, no evidence Iran is building a nuclear weapon. That is not what he said. That is not what he said. He lists a lot of fucking evidence here, but I'll let you hear it yourselves.
I want to draw your attention to the IAEA ruling on June the 12th. The IAEA ruled that Iran was in breach of its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran strongly believes the ruling provided by Israel, though, was itself a casus belli, that it essentially green-lighted Israel's decision to attack nuclear sites. Just to remind our viewers, the IAEA Board of Governors said since 2019, Iran's failed to cooperate regarding undeclared nuclear material and activities at multiple undeclared locations in Iran. So did the findings of your organization directly justify Israel's immediate bombing of Iran?
The role of the IAEA and a report by the Director General of the IAEA could never be conceived as a justification for any military action from Israel or whomever. From Israel or whomever. You know, this is a political matter and a political decision that should be, and those accountable for it are the political figures that are taking these decisions. In this report, we said very clearly and very objectively that Iran was not informing the IAEA about a number of things which are...
Oh, they weren't informing the IAEA of a number of things. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so normally the first dumb thing that people will respond with is, oh, but Israel also isn't informing the IAEA. Yes, that's because Israel isn't part of the IAEA's non-proliferation agreement. They're not part of this. Iran is. Iran is part of this. Iran did sign up for this. So they did agree to these audits to disclose all this information, and they haven't. But yes, anyways, here's one part.
Are very, very important. And we were not getting the transparency we needed for that. So, and at the same time, we said very clearly in that report that preceded these dramatic events and the attack, that we did not find in Iran elements to indicate that there is an active, systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon.
They didn't find evidence of a plan, an active, systematic plan to build a weapon, right? They didn't find like it written down saying these are the things they're this is how we're going to build it. This is when we're going to have it done by. They didn't find that evidence. This says no evidence Iran is building a nuclear weapon. That's not what he said. He said no evidence that they are actively, systematically building a weapon. Totally different things.
I said that in the report, noting it, but at the same time, I said that it didn't help also when high officials in Iran were saying, actually, we do have all the pieces of the puzzle. We just need to put them together.
Okay,
Oh, so high officials within Iran said, oh, we have all of the pieces of the puzzle. We have everything we need to build a nuke. We just have to do it. We just have to put it together. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so they did say that they have everything. And, okay, so that's evidence. The fact that they're not cooperating with the IAEA, which is what they signed up for. The fact that they are also not disclosing nuclear sites is another. Okay, so we have 3 different pieces of evidence here. Okay.
anything that led you to believe that Iran was any nearer to possessing a weapon than claims made by Netanyahu dating back several decades?
It is a fact that Iran was not providing the IAEA with the necessary clarity on many activities taking place there. It is also important to note that Iran is the only country in the world accumulating highly enriched uranium at almost...
Type out your Discord. It's just put !Discord in the chat and it'll pop up with a new link.
Military level. And to
Okay,
note
say that again?
that Iran is the only country in the world accumulating highly enriched uranium at almost military level.
Oh, they're the only country doing this. Okay, that's crazy. Okay.
And in an amount that would allow for the manufacturing of several
Weapons. Of several nuclear bombs. Okay, so they have uranium at a level that has no use for civilian use, has no civilian use. It's almost at military level, and they're the only country who is just stockpiling uranium like this that isn't planning on building a bomb. Oh, that's crazy. So it sounds like they're building a bomb. Okay, so there's like evidence number 5. Okay.
And it is also worth noting that we have seen all these things, and at the same time, we have not seen elements to allow us as inspectors to affirm that there was a nuclear weapon that was being manufactured or produced somewhere in Iran.
And then they wouldn't let them come in and audit these things. They wouldn't let them come in and look at it themselves. They wouldn't let them do their investigations, as this is part of what they signed up for. They weren't disclosing different sites as well. Yeah, so we have like 6-7 different pieces of evidence so far. Okay.
It's called objectivity and impartiality.
Another central issue in the case against Iran is the alleged failure to provide the IAEA with credible explanations of how uranium traces were detected at these undeclared sites in Iran, despite the agency
Oh, wow. Okay, so they had uranium traces that were coming out from some of these undisclosed sites that they never said they had uranium at. Yet, there's uranium traces coming from these places. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, and so this is another thing. Okay.
Traces were detected at these undeclared sites in Iran, despite the agency, as you say, having had access and investigated the issue for years. Iran maintains that the IAEA relied too heavily on Israeli intelligence that Benjamin Netanyahu boasted was obtained as part of a major 2018 raid on a warehouse holding documents in Tehran. In response, Iran maintains the cases are a result of, quote, sabotage, and that the nuclear materials were deliberately planted for IAEA inspectors.
So Iran says that Israel is planting the traces of uranium to try to sabotage them. They're setting them up, right? That's what Israel's doing it.
Explain to our Iranian colleagues why this hypothesis was technically not possible.
Oh, it's literally not even possible. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so they're lying about this and trying to blame other countries for what it is. That's interesting. Okay. Iran is no longer under IAEA. That is not true. That is incorrect. They're no longer under the, what was it, the Tehran agreement with like the Obama nuclear deal. That is totally separate from the IAEA. That is, these are completely separate.
So we would need hours to do this. It has to do with the type of,
understood. Mr. Grosso, I understand your answer that you believe that the answer given by Iran in itself is flawed.
So these are all things that if Trump didn't fuck this up, yes, they would not be allowed to have any of these things. But Trump's dumbass let them off the hook with the Iran deal. So now here we are. But yeah, so it again, we'll repeat all of this for you. It says, we didn't find evidence in Iran of a systematic plan to build a nuclear weapon. So I've never claimed that they had a plan to build it, but we have evidence that they do want to build one and that they are stockpiling things to build one. But also, they aren't cooperating with audits. They have more military-grade uranium than anyone else, enough to build several nuclear weapons. They've admitted they have all the pieces and just need to put it together. They are not declaring all of their nuclear facilities. They are hiding facilities from the from us and refusing to let us inspect them. And when uranium traces were found at undeclared nuclear facilities, Iran lied about them and blamed Israel. Okay, so yeah, so we have evidence. We have evidence. This doesn't even mention the fucking, the 60% uranium. Doesn't even mention this. So they have uranium enriched to 60% that you can't use this for anything. For like for like energy or anything like that, that stops at like 5% at most. So yeah, there's the evidence.
Death to Israel, death to the United Kingdom, actually.
Oh, okay.
Death to pretty much anyone that wants to stand up to them.
Could have had something to do with our actions in the Middle East, is why I'm saying that we need a change in foreign policy. It maybe has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu got on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank, and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have something, I could be crazy, it could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. The fact that we have 2,000 troops stationed in Syria right now under the guise of saying that we're fighting ISIS, while at the same time we know that Bibi...
Yeah, again, the fact that they keep like trying to compare this to Iraq, it's just not comparable. It's not comparable to Iraq. We have way more evidence here than we did with Iraq. We have way more evidence here. This is just not the same thing. So anybody trying to compare these two things, they don't understand either one of these situations because they are just not nearly the same things.
Netanyahu funded the Al-Qaeda adjacent fronts because he wanted to overthrow Syria, and they again expand their borders, immediately take on territory and sell us absolute nonsense. We're talking about funding Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There is footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are the people that are imparting it worldwide. You know, I just think that, like I said, Generation 9/11 has grown up, and I think that our eyes are very clear here, and we recognize that our relationship with Israel has become increasingly problematic, and it always was problematic. So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation. Yeah. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat.
So first off, that's not even. So we have like a couple other allies in the Middle East, but the Middle East is, those allies aren't really allies. Like, these are countries that are willing to work with us. So when we talk about like Saudi Arabia, right, we're willing to like buy oil from them, but they're not really allies with us, right? Whereas Israel is a democracy. Like, this is one of the few countries that is actually like moving Western values into the Middle East and has one of the closest countries to what we would expect over in the West as well. On top of that, they are a country that we get a lot of intelligence from. We also get a lot of military. We get a lot of military technology from them. I believe we've gotten more military technology from Israel than any other country. There's a lot of benefits from having them there. But Casper, last chance, baby girl, hop in Discord, grow some fucking balls real fast. Casper, grow some balls real fast. Time for you to man up. All right, hop in Discord and fucker. This is time for you to find out what's really going on. Okay. This is your moment. Yeah, no more just spurging in chat. This is time for you to find out. Just hop in Discord.
Its border for a very long time from people that want to destroy it. And you know that you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways, right? So why shouldn't America?
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America in this way. Like, just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism.
Yeah, that the average American can relate to. We're not even going to have any of those things when it comes to like our relationships with just about any country. Like, she just doesn't understand how geopolitics works. Us having an ally, somebody that we can trust, somebody that we can lean on in that region is the benefit. That is the benefit. We are the superpower. All right, here's the link again. So the bot is going to post the link in chat. So there it is. It's right there from Botrix. That's the Discord link. But yes, we don't get these like great benefits from all of these other countries that the average American is going to understand either. Like, that's just not a thing that happens with any country. Her argument, it just kind of argues against having allies whatsoever.
And gas prices in America, of course you're not.
No, I'm just giving you an example. To just tell me one thing that
tangible
because what your argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
of what
pretending
happened.
to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean
When I say
pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid, and
she doesn't believe that the Jews who were in the Holocaust are actual Jews. She like does this like gameplay with the word Semite and tries to like change like, oh, it's not literally Semite from what its original meaning, so it's different now, and this isn't therefore they're what I forget who she says they are, but she keeps saying they're just white people. They're just white people. Well, the majority of Jews in Israel are not white people, so that argument doesn't really help much because they're Arab people. So
Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms, she had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed. That is the reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your
have you ever met an Israeli? Yeah, I dated an Israeli. I think one, maybe two.
property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation pat on the back. According to you, the thing that America gets. Let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can. But let me finish.
Maybe you're just too dumb to understand what she's saying. No, I went through it. She's connecting a bunch of dots that she doesn't actually have evidence for. She uses very loose tangential evidence for things and then connects the dots anyways and then continues down her logic path as though she's proven this point. So now she can just move on when she has massive gaps within her logic and her evidence the whole way through.
But your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million.
Look, as you know, I oppose what the Israeli government is doing now in Gaza. I oppose the expansion of settlements on the West Bank. I think all of that is completely wrong. I do think America supports Israel because it remains the only democracy in the Middle East, and that's an important...
They're not a democracy. Stop saying that, Pierce. You know better.
Well, they have elections.
It's not a democracy.
They have elections.
But
they're not a democracy? They're not a democracy? What? What the fuck? What are they then? What kind of government is it if it's not a democracy? What is it? They're not a democracy?
Who gets to vote in those elections? Do the Gazans get to vote in that election?
That's a different country. The Gazans don't even get to vote in their own fucking elections. Hamas doesn't allow anybody to vote. Hamas just took over in 2006 and then that's it. Nobody gets to vote now. Like, that's a different country. That's not the same. What do you mean? They have a different government.
Well, the Israelis get to vote in Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you're basically saying America had a democracy, we had
Israel
laws that said Black Americans couldn't, Black Americans
Israel
couldn't
moved
vote.
out. It is indisputable that Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005.
Gaza is not a country. Well, Gaza is not a country. Palestine is a country, but sure.
And there was an election and Hamas got elected, right?
The problem is that Gaza has like a separate government from the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, so it is like still separate.
Yeah, and that's because I agree with you. But Bibi Netanyahu was on camera.
Palestine is not a country. Oh, the majority of the UN recognizes them as a country. So, okay, Google. How many countries in the United Nations recognize Palestine as a country?
According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, UN member states, 147 of the 193 United Nations, UN, Member states have recognized the state of Palestine.
So I don't know, at what point will you consider them a country? What's up, Philly? At what point will you consider them a country if the majority of the UN recognizes them as a country? How many do you need? Ethnocracy is not democracy. Well, first off, ethnocracy would be a type of democracy. There isn't any type of democracy that is the type of democracy. All democracy is a different type of democracy. I'm in the Discord. Okay. Just jump in the waiting room. There's a spot with like 2 monkeys holding their ears. And if you click below that where it says waiting room, then I'll be able to pull you on. But yeah, so even an ethnocracy would still be a type of democracy. But there are Palestinians and Arabs who are part of the Israeli government. So I don't know what you call an ethnocracy either. Tomfoolery show, it depends on which countries whose opinion I care about don't recognize it. Oh, true. Fair enough. Okay. I thought that source that you pulled up said state, not country. That's the same thing. What do you think a state is? A state is like a government. That is what they would recognize it as a state.
Saying that they were
with you.
going to fund Hamas into power.
Listen,
so they orchestrated
Candace,
that because if they wanted to create
Candace,
the solution.
Yes, Casper, I'm saying you have to join the waiting room. I don't know if you're far behind, but again, there's 2 monkeys in the Discord. On the left side, there's 2 monkeys holding their ears. Below that, it says waiting room, and so you just click on the waiting room, and then I'll be able to pull you in.
Finished. I agree with you that Netanyahu wanted to cause a split between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It was divide and rule. It was a catastrophically bad strategy.
Maybe I'm too USA brain. New York is a state, not a country. Yeah, so the reason that we call them states is because they have their own governments. That, like, normally in other countries, you just have like your federal government, and then you might have like small municipalities outside of that, but you wouldn't call them states. Whereas here, we have states that are separate from the federal government. They have their own rights. They have their own abilities, and so we call them states because they're... Yeah, they have a separation.
And it led to what happened on October the 7th over a 20-year period. There's no doubt it was a terrible thing that Netanyahu did. One of the many reasons I think he should go. But there was no doubt that the Israelis pulled out of Gaza and allowed them to have elections, and they elected Hamas, and the rest has been disastrous history.
Because the Israelis funded, because Bibi Netanyahu, they funded Hamas into power.
I don't disagree with you, but they still had elections.
So it's like we rigged an election, but look what the election results show is that they wanted to put Hamas into power. And so when we talk about who is funding these terrorists, the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to get into his corruption trials, but every single person watching this right now should go pursue the documentary, The Bibi Files, because it is absolutely stunning to understand.
I believe one of the reasons. I believe one of the reasons. Let me answer
the question.
They were funding other things. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. They're funding other things.
Because you still haven't given me anything other than, like, you guys get a pat on the back for supporting this created nation in the Middle East. I also just like to say all of the bad things that we have gotten because of our continued relation with Israel. First and foremost, the open borders. And you can relate to this. People in the UK, they just can't seem to connect the dots.
All right.
Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Let me get a word in.
But I want to say this. Okay, we don't understand where all these refugees are coming from. Oh my God, where are all these refugees coming from? Who's funding them coming over into these borders? Well, this is what you get when you keep supporting these nonstop wars, when you keep bombing where these people live. And it's not even just a conspiracy, by the way. If you're like, oh, well,
actually,
you know,
I mean, you're wrong
the
about this
Zionists
because the
support-
vast majority of people coming into the UK illegally are not coming from war-torn countries in the Middle East. They're actually economic migrants. I mean,
okay.
So it's that's not true.
Okay, but let's connect that. Let's connect that. When you say economic migrants, are we talking about like
people who literally want to come to?
Hello, is this Casper?
Casper.
How's it going, Casper?
It's going fine. How are you?
Doing well. So, what was your disagreement?
Well, it's a long list, to be honest, Tom. It's a little difficult to find a good place to start. But first, can I say something?
Uh-huh.
Do you agree with what Israel is doing?
Depends what you in doing in what case.
In terms of their activities in Gaza?
I don't agree with everything they're doing, if that's what you mean. Like, I think that the idea that like they have the ability to protect themselves, yes, I agree with that. But people use that statement to justify a lot of like more horrific and fucked up shit that they're doing. Maybe some even possible like fuck, I'm blanking on it, like international laws that they're breaking, or war laws that they're breaking. And so yeah, I'm not going to justify those things.
Okay, that's you know, I appreciate that. That's more than I usually get from people that seem Israel in general. So I thank you for that. Actually, the other things are very inconsequential. So if you're against that, you know, that's actually, I'm pretty happy with that. If you are willing to admit that, you know, there's some things that are happening that are definitely never supposed to be happening anywhere under any circumstances, then I think we are actually closer aligned than what I initially thought. So
yeah, the main thing that I would say
for,
under like no circumstances is definitely the fact that they're just not allowing aid in. That is by far like the craziest and most like outlandish thing, because when it comes to like some of the bombings they're doing, it's unlikely, but there's ways that they could have like legal justifications for these things under international laws. But the shit where they're like not even allowing aid in, or they weren't abiding by their end of the peace treaties and or the ceasefires, like those are the things that are like that just have no justification to them. But when it comes to Iran building a nuclear bomb, I wouldn't say that even this was even like a out of nowhere either, because Israel's been fighting with Hamas this whole time. But Iran was one of the people or one of the countries that were funding October 7th. And so I think they already had a bone to pick with Iran anyways, even without the nuclear weapons excuse. But to be clear, I would blame this on Trump. Like, I think it is Trump's fault that he let them out of the Iran deal that Obama negotiated. And
that's also something we can agree on, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that like the fact that Trump bombed them at all is fucking bonkers to me, because he didn't have to step in. He didn't have to take part in it. And it was his fault that any of this was happening in the first place. So I do think that they're like, even just the information that we had and the fact that they weren't cooperating with IAEA was enough for me to think that what Israel was doing made sense, but not to the extent where the United States was stepping in with bunker busters. that just seems a little over the top.
Yeah. Look, it kind of feels like we're going to be splitting hairs if I really argue about the nitty-gritty type of things. You've already said that you fundamentally kind of agree that there are certain things happening in Gaza that is just not acceptable. And like I said, I think that's good enough for me. But if you want to, just for the sake of debate, we can talk about the let's say the Israeli strike on Iran. We can also talk about Candace Owens if you really want to. I'll be honest, I'm not really that big of a fan of Candace Owens. The only reason I would ever defend her in the circumstances is because I, have in many situations come across people that would justify some of the worst things.
But are you
in
not one of
Gaza.
the people who was saying that she's not an anti-Semite earlier in chat?
No, I don't think I was here for that. I definitely was vehemently opposed to the idea that it was a good idea to bomb Iran. That was me. I can't remember everything we disagreed on, but that was probably the start of it. If you want, we can talk about it. I don't mind. It's like I said, it's not the major thing for me. The major thing for me, the reason I was so passionately, trying to get your attention and just say, whoa, let's just make sure that we on the same page, or like what's happening in Gaza is not okay, and we should definitely be openly trying to stop that. So anything else is not really that important to me, but if for the sake of debate, if you want, we can go into it. I have about 20 minutes before I have to go. It's up to you. Otherwise, it's been nice meeting you, and sorry to your audience if I bothered them. I didn't mean to. I was just a little excited, passionate.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That was like the main thing, is I wasn't even sure what we were disagreeing on, and that's why I was asking you to jump on, because yeah, it was a lot of boasting about in chat where I was like, I don't even know what I've said that could even be disagreeable at this point. But okay, fair enough. All right.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, you too. Later. All right. Yeah, if anybody else wants to hop on, you can put exclamation point Discord in chat. It'll pop up with a link from Botrix. It'll give you a link to jump into the Discord, and you can hop on if you have any disagreements.
To the UK for a better UK illegally are not coming from war-torn countries in the Middle East. They're actually economic migrants.
Okay.
So that's not true.
Okay, but let's connect that. Let's connect that. When you say economic migrants, are we talking about like
people who literally want to come to the UK for a better life?
And when Gaddafi was heading up Libya and the country was on the up and up, and he was working with the United Nations, and then all of a sudden he warned that if you collapse Libya and turn it into a place where refugees are escaping, that this is going to be your problem, Europe. He warned that. So then it actually happened, and now we're just calling them economic migrants. We're going to pretend that we had nothing to do.
People coming from Libya.
Okay, where are you speaking about?
Well, for example, I think it was last year, a third of all the people who came into the UK on the border on the small boats illegally, it turned out were young economic migrant males from Albania, which last time I checked, we hadn't invaded. So look, let me pull you back to something you said, which has caused a lot of controversy, which is this issue of dishonourable discharge. Let's take a listen.
I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda, and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives.
You can't use this for everything. You can't use this for everything. Like, the fact that they were wrong in the early 2000s, fine. Like, what was it, 2003? Fine. You can't use that for everything to say that they're always wrong about everything from now on until like eternity, though. Like, you can't always say that just because they were wrong here, that now we're just going to use this anytime the government says anything.
And ask yourselves for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers.
When you said that, were you aware of the repercussions if people dishonorably discharged?
So just to put this into context, this is like the Q&A, live Q&A portion at the end of my show. And being facetious, but also being completely honest, that they should begin to consider, and that was somebody asking, what should we do? Like, should we leave the military because they also
do you regret
are
saying
recognizing that? No, I don't regret saying that. I don't
But you
regret
know the
having people
repercussions if you
actually
do
think about-
discharge dishonorably.
Okay, well, I would imagine that the people that are in the military who were going to, if they were going to listen to my podcast and they were going to dishonorably discharge, that they would know the consequences. So it's completely ridiculous. And again, we see this over and over again.
Completely
where people can't
ridiculous.
answer the broader questions. They
She
try
always does this. Anytime somebody like challenges her on something, she always just kind of like discounts anything that anybody else could possibly say, just by acting like she doesn't, like, one, that it doesn't answer the broader question, two, that it doesn't even matter because you're just being ridiculous. Like, there's always some sort of obfuscation to get away from actually like owning her statements. Oh, this was just like at the end of my podcast, I was just answering questions. Like, that doesn't change your statement in any way at all. Like, it doesn't change it whatsoever. Just fucking own it and just say, yeah, I think that people should just go ahead and take the punishment and go to prison. Like, I think that's what they should do. I see you're getting paid to hate her too. Nope, but I did put out a documentary on what a piece of shit, anti-Semitic loser she is. And if you disagree, you guys are welcome to jump on and we can go over it. But that is what somebody who's not being paid to do this would do. Is you know, I'm not Candace Owens, where like I'll only go talk to dumb fucks like Piers Morgan, who's not gonna actually push back very hard or argue with her very much. You know, if I was getting paid to put out misinformation, I wouldn't be ready to just take on anybody anytime. But yeah.
Pegging. Well, you said this one thing. No. The
Well,
broader
it's quite a big,
conversation that we are
Candace,
having.
it's not a small thing.
No,
to
let me
suggest-
finish.
Said
Let me
this one
finish.
thing.
Let me finish.
You're
Let me
basically
finish.
you're encouraging
Piers,
U.S.
let me
servicemen and
finish.
women
You ask
to
a question,
dishonorably
you
discharge.
play a clip. You play a clip, and I'm trying to answer it. You know, you can't do that. You ask a question.
Well, you're trying
you
to
play the
downplay
clip,
it.
and I'm responding. No, I am. No, you're trying to upplay it. Is what the issue is. This is exactly.
I'm just repeating what you said.
No, you're not. You're playing what I said, and I'm responding to it and telling you that the broader piece of that conversation, when you have troops that are now asking that question, is they are recognizing that America is in steep decline, that our military comes back and they are treated like dirt, that a lot of these men, and we're talking about decades.
She's not anti-Semitic. Again, you can hop on and we can go over the facts, but I doubt you're going to do that. So just keep whining and crying in my chat.
White American males come back and they're told that they're racist and they're treated like
You
crap,
are
that they're white
racist.
supremacists, that they have a different vision for this country. So why are they dying in these overseas wars for Bibi Netanyahu? Okay, and let me again try to answer that question that I asked you at the beginning, which is what has Zionism won
No, I'm
America?
not going
What
to keep
have
coming
these
back to the
never-ending-
same thing.
No, let me finish. Why won't you let me answer that? Why won't you,
You
let me
can answer if
actually
you want
say what
to.
people are recognizing?
Why won't you let me answer that? You weren't asking to answer that. You were asking him to answer that. Fucking disingenuous piece of shit, then.
You come back and there are open borders and you're told that you are racist. Okay.
There was never open borders. There were never open borders. Like, this is the problem, is that, like, she'll say, like, oh, you, just by having a difference in opinion, now they'll call you racist. No, it's that you state things that you have no evidence for, that you have nothing to back up your opinions. You just make it up, or you grab every bit of historical revisionism that you can find that'll justify the bullshit position that you already have. That is anti-Semitism. That is racism. That is what you're doing, is you are just trying to find bullshit excuses to keep the position that you had before you ever heard any of that information. Yes, that is what racists do. That is the thing that we're that we're calling out.
Okay, you come back and you're told that you are racist if you don't want open borders. Meanwhile,
That's not anti-Semitism, really. You don't think historical revisionism is part of anti-Semitism? Like, you don't think that people who want to deny, why it makes sense for there to be a state of Israel, or any of the oppression that they've gone through, you don't think that maybe a thing that they would do is say like, oh, the Holocaust wasn't that bad, that many people didn't die, they weren't really trying to kill them, they didn't hate them, they were just trying to help them. Like, you don't think that that's part of racism, is historical revisionism? Really? No? Okay, well then you just use the word totally differently than the rest of the world. That's all that is. You're just using the word differently than the rest of the world, and that's fine. But just know that when we say it, we are including, yes, people who are using bullshit excuses to push the bias that they had in the beginning. That is anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. No, I'm not even talking about just Zionism. There's a ton of shit that Candace does that is anti-Semitism, not anti-Zionism. Has nothing to do with the state of Israel. When she pushes ideas about there being cabals of Jews in New York, in Hollywood, who are controlling everything and threatening everybody and killing people and murdering people and blah blah blah, she is doing the thing that is what we call racism. Yeah, that's it. But again, if you guys want to hop on, none of you guys will. Oh, well, short stack goblin, what's up? Prove it? Yes, you hop on and I will prove it to you. Hop on and I will prove it to you.
Has nothing to do with this. Do you want to be doomer pilled a little bit? I'll qualify this by saying I don't fucking work with uranium. It's not my thing. I did some math on this. They could do a bomb with 60%. It would be a shittier version of Hiroshima, but
yeah, I think Lycan kept calling it a dirty bomb the other day on.
Yeah, it's not.
Wait, it's not?
No, it's a. So they would have to use. So I did the math on the. So I had to go fucking look up formula for this. Did the math on 60% what the critical mass would be. It'd be. How much is this in pounds? Give me a second. Like 320 pounds, which is heavy, but it's not too heavy that you can put in a missile and lob it at someone. So you'd need a bigger rocket missile thing, but it's within what you can do. You can probably cut this in half with the reflectors with beryllium. I don't know how to do the math in this. I know that the maximum that you can cut is by 60%. Yeah. I think that they could do it even without getting to 90%. It wouldn't be a very good bomb, but it would be like Hiroshima level.
Really?
Yeah. Like the yield, I don't know how.
Are you shit talking American nukes right now?
Hiroshima had a efficiency yield of 1.4%.
You don't shit talk our nukes, bro. All right. We take a lot of pride in our genocides.
So Nuni. So it depends on the critical mass. So you need to your critical mass is gonna be larger.
I'll kick your fucking critical mass.
So for the Hiroshima nuke, they used 64 kilograms. 52 would be for pure uranium, for not 90%. For 60%, I computed it to be 144 kilograms.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. I understand it's only one part of the equation. You can have reflectors, but you can do it. But I think you can do it. I'm not a nuke designer. Mossad, if you're listening, don't fucking bomb my apartment.
Reach
please.
out to him. He's open. He needs a job.
Yeah. I would build nukes for my country for sure, but we don't want any. Okay. That's it. I'm very doomer pilled. I spent pretty much all day looking at this instead, or not all day, but like a few hours instead of doing real work. So let's have the stream deal with that fact now. See you.
Okay. All right. So they can build a bomb at 60%, just not as powerful as the other ones that other people have, but it is as good as like what the United States has set off in the past. Is he gone? Okay. I guess he's gone. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
You're sent overseas to defend Israel's borders. It's a nonsense. And who's funding these open borders? According to Barry Weiss, and I quote, Barry Weiss.
Israel is an apartheid racist state. You don't know what apartheid is. You have absolutely no idea what apartheid is. I don't know why you're pretending you do. I'm assuming you just heard like Hassan say apartheid one time, so now you're just repeating what he's saying, but you don't know what apartheid means, so nobody here is tricked by you saying apartheid.
Said this verbatim. The Jewish connection to the refugee is not a conspiracy.
I've been there.
That's something that we are very proud of.
Oh, you've been to Israel, so you know what apartheid means. Wow, good one. That makes so much sense. Well, you know what? How about this? Most of the people who live there have also been there, and they say it's not an apartheid state. So now your whole line of logic is broken. So how about that? How about that?
Of, and she was referencing the organization HIAS, and she says it explicitly, which she said what was started by them in the 1880s, which includes immigrants that have come in like Sergey Brin. They are still the organization that is operating at our border right now. Okay, that is problematic. That we have open borders while.
Because you ask the Israelis, ask the people in the West Bank. I wouldn't ask either one. That's a fucking stupid way of dealing with any of this. You don't ask people, hey, can you tell me what definition you use for this? No, you don't. I don't need to go ask people how to use fucking language. I'm not a bot. I don't need to go ask somebody, hey, can you tell me how to use this word, please? What the fuck?
We continually and routinely are told that we have to defend somebody else's borders, okay? And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that...
Like, if your whole argument is that other people in the West Bank say this, okay, well then tell the people from the West Bank to come here and say it in my chat. You apparently don't have an argument for it being apartheid, so you shouldn't be using the word. Get them to come say it.
That called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. We're told Israel can defend itself. Okay, so but why do we have currently 2,000 troops that are in Syria under the guise of fighting ISIS? And like I said, we know Israel themselves fund terror-adjacent militants like they did to overthrow Assad. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel, in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And there's no way that we're going to go backwards. We're not going to allow you guys to emotionally condition us to go, oh, well, we got to protect Israel because of the Holocaust. It is over. They're imparting a Holocaust.
Who the fuck said anything about the Holocaust? Who said this? She's always arguing with strawmen. She can never engage with real points. She always has to argue with bullshit points.
America would like off this crazy train.
Okay, for the benefit of viewers who don't know what I was talking about, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 90, dishonourable discharge can result in forfeiture of all pay and allowances up to 5 years confinement, which is a pretty heavy penalty to pay.
Yeah, I'd want my kids to go to jail before they fought for Israel. I'll say that honestly.
Okay,
I would. I have 3 sons, and I'm going to be honest with you, Pierce. I'm glad you told me that consequence. I'd take that consequence any day to them being sent back over in a coffin because they died for Israel. So.
Okay, but yeah, I think the one thing you're missing, look, I come from a big military family, a lot of military in my family, and a lot of people fighting wars on behalf of the United States are not doing it because they think Bibi Netanyahu wants them to. They're doing it because
some of them do that, and they write into my show and I answer the question.
But many of them won't, and they might be offended by you suggesting that's the only reason they're doing it.
And they can watch your show, and they can be offended all they want, but I think it's more offensive the way that our military is treated, the veterans are treated, and the gaslighting that takes place when we're told that we have to defend everybody's borders but our own.
I actually think America treats its veterans better than almost any country in the world.
I mean, this has always been an open conversation, and I'm just saying that...
Everyone disagrees with her at first, but she backs it all up. She doesn't. She's never backed up anything. She just makes shit up. She is one of the worst liars that has ever had the opportunity to have this big of an audience. Like, she is, I mean, I was gonna say she's Alex Jones level, but if you believe shit that she says, I'm sure you believe shit that Alex Jones says, and you think he backs it all up too. So.
Yo, so I'm watching. What's up, Tom?
What up?
So I'm liking the earlier stream time. I'm definitely feeling that.
You wanted to come talk about the game that I'm playing, though. I'm kind of sucking at it, but I'm working on it.
Well, so I was gonna say you should probably practice a little bit off stream, like before you embarrass yourself like this. This is just looking crazy. You're getting killed on this game.
Listen, I'm on level like 11. All right, I just started like half an hour ago, so I'm doing all right.
Yeah, well, so you know how like streamers always fake, like they don't watch, like they don't pre-watch. They'll be like, "Oh, this is my first time ever seeing this, and I'm just gonna react naturally." So like they'll pretend that they don't pre-watch. So do that with this game. Pretend you don't play it offline.
But I don't do that with the fucking
really
videos
do play
either.
it offline.
I don't do that with videos either. I don't ever pre-watch anything that I watch on stream either.
Okay, well, you might be the one exception, but I'm telling you, most streamers watch shit off stream and then act like they don't.
Yeah, anytime that I've seen anything from a video, I say it like ahead of time. No, I do. But I think that, I don't think that most of them would deny it. I don't know about many who pretend that it's their first time seeing it. I think that most would like consider it part of like them being responsible and taking notes ahead of time and saying like, yes, I actually prepare for my streams, unlike that Foolery loser who just watches and doesn't know what the fuck's being said ahead of time. Like, you know.
What I always assumed it was just like a wink and a nod to the audience, like, oh yeah, this is my first time ever, like, and then but everybody like really understood. So that, obviously,
there's one main reason that I don't do that, and there was a period where I did pre-watch some stuff, and there was shit where I was cracking up, dude. I was laughing my ass off at how funny it was when it happened. But then when I know it's coming, I can't like performatively put on this like laugh. Yes, it's not like a genuine reaction anymore. And I thought, yeah, this like really ruins the whole like my surpriseness, like in my like ability to engage with this as like a first time viewer. it ruins it when I do watch things ahead of time, and it kind of ruins the like viewers experience of me watching it as well. So I need to wait and just watch it live for the first time.
Yeah. No, and I actually believe you. Like, I'm not even being like funny or ironic. Like, I actually do believe you. Like, I believe you, like, you might be like the exception to actually watch the shit for the first time, because
because
so
I don't
specifically,
watch
is this your
even
first time?
shit where people like talk about me, and I have no idea what the fuck's going on or what they're saying about me or anything. And
Yeah, that is a little frustrating sometimes, because I'm like, yo, Tom, did you hear this? You're like, no, actually, I had no idea what's going on, and I had to like explain everything to you.
Yeah,
because you're like, just you're focus on what you're doing over here. So hey, you never watched this Piers Morgan thing with Candace Owens?
No.
You haven't watched this yet? This is
No,
your
the
first time
only thing
seeing
that
it?
I saw was that I forget who, somebody was reviewing it, and so I just went and found it and put it in my list, and that was that. Like, I didn't watch them.
Okay. So here's the thing with Candace Owens, and this is what I just kind of like tags on what we were just talking about like, well, let me back up a little bit. Streaming or just online clout, or just, you know, if you have a YouTube channel in general, I feel like it's a performance that, you know, content creators put on. It's like mostly a performance, but, you know, it's going to be based in your political leanings, right? So like if you're a leftist, you know, you're going to put on a performance about certain things that you might not really care about, but you have to perform that you do care about it, or that you're outraged about something that you might, you know, normally not really care about, but whatever. So so when it comes to like putting on a genuine reaction, like you were just saying, like, I feel like that is part of the performance. And if you're not like in it to put on a performance, which it seems like you're not really here to put on a performance, like you're trying to stream and get through it in the way that you want to get through it. So, but with people like Candace Owens and Piers and most other people that we watch, content creators, it is like, I'd say like 60 or 70% of performance.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
And so when Candace Owens, it's entertainment. So for so that's one of the reasons that the Ethan lawsuit rubbed me the wrong way, was because like you're taking like this, like, you know, online back and forth, and now you're trying to like financially damage a person. So that was like what rubbed me the wrong way about that. But like with Candace Owens,
did you watch
I
my
heard you
debate
just
with
say
Pisco
like
about this?
Candace Owens. Yeah, and I felt kind of vindicated because you agreed to all of the points that I clumsily. He's a lawyer, so he can make points a lot better than me.
Wait, what did I agree?
It seems like those
you're
are the,
saying
like,
I
those are the
changed
same,
my
like,
position?
Well, it seems like you agreed with some of the points I was trying to make. Well, not particularly with the Hassan and the viewpoint discrimination, which was the exact argument I was trying to make, like with the chilling effect and all that. I think Pisco does a better job generally of putting arguments together. But with the Ethan thing specifically, I think he was making the point more to have like, this was. So first with the malicious thing, you remember how we went through the whole malicious thing and how I was saying malicious does not matter when it comes to infringement of copyright. Like your intent does not matter, right?
Yeah,
like
as
if
to
you're
whether or
malicious
to whether or not it was fair use, correct?
Yes. Okay. But your point was that she kept saying that this is a market replacement, so that like automatically makes it a market replacement because she said it maliciously.
Wait,
and I was saying
no,
like,
wait, no, I wasn't.
anybody who reviews Ethan's content is doing it like quote unquote maliciously.
No.
Right?
I said that
sorry.
was his
Go ahead.
personal reason for why he was saying this crosses a line for him, to where he says like, I could sue all of these other people, but I wouldn't, because then I would be setting like a precedent where like everyone's going to say, well, if you're suing them, why not these people? And so they have to get past like a certain line of like, to where you would feel at least justifiable.
Like, would you feel malicious?
Yeah, and so
Yes,
I'm saying that like, yes, the fact that they're stating that they're trying to hurt him is what gives him that like vindication on this this whole thing, to where
but legally, you know, that has no.
Yes, and I said that to
matter.
Pisco too. He didn't even think about that, because when I told him, I was like, bro, I was like, he can't sue just for like intent. And the problem is that these are two pieces of content where he's using her not meeting fair use for one, but then stating a malicious intent for another. These are two separate pieces of content. One is the stream where she didn't react enough and just sat there quietly, got up, went to the bathroom, sat there eating for a while. She just didn't say anything while watching his stream. But then for the content nuke, she reacted to that. She did a very good and fair reaction to that, where her reaction to the content nuke is almost definitely going to meet fair use. But her statement of like malicious intent applied to the content nuke, not to the thing. So I don't know if you made it to the end, but like I convinced him that Denims will not lose the suit, because he kept saying that she's like, he has a good case against her. He has a good case against her. And I was like, no, he really doesn't. Like not for the content.
Oh,
nuke.
really?
Like, yeah, not for the content nuke, for the review to the stream. He does. But that the malicious like intent doesn't apply to the stream. That applies to the content.
Yeah,
nuke. So
that
these are
like
two
cuts off
separate
the
things.
legs of his whole argument. His
Yeah.
whole argument was that,
Correct.
look, Denim said that she doesn't want you to watch my content nuke. She wants you to watch her, market replacement for my content nuke. But really, like, he's suing her for the stream, the countdown stream that he did, which, how are you going to argue that how is he going to argue that cost him, or that was served as a market replacement, or that caused him significant financial harm, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
one thing. But I think,
so again, so I don't know how much you made it into it, but yes, at the end, I'm telling Pisco, I'm like, I do think that like Ethan's being like Weasley and dishonest in the way that he's presenting this, just not for the reasons you're stating, where you're trying to say he's like trying to be a hero and all this other bullshit. I just don't like, I think that that's ridiculous. And then even in the way that he defined hero in the end, where he's like, yeah, he's a leader, so he's doing this first, so now he's the hero. I'm like, okay, if you're just saying he's just doing it first, but it doesn't actually help anybody else, and you're calling that hero, then I guess fine. Like, whatever. I don't like, I'm not even going to argue with the fucking semantics of this. I would never call that a hero, but fine. But I like the idea that I do think he's being like dishonest, because you can't both say that you went and bought the copyright ahead of time, yes, but you're only doing this because they stated malicious intent. There's no way you could have known that they were going to state malicious intent before even making the video. When you went and bought that copyright, you could not have known that. So so where I'm like, I am saying like, I'm not like taking Ethan's side here. I do think he's being Weasley. I just think he's being Weasley for different reasons.
yeah, and I think the problem here is that literally, I'm just going to guess a percentage. I'd say 90% of the people who are talking about this have not read the lawsuit, right? And they've only watched his video on it. So they're forming. Now I know you and Pisco have, and I've read part of it.
You're
I'm
not
going
going
to
to
sit
get
here
anything
and
from
I read
reading
through the
it.
whole.
Yeah, you're not going to get much from
Right.
reading it.
Well, you would get a different sense of what the lawsuit is about, right? Because where I think Pisco is basing his opinion of like Ethan is trying to play the hero is based off like the way he positions himself in his video, right? Like the way, so he says specifically like XQC. Well, you guys already went on. I really don't want to relitigate this whole thing. You guys already went over
because
it.
I'm asking, like you were saying that I the way you said it made it sound like I changed my position, and that when I said something to you, I said one thing to you, but then conceded that same thing to him, and so I was like, wait,
no,
what?
that's not what I meant. That's not what I
okay.
meant. What it sounded like, it was that Pisco got you to agree on things that me and you were like arguing about. Like we
yes,
would
that's
have
the
like
same
extended.
thing.
I'm not saying like you changed. No.
Thing?
I'm not saying you changed your. I'm not saying you changed your position. Like now you think I was right the night before, but only said it with Pisco. What I'm trying to say is like the malicious thing, the thing it seemed like we were arguing about. Now maybe I have to go back and watch it, but it seemed like you were fighting me on the fact that XQC is not malicious because he doesn't say that this serves as a market replacement, and Denims is malicious because she said that go what I'm hope whatever she said. I hope you are happy that to not give that video views, whatever the quote was. But it seemed like you were arguing with me over that being a factor in like if this is going to like, or if this is copyright infringement.
No,
right?
no, no,
Or
no.
if this is...
I said numerous times. So I said, one, it has to do when it came to the law, it has to do with how much money he can get from her. So because even before you jumped on, I stated numerous times, maliciousness does not have anything to do. Like, you can have like malicious intent to use somebody's content, but if you still end up like transforming the content, it doesn't matter. Your intent doesn't mean shit. All it means is that if you don't transform the content, then now that is a higher, like a price that you have to pay now. Like when it comes to, and I said this to you as well, as I said, I was like, oh, the only difference here is that she can end up paying more because she had malicious intent. That's the only difference for that. And then second, it's that he's saying the malicious intent is the line that he draws where he thinks this is just going to ruin React content on the internet. And so he is personally drawing a line there, but not that that was a legal
You
line.
believe him? Do you? So
no, I said to you
so
as
but
well,
you-
I said, I think he's working backwards. I think he wants to sue them and he's trying to find like a rationale that will make it work.
Okay, and this just all right, and this
Because as I said
moves on to
before,
my
he
second-
can't both buy the fucking buy the copyright ahead of time and only be suing because they stated malicious intent. It can't be both of those things. Now, I don't believe, as I said to you and Pisco, I think that he likely like buys copyrights ahead of time normally, and that like he probably because he's talked about like opening his IP, closing his IP, like changing this, changing that, that like because he does those things, I would assume if you ever wanted to enforce that, you would be buying your fucking copyrights every time. You'd be registering them every single time. So
I feel like that's wholly irrelevant, because even if he did give he said something on the stream like, you guys can react to my shit, he can still sue people, right? Like that. I think it has
he
to be
can, but
expressed,
one of the
written
things that he stated is that in order to get and I forget the term, judicial like a return or something like that, but you get more money. Again, you get more money when you sue people if you registered it. He said before you
are you saying
publish
talking about
it,
damage?
yeah, he said before you publish it, whereas technically it's, I think, within 3 months of publishing it. And so that's all, you only have to get it within 3 months of publishing it. Because that's what the lawyers that I spoke to said. So, but yeah.
No, so what the reason I said what I said was because it seemed like the main thrust of our argument was that we both agreed that that Ethan has like this could be a valid lawsuit, right? Like neither of us see a problem with him actually like filing the lawsuit, right? My issue is that one, there's other remedies that he could have used, like DMCA, right? That this is not about so as like Pisco was trying to explain that to you, and it seemed like you sort of agreed. Y'all fought for a while, but I thought at the end it seemed like you agreed with the fact that Ethan is trying to position himself as like he's doing this big favor to all the other content creators, saving them from
no, that's what I was just saying, is that
to steal their revenue.
In the end, when he said that he was saying that he was the savior, he was saying that it's just because that he's doing it first, and because he's doing it first, that this is what he's calling a savior. And I'm like, okay, that like when it doesn't like actually help or benefit anybody else, I would never call this a savior. But fine, that's what you're calling savior. It's a semantic difference. I don't want to argue with you on the semantics, so fine. Like I'm not gonna argue this fucking point when you're
because every time I hear somebody like
hero totally differently than I think anybody else would,
But every time I hear the community complain about React content, right? Like before, when it was Jinx, he was like the big face of like React content. It was the fact that he was getting millions and millions of views. That's why anybody even fucking paid attention to him, was that he was getting millions and millions of views off of other people's videos, right? Which would in turn imply that he's getting a shit ton of money as well off of other people's videos that he's providing zero to little reaction to it, and that this is his business model, right? It wasn't just like, oh, he did one video reacting this one time, and it was kind of lazy, and then but he only streamed it to Twitch and didn't. I don't know. Does Denims and all them upload their shit to YouTube?
She did. She deleted like her entire YouTube channel about 2 months ago. She deleted literally everything from it
That's what
when
I'm talking
she.
about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like this is so that what you're advocating for. As soon as somebody sues you, that's you. You're going to delete your whole YouTube channel just because somebody filed a lawsuit
Well, wait. Just
against
to
you.
be clear, she deleted it, like I said, like 2-3 months ago, and then said that she was going to sue him. So there was like there wasn't even a lawsuit there at the time, except for hers was the first lawsuit that came up. But
Right, but do you get my point? Like how Ethan is arguing against your whole content model. He's arguing like what he's saying is that it's okay to sue people for reaction content, even if you don't feel like they are, you know, damage. Even if you don't feel like they're particularly providing damages to you, right? Like it's okay to just sue people instead of just going through the normal copyright court or DMCA. You were saying before, like, oh, it was on Twitch, so he can't use the YouTube course, but there's still DMCA, and he would have to sue them, but it would have to be for that, not all. My problem the night we had this conversation is
again, his entire argument doesn't really make sense. Like it just doesn't make sense because he's applying two different things. He's applying malice from one video where she meets, like, she almost definitely, because his video is at like, what was it? An hour and 45 minutes. How long was the content, Nuke? I think it was like an hour.
Less than that.
Less than that?
Maybe less than that.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Hassan. So her react was like 4 hours long.
Yeah,
so it's an hour and a half, it looks like. So he's, so it's an hour and a half. Her reaction is 4 hours. XQC's is 2 hours, right? Like she doubles XQC's react time. XQC adds 30 minutes. And I would say XQC's was probably fair use as well. Like everything that we saw from he was like very active in like pausing, commenting, like talking, like he had a lot that he added to that. And yeah, I would say that he probably wouldn't even be able to like get XQC with a fair use lawsuit either. But that definitely not her. But again, he's suing her for the live stream, not for the content, Nuke. But he's taking her statement of ill intent that applies to the content, Nuke, not the live stream. So it doesn't, it just doesn't line up. His entire argument doesn't line up.
So then what was the big disagreement? It sounds like we pretty much agree on almost. Well, I think so you said that you are going through lawsuits right now. So you tacitly, is that the word I'm looking for? Like you do endorse this lawsuit to a certain extent because
yes, well,
right, even though you're not doing the whole, you're not taking the extra step.
Even Pisco did too. Again, Pisco's argument that we disagreed on is whether or not he is one. I had like 4 like factual disagreements that I was initially going on to tell him, like, you are just factually wrong on all of these things. Then he's like, yeah, but my main argument is about the, him being a hero. I'm like, okay, fine. Like, I disagree with that too. So I'll go ahead and argue with him on that as well. But
sure. Okay, got you.
But yes, that was that was the main thing that we ended up disagreeing on, is like the hero thing. Because yes, I just don't think that he's like actually posturing himself as a hero. But yeah,
I think you're misreading this because, like I said, he's filing under the pretense that he is like he's protecting content creators from bigger companies, right?
Yeah, but again, I don't.
Both agree.
Not what
both
I'm
agree.
getting.
It's not about that.
No, I'm not getting that from his videos.
You feel like,
yes, again, from his
like
video.
Just like a
so
grudge.
There's a statement that he makes that people are combining the statement as one statement when it's 2 separate statements made at 2 separate times, but they're acting like it's one. Here, let me pull up the share screen for you real quick. I'll go over this real quick with you. Because I wish I had done it with Pisco. I wish I had made him watch this because it's kind of frustrating that people are combining these 2 statements.
Said a lot
that
of
are not
incriminating things in that
podcast. Actually the same.
So like even the beginning when he's like, yeah, I have money to burn, and you know what the thing I like is getting my lawyers paid, you know, from he doesn't say frivolous lawsuits, but like, you know, it's just like
Here, it's
I don't know how you
can't find it.
So on one hand he's saying that, but then on the other hand he's like, he goes into the whole XQC example of like how XQC he's a malicious. No, he doesn't say malicious. He's one of the biggest offenders, right? He's prime
Yes,
suspect.
he's saying he could
prime,
get him
you know,
as well. He's saying he could get XQC and Asmongold as well, but he doesn't want to chill the React community. Then in another statement after, he says, my fear is that
that's what he's trying to do.
Okay, so let me just play this real quick. Okay, so this is her reacting to his live stream. So he was doing a pre-content nuke or Hassan nuke live stream where he was hyping it up for a couple hours and saying we're gonna drop this at 1:30 at the end of stream, so everybody get ready, and they're just sitting there hyping up the content nuke the whole time. She's sitting there watching that, not really reacting to it the whole time. So
Sure.
So okay, so this is the part where she's not meeting fair use. Okay, so just
Queen of Shelf's own included a countdown timer, so we could tell exactly how long she was away.
Bro.
After being gone for a few minutes,
hold on,
she
it's gonna
returned
go through it.
and then
It's
sit
gonna go through
silently
all
for
of it.
another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this.
Yeah, you do look better.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't get more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you wanna watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else.
Thank God. Launch. 4, 3. Saved. H3H2.
All right, he didn't lie. He didn't lie. He's not a liar. I'll give him that much. Let's see if he has any final words before
1, 0. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna end right now, but I posted.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Everyone head over.
Oh wait, I was gonna say H3H2 Productions has posted its first video.
So yeah, so this is what his example of her not reacting is, her watching the live stream. Okay, then yeah, this is also me and Pisco kind of said that when he said malice, he was saying disregard or negligence, not intent to cause harm. So when he was talking about XQC being like somebody who's malicious, he's like, yeah, I was saying like disregard and negligence. So that was something that like I went ahead and just gave up on because he was using different words. But then, yeah, this is the other
from
part.
Sony, but instead says like, yeah, he thinks that there's like a slippery slope where this stuff gets out of control.
Though theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible
But
video,
it's not about that. That's the point.
It's
not about what he just said. It's not about
I
you know,
agree,
trying to,
I agree.
you know,
But that's
make a better-
different than that's different than him being a hero. So then this is so then he plays the clip of her. Right. Hold on. Just let me play this real quick.
That was the
and then
point of
I'll,
him just saying all that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed,
So he plays
not
this
giving
clip
any
of
views to
her.
that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a
Literal
The state of
theft.
reaction content
Like
on Twitter
it's not literal theft.
And then he makes this comment.
Comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
That's not him saying I'm
That's
safe.
not his fear.
Yeah,
That's
so-
not his fear. That's
so-
not his fear. That's not. Like, let's just be honest. He's not worried about Disney and Sony coming down and suing other content creators, right? He is worried about crushing these 3 women that have, you know, been part of this whole annoyance for him in the last few years. And
Well,
the way
wait,
he's
hold on.
doing
No.
that, crushing
I
these
think it
women
is both.
is-
I think it is both because he has been consistent in calling people out for stealing IP. That whole debate that he had with XQC a while
What's the
ago.
problem with
He
stealing
had a
IP?
whole debate.
What's the harm? Tom, I got you. What's the harm in stealing IP?
That you're taking away from the initial artist, the initial creator, the person who there's no incentive for us to build like our own content and
But what would that
everything.
do to Ethan? How would that harm Ethan?
That if he allowed other channels to just constantly re-upload his entire content every single day, then people wouldn't have to go to his channel to get it, and then he would lose a lot of money off of it.
He would lose a lot of money. There you go. Thank you. All right.
So, but that is, so that
That
is
is-
a part of his fear. That's everybody's fear.
That's
That's
the pro-
everybody's fear is that they would lose money off of it. That is everybody's problem with losing IP. That's why we have IP laws.
So if his problem is with losing money, why wouldn't he go after the people that he can recoup the most money from? Right?
Again, hold on.
It
Hold
makes
on.
no sense
I
to
think
say
it is
I'm
true.
doing this to protect people's
I think it is true that it is bad for the commentary community when there are people who are maliciously trying to replace you in the market. That is true. But that's not why he's suing them. He's suing them because he wants to sue them. But he's using a line that I think most people would agree with. Yes, that is a line that like people shouldn't cross, is straight up saying, yes, I'm out here trying to replace them in the market. Let's all come and do a watch party on my channel. That is a line that I think we all should agree on. And he is factually correct on these things. It's just not why he's suing them.
So that's like you're doing the whole like bait and switch thing where you're like, you know, he's not doing this for this reason, but if he was, it would be totally valid because we don't want people doing it. What he is doing it for is this other reason that
No, not if he was. I'm just saying that those are factual statements that I would agree with. So that I wouldn't even argue with that position at all. It's again, it's like you and I are disagreeing on whether or not he's like trying to be a hero, and I'm saying that I think he is trying to find a line that allows him to sue them and not other people. I think he is doing that. I think he's, and that is the line.
The whole hero thing isn't even my argument. That's Pisco's thing. My biggest gripe with this is, like I said, that Ethan's lying about his intentions, right? And people are falling for it, right? And it's going to unintentionally harm the people that are falling for it, like, or the people that are saying that, you know, actually that this is okay because Ethan is valid and his criticisms here and his criticisms there. But what you're not acknowledging is that you, and I can name 15 other content creators off the top of my head, do the same exact content. So if this practice of suing YouTubers who, you know, use your content and the only reason you need is, oh, I don't like that person, right? Which you're saying that is the ultimate catalyst for Ethan going after, say, Frogan instead of
yes, but again, but as I've said, I would also do the same thing, but I wouldn't sue everybody.
I don't like you.
But that's what I'm saying is I wouldn't sue everybody who watched my content, though, right? Like if I say like, okay, no, hold on, listen, please, fucking shit, listen. If I'm saying that, okay, there's like, what's the name? Let's think of like 3 people, just any 3 people. Let's think of 3 people that I would love to sue if I could get them on something, right? And those 3 people regularly watch my content. Just because they're watching my content and I could sue them and could probably win doesn't mean that I would, right? I still have a line that I think they need to cross in order for me to feel justified in doing so. That I still think that they need to go at least this far in order to do it before I would actually sue. And so I'm saying that I think that that is what he's doing to an extent, and that like these and that he wouldn't just sue everybody who watched it, because if he was, I promise you there's a lot more leftists who would qualify. Like, I promise you, the fucking, who was the black guy with the dreads who they had a whole list on the fucking Reddit snark of leftists who they were sending everybody to go watch his content because they were all reviewing it. If you wanted to just sue everybody who was reviewing it, he had a list of 10 people that he fucking hates, that he has been warring with this entire time. He didn't go after all 10 of them, right? He went after 3 very specific ones who all did the same thing.
You're arguing against the death of your own channel. This is crazy that I'm sitting here having to explain this to you. But like I said, if anybody, Ben Shapiro, let me go through your channel and see who else you reviewed. If any of these people wanted to ruin you, take your channel down, right? Or not even, no, forget taking your channel down. If they want to sue you in court and, you know, then come up with a number, let's just say it's just $2,500, right? Like that, the damages that they incurred, right? Or that they calculate they incurred, right? So you'd have to go to court, pay them $2,500, pay your lawyer, pay the court fees, all because of you're doing react content, bro. And like, do you think that that is a good thing? That's supposed to be like, is that a good precedent for Ethan to set?
Hold on,
okay, all right, then I'm sorry, I don't. It's like arguing with a Trumpist who's arguing like against their own fucking interest. Like there's nothing. I don't know what to say to you, bro. Okay, fine. Okay, all right, cool. Like I just, like I said, when it happens to you, I'm not going to have much of a defense for you because, you know, you're cool with this. You're cool with like, oh, I don't like this particular person. So and their fucking, their copyright technically does not meet the fair use standard. So now I'm going to sue them. And then also in that lawsuit, I'm going to say, I don't like, you know, I'm going to dox them first of all. And then second of all, I don't like their, you know, the way that they cover Palestine. And I didn't know Denham's real name. I never.
Oh,
I never looked for
her
it,
name
but
was
I never
public.
knew.
I don't know about the others. So if the others were released, then that would be.
I didn't check.
I don't. But yeah, Denham's real name has been public.
Okay, I'll take that back then. He didn't dox her. Okay, I'll take that back. But if like overall, his point of suing her is that she is being critical of him. That is like the reason. It's not because, you know, all the stuff you were saying about being a market replacement, and because if that was the case, he would sue the people who are actually like incurring damages to him. Denham's audience and his audience probably don't overlap much, so I don't feel like he would have lost that many views. And like I said, you are arguing against your own interests, so like this conversation is kind of boring to me because like, what am I trying to, like, how am I going to help? How am I going to show you if you already have decided that, you know, suing somebody because they violated your copyright, but justifying it because you don't like that person, right? You're legally allowed to do that, but like I said, it sets a bad precedent on YouTube for content creators, for bigger, larger content creators with more money, more power to sue smaller content creators into silence. Bad. It's all around bad.
Okay, yeah, just we've already gone over this. I'm not arguing against my own content or my own shit. And
you are, because you violate people's copyright all the time, so they can sue you.
And I don't think I do.
They need.
I'm sure that there are some where it's happened. Like I've said, I'm sure that there are some where it's happened. I don't think I do it all the time. If I go to your
7, 8, 10-hour live streams, I'm never going to have maybe 30 seconds straight of you sitting there watching a video.
Well, 30 seconds straight isn't going to be like enough. It's about whether or not like the overall piece has been transformed in some way. And so if an overall piece is 2 hours, you going 30 seconds in a 2-hour thing isn't going to change whether or not you are transforming it to some extent. But
how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
How do I know? How do I know what?
How do you know that in court, you watching a 30-second piece of somebody's copyrighted content won't be a violation of their copyright?
I've had tons of conversations with numerous lawyers about copyright. Hours and hours of conversations with lawyers about copyright.
You think you could put a Marvel movie on screen and watch it and pause every 45 seconds and talk, and then, you know, win in court and say, I transformed this Marvel movie because I paused every 45 seconds and talked? Or do you think you would get obliterated by Marvel in court for copyright infringement?
There's we brought this up the other day that there's like an actual channel, I forget his name, like YMC something, but he plays like the majority of the Lion King movie in his video where he reviews it.
Pull that up.
And
yeah, pull that up. I want to see that. I mean, if you're talking about the White Lion King, fucking movie that has not really been copied, like their copyright holders probably are not very litigious. I get away with copyright infringement in almost all of my videos because I use drill rap music videos, and I know, yeah, your movie sucks. Yes.
Yeah.
The Lion King Part 1. Okay. So you're saying he pays more than 10 seconds of this movie?
This is a 2 hour and 40-minute review, and he's playing like tons of I think somebody went through and well, yeah, that's what
they'll follow her. It was important
playing these things on streams. YouTube like is very different about the way that they monitor this stuff versus uploads, but the this for the longest time has been considered the litmus test for like how much of like a thing you can play, and like where the lines are for like something being transformative. And so yeah,
and where are the lines in this?
Females in this film.
So it's that yes,
from everything I'm seeing, it's like this is not like him sitting there watching a movie.
Yeah, he's not. That's what. Wait, but that's what I'm saying is that the fact that he is showing the majority of the movie, but he is transforming it at the same time that this changes the content to an extent to where you're yes, you're like a.
Does he show the whole movie?
I don't think it's literally the entire thing. No, but your argument is against like 30 seconds. Like so yeah, and so I'm saying that.
No. I said no. What I said was, if you sit down and watch a Marvel movie and you watch the whole movie, but you pause every 30 seconds, right? So it can only be 30 seconds at a time, right? If you're pausing every 30 seconds, that's all they can copyright would be 30 seconds. So you're pausing every 30 seconds, but you watch the entire movie, but let's say you pause a minute and a half to talk every 30 for 45 seconds. On the dot, you don't miss a time, so there's like no ambiguity here. Mm-hmm. Do you think you would win a lawsuit against Disney in this case, in court, where they're saying you infringed their copyright and you're saying, no, I actually transformed it because, look, I paused here and I talked, but just based off of that limited information, I know there's probably a bunch of nuances here, but just walk with me. Do you think you would win that lawsuit?
Yes, I think that you can. Like, especially when so the reason that like it's a big difference when we're talking about Sony and Disney getting involved is that even Ethan Klein is not going to have Sony and Disney level lawyers on his team but if we're talking like equal lawyers, equal fucking playing fields, yes, I think that you're going to be able to.
So why does literally nobody ever do that?
Because again, on YouTube they literally block your content if you try doing it on
do that on Twitch? Do people watch movies regularly on Twitch?
That was that was one of the things that so the TV shows they literally. And
do you think that they would win? Well. They would win copyright lawsuits. Do you think they would win copyright lawsuits?
Yeah, I think they could. I think the majority of the time Twitch will just take it down. So like Twitch over the last couple of years has started like tightening up on that. Kick doesn't though, and you can still go on Kick and do it. But yeah,
I think copyright is a lot stricter than you even imagine, and I think that what a lot of YouTubers and a lot of streamers think is transformative is actually infringement of copyright, and we just get away with it because we've all lived in an ecosystem where we shared content, and as long as you're not a humongous corporation and you're just a fucking YouTuber, that we've all agreed that we can watch each other's content. Like I said, can you name another lawsuit between one YouTuber and another YouTuber strictly over that has anything else other to do with copyright? Like my problem with Ethan's lawsuit is everything else in there, everything else, and that if this is ruled upon, right? Because if you go back and read his first lawsuit, there were plenty of quote unquote precedents set. You were saying that like I don't think this precedence thing is a big deal, or I don't think it's real, but no, if you go back and look at his first lawsuit against Matt Haas, there was a bunch of legal precedents for what is fair use and what's not fair use, what is allowed and what is not allowed for quote reaction videos, because he was the reactor in that case, right? So he went to court and had to prove to the judge that he was doing fair use, and the judge cited a lot of things in that case, in that like singular YouTube case about fair use. There could be others, but that one will be cited, and he even cites it in his own lawsuit. He cites that Matt Haas lawsuit in the Denims and the Frogan John.
Yeah.
And so that's how the precedents get set. So if he's adding all these other things like like they're critical of this, their opinions are wrong, she's asleep at the wheel, she's this, she's that. I mean, like most people feel like that type of language will get like dismissed, and like, you know, like it won't even reach before a judge, like it won't even reach the actual lawsuit. But if it does, that, like I said, sets a dangerous precedent for everybody, including yourself. And
so as of October 15th, 2024, YouTuber SS Sniper Wolf, whose real name is Aaliyah Shalesh, was involved in a legal dispute with her husband and former collaborator, Evan Young, also known as... Oh, okay, this is different. I thought she had a...
Yeah, this was like a personal dispute between her and her husband over who like actually created their company or something, or who put in more work, and who actually like, you know, that was a little different than copyright.
Yeah, I thought that she had... I could have sworn she was getting sued for copyright, but maybe not.
People were making a big deal about her lazy react content,
Yeah.
but nobody sued her. They probably just copyright struck her, which is the way. Like if that's what you're worried about, that's what you do.
Yeah, sure.
Like the lawsuit, right? But that's not even fuck what I called to talk about. Damn, I called to talk about Candace Owens. Jesus.
Okay, what about Candace?
I love talking to you because our conversations usually end up lasting 2 hours when I wanted it to last like 20 minutes. But that's the fun thing because you develop your points of views. You're not just throwing insults at me. You're telling me why you feel the way you feel, and I'm telling you why I feel the way I feel. And that's the like healthy conversation.
Well, yeah, I would
like,
just say, just to end the other part, I would say even murderers would say that there should be murder laws. Even thieves would agree that there should be thievery laws. Even like, you know, I think that like even people who would say, yeah, I do this thing, but I still think those laws against it should exist. That like, yes, I do think that those laws should exist, and I do think that there is
I'm not arguing against the law.
On YouTube.
This is more like why you should kill some. This is more of an argument about like why you should kill someone.
Right, and I'm saying that
like if you should kill people.
Well, no, but you're saying that I'm arguing against my own existence, and I'm saying yes, that like we do have like a culture on YouTube to where we
should kill people who.
Well, I'm
we
just
should kill people. Like yeah, we should kill people who steal, but you're like one of the everybody steals, and you're one of the people.
Well, not kill people who steal, no, but that like, yeah, we do believe, like, if you ask a thief, like, hey, do you think that it should be against the law to steal? They, you know, should people be allowed to sue you, or like, should you like get in trouble for this? They would be like, yeah, I do.
To sue you in this analogy. Kill you.
I understand, but I'm saying that that's like that is. We're not talking about whether or not we're going to kill people for copyright. So we're talking about just should this be against the law?
No,
is this something that people? Yes, exactly. So should this be against the law? Is this something that people should be able to sue for? Yes, we all agree. Like yes, I think that people should be allowed to do this for copyright.
The analogy, right? The stealing in the analogy is criticism, right? And that's the part that. I
understand. I'm just trying to get something that's actually analogous. And so I'm just saying that when you're trying to argue that this is something that is like against my own existence, that I'm saying like, yes, if the YouTube started to tighten up on these things and like all of that, like I would be fine with that. I think that like I have been in favor of IP getting stricter on YouTube for a long time. So.
Sure. All right. I don't. Okay. What did Candace Owens say? And you were like, I don't understand why she would say that.
Apartheid.
Something about Israel. No, it was like, fuck.
That it's not a democracy.
Like, no, she said,
Hamas or Gaza doesn't get to vote.
No, it was something about how Israel interacts with. Oh, here it was. It was, why do we treat, or like Israel has been getting away with so much since the Holocaust, and because of because of the Holocaust, and I'm tired of it. And then you were like, she's so dumb. Why? Where is she? Who said that?
Yeah, she said that she's not allowed to criticize Israel because of the Holocaust, and I'm saying yes, that like she's just always strawmanning everybody and making dumb arguments that you're just not allowed.
Well, I do agree with that.
Huh?
I do agree that she does strawman. No, I agree that she strawmans and she makes dumb arguments. But however, I'm more focused on your engagement with that statement, right? Like, honestly, So I understand the dismissiveness of the statement, but if you engage with that honestly, what do you think she's trying to say?
Well, I think it's the same as she says with like black people when we're talking about systemic racism and like issues that black people have, that she will say like, oh, they're just because of slavery, we're not allowed to criticize black people, or we're not allowed to, that we always had to have to boo-hoo for black people over every little thing because of that. I think to an extent, yeah, sure. There's like definitely people who take it too far, for sure.
There you go, Tom. So why would your engagement with that statement be? Who says that? That's such a dumb statement when it's really, it could be true or false, right? But I think for you, you're better. You know, but wait, you know damn well what she's saying. Now, are you trying to dumb down your audience?
No, I think that she's trying to dumb down her audience. And so the fact that some people say that doesn't matter when she's sitting across from Piers Morgan, who I don't think would say that. And she's not arguing with his points, but instead is arguing against strawman points that aren't being presented to her. That this is like that I'm saying, who's saying this? Who the fuck is saying this? Because in this argument, nobody is saying this shit.
Well, not that I agree with it, but I'm going to, steel man her argument which she did completely incoherently. She did a horrible job trying to argue her own argument. But her point, just to steel man, once again, I do not agree. So don't nobody jump down my throat. But her point is that Israel has too much influence on America, on American policy, on what wars we are involved in, what wars we aren't involved in, and that then she starts to dip into the conspiracy of Jews controlling immigration and Jews. So she has a criticism of Israel on one hand, but then she lets it slip her anti-Semitism, where she's like, but the Jews this and the Jews that, but then she'll go right back to criticizing Israel. So, but on the point of Israel, right, and on the point that she's clumsily trying to make about the way that people have let Israel get away with a lot of things because of the Holocaust. Now, is it directly, oh, you guys got Holocausted, so now you have free reign to do whatever you want? No, it's a little bit more insidious than that. my own personal experience, right? My only interaction with Judaism, right, or Jewishness growing up was, going to the Holocaust Museum, reading about how horrible the Holocaust was, and then hearing, just this sanitized version of what Israel was. Israel's just a place for the Jews to go live, and they just want to live peacefully, and there's all these evil Muslims around them trying to attack them day and night, and they just have to defend themselves. I bought into that shit hook, line, and sinker for a lot of my life up until maybe 15 or 16, and then I started to look into what, not Jews, but Israel. What is Israel's relationship to the United States? And right, so and so I understand what she means by Israel.
Villain origin story.
No. I'm not anti-Semitic. I do not buy into any of the Jewish conspiracy theories. I will admit to the facts of disproportionality, but I will not go any further than that. Just like with crime stats with black people, it's a fact that 13% of the population commits 50%. Just because I can say that doesn't mean I'm racist or anything, right? So just because I can say that,
I'll be the judge of that.
Right, yes, and everybody will be the judge, I'm sure. But just because I can say that Israel might have wanted not 9/11, but wanted the invasion of Iraq to happen, right? Netanyahu was bumping the United States towards war with Iraq to get us into the Middle East and to take out one of his biggest enemies at that time. And she sees the same thing happening now. I see the same thing happening now. But just on the point of the Holocaust, I think that it has bought Israel a lot of sympathies, right or wrong. I think in people's subconscious mind, I don't even think they're thinking about it that literally. Oh, Jews were in the Holocaust, so now Jews, we can't yell and scream at them about what they're doing, right? But that sort of transformation, that sort of transference of sympathies does happen consciously or subconsciously to some people. And for you, I think you know that all damn well, right? I know your political thoughts, right? I'm not saying anything nefarious. I just know that you think about things a lot deeper than just surface level. That's crazy. Who says that? Pierce isn't making that argument, so I don't even understand where that's coming from.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because the fact people make all sorts of arguments. Every argument that we could ever imagine has probably been made. The fact that turtles are actually the real Jews and that they're the ones who were these people stole the fucking term Semite from turtles and shit. Somebody has probably made that argument at some point. But the fact that there are bullshit straw men that people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all of these fucks use to try to further their bullshit points, that yes, I'm not going to give them credence for coming up with some dumb fucking argument that they think gets them out of engaging with the reality of the situation.
Which is
that there is a lot more complication to the Israel-Palestine situation, then they were in the Holocaust. Therefore, we have to be nice to them, because in reality, the majority of it has literally nothing to do. No, I think it has almost nothing to do with it. I think that it has to do with pragmatism. Really? That the United States is just benefited by having Israel where they are, and that they need a Western-esque state in the Middle East.
I'm not claiming that's the reason that we're allies with Israel is because they were, Holocaust, like they were victims of the Holocaust, and so we just, as a country, our foreign policy is sympathy towards Israel because they were. No, I don't think that. I think she's just saying Americans added to, or maybe she's not saying this, but when I hear that, I hear some Americans' attitudes towards Israel has been clouded by the fact that it's taught in schools, right? So it's like ingrained in most people, the history of the Holocaust. So like subconsciously or consciously, you're going to have some sort of sympathy bias towards like Jews or like Israel as a country or Jews as a people, right? Now, once again, Candace Owens is the anti-Semite. She buys into all of the conspiracy theories. She thinks Kanye West is a fucking visionary. Like, she's completely lost, right? So I know that I'm not even asking you to like give her arguments like credence or like argument it, but don't dismiss it, because that's how the conspiracy spreads, right? That's how, like, if you don't debunk it, right, just like you just did to me, right? If you do not debunk it and say, no, listen, the United States, while we do favor Israel, right, there is a good reason, and it's not just because of the Holocaust, right? There's this foreign policy, that foreign. Now, I'm not saying every time somebody says something dumb, you have to do that, but when you're engaging with somebody so influential like Candace Owens, who you made a whole fucking video about her anti-Semitism, I don't know if dismissing her arguments at this point is going to be helpful. Just my point of view. And once again, I know you can engage better. So react harder, bro. React harder. That's all I was calling to say. But
okay. Yeah,
it wasn't even to disagree with anything. It was just to say that I know that you know what she's saying, right?
But I don't think that these are like real arguments. Like, I don't think that these are legitimate arguments, and that when you say you know what she's saying, I think that she is strawmanning the position so that she can push an anti-Semitic view that is just a lot easier for her. And
I agree
that I like, but that's literally every argument that comes out of her mouth. And I've said that like 4 or 5 times already during this reviews, where I don't want to have to say that every time she says anything.
If she was just to say like black people, if she was up on Piers Morgan's right now, she was like, you know what, black people are thugs, and you know how I know that, and then she spouts the 1350 shit. And then if you were just like, who says that? Like, where is she getting that from? Why would she could be wrong as fuck, right? And we all know that that's rooted in racism, that's rooted in fucking far right ideology, right? But I don't think it would be wise just to dismiss those arguments and just say, who says that? She's crazy, she's racist, she's like that. The first one, that doesn't arm your audience with the tools to defeat these arguments, and two, it makes for kind of like condescending viewing. I don't know, maybe it just is just like selfishness on my part, but
maybe I just don't think that they're analogous. I think that like with the point about like 1350, I can actually say like, yes, like black people do happen to commit those crimes disproportionately, but that doesn't call for us to go do X, Y, and Z, right? Whereas in this case, when she says, we're not allowed to say anything because of the Holocaust, like there isn't really anything there for me to engage with, and she doesn't even believe that the Jews, the people that we call Jews today, are the people who were in the fucking Holocaust. She doesn't even believe that they were, that they're the same people.
But like, from why I think her argument has a little bit more weight than just like being able to dismiss it outright, and I see like a lot of her ilk thinking this way, right? And like, so you admit that anti-Semitism has been on the rise, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and you admit that like it's even getting more in your face and like sort of like open. People are just being open about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like, we both disagree. We both agree that that's a bad thing, and that we don't want to see that spread further. However, what Israel, right? They do use the Holocaust like as a sympathy card. Not Jews, but the state of Israel. They do use the Holocaust as a sympathy card because what you always hear is never again. I mean, that is like the phrase in Israel. That is that's their calling card. That's their slogan, never again. And what that does emotionally to the Israeli people, to Americans who hear it, to anybody who hears that, what that does psychologically, it brings back memories of the Holocaust. Like, I mean, and that's so plain in your face. And then when it comes to America, the reason, if you look into the reasons that they're cracking down on speech on college campuses, it does always mention the Holocaust, and it always mentions how Jews for centuries have been persecuted, which is true, right? That's not false, but so to disentangle all of that and just to say that like one has nothing to do with the other and this is just a complete fantasy that she's making up, I don't agree with, first of all, but I just don't think it's true, right? Like, so you agreed that it's a bad argument and it doesn't have any basis in like facts, but it is a way that it is there. It's not like she's just making it up out of thin air. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess.
And that's why I brought up the 1315 argument, because like while that is a fact, right? Like that is a fact, that doesn't, the conclusions that people draw from that can be wildly different and some could be wrong and some could be right.
Yeah, but even there, like again, like I can quote like, the FBI statistics and shit like that to actually have like a place where this comes from and like data and things to agree with there. I don't know who I would even be referencing to be like, well, this person does say because of the Holocaust. Like it's yeah.
But that's why I said it's a lot more subconscious than that. It's not like people are running around and saying the Holocaust happened, therefore Israel. I mean, the United States must back Israel forever. Now, like people, it's not that like in your face. It's not that explicit, and and that makes it sound like it's a conspiracy. Like it's not that like obvious. It's more subconscious in people's minds that they feel bad for it. And it's happened with Black people. You agree to some extent that because of slavery, right, that Black people sometimes get a pass for certain behaviors or certain incidences where people will look and like just overall, and this happens a lot with liberals, where they'll just be like, well, institutional racism, well, slavery, and it's like not that they're saying because slavery happened that Black people are now bad or violent. It's just like it's a subconscious like draw over. I'm having trouble because you keep saying you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain it in different ways. Yeah, it's a lot more subconscious than what you think. What you're thinking of.
Right, but I think that is so. I think that it is common though for like people to get used to straw man arguments, and that's something that I got used to when I was a conservative. Is I would hear these things said over and over and over to where I would be like, yeah, of course, and then when somebody would be like, yeah, but who says that? Initially I'd think, what do you mean who says that? Like I've heard this 1,000 times, but then after a while I'd start to think, wait, who does say that? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say this shit. Like, I don't think I've ever heard
thousands and hundreds of thousands.
No, what? I'm saying, no. I'm saying that, like, when you're saying that, like, it's just lazy argumentation for me to say, yeah, but who says that? I'm saying that like, yes, there's just been a long period of time where, like, I would buy into arguments because I would think that the people were saying a thing just because I heard it so many times from people like Ben Shapiro and these others. And then eventually I would start, when somebody would finally ask, like, yeah, but who says this? Like, where are you getting that from? Nobody says this. I would start to like actually question myself and think, wait, yeah, the only people I ever hear that say this is like the people who are telling me people are saying this. I don't think I ever actually hear people literally making these arguments. So it's not. Yeah, just I don't. I would rather point out lazy argumentation for being lazy argumentation.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, listen, that's all I can ask for is you to just, I had a question of why you would cover shit a certain way. That's your explanation. I mean, look, I'm not here to try to, convince you of anything. I see where you're coming from. Okay. I think I've taken up enough of your time. That's it. I was just curious, really curious about that. But however, I just will say this. I do think that some of these arguments are worth knocking down because, like I said, it will arm your audience with better ways to argue. It will arm, yourself with like just better ways to argue. But if it's a case where like you've argued it a million times, I'm not saying every single time it comes up you have to make make your case. I'm just saying sometimes when it's people this big, if it's worth reviewing, right, I think it's worth knocking down her arguments and saying why she's wrong, why what she's saying is bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
But beyond that, that's it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh yeah, like I said, keep like if you can, like the early streaming sounds are the shit, bro. I love it.
Yeah, I do them every once in a while just to make sure that like I'm like getting out there to more audiences and that they're capable of finding me. But like my sleep schedule isn't really gonna change. It's
got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
Like because I so one of the problems that I have is because I sleep during the day most of the time and I'm getting up around like 4 or 5 o'clock a lot of times, everything's closed by the time I get up. So every once in a while I have to get up for like doctor's appointments, I gotta go grocery shopping, I gotta do I got like a lot of other appointments that I gotta take care of during the day. And then my sleep schedule's fucked up for like 3 or 4 days. And so during those 3 or 4 days I pretty much always stream during the day. So a couple of times a month I have much earlier streams. It's normally
so it's actually not a good thing when you stream early. That means you're streaming because you're sleep deprived. It's not a good thing.
Not sleep deprived. Just shifting my
your
sleep schedule.
Right.
So normally it's one of the two. Either I will have to normally what I end up doing is I end up staying up longer and then sleeping longer. And then within a day or two, I'm right back to where I was before. Other times it's the exact opposite where I'm sleeping shorter and staying up shorter and then getting back going backwards. So it is.
You have a job? Are you working? Besides streaming?
Nope, just streaming.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was. The other thing. Why are you waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Wait, why am I waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Like
no, 5 p.m.
Or
no, 5 p.m.
Oh,
I wake
5
up at 5 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying 5 or 6. I'm thinking in the morning.
No. So then my streams normally start around like 8, 9, 10 p.m. and then go until about like 4, 5, or 6 a.m. And so they're.
That's normally when I catch you. Last time I think we were talking when I got off, it was like 5:30 in the morning. My girl was looking at me like I had like 8 faces. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You just spent 4 hours on that thing.
Yep.
Like, and what do you get out of it?
Well, and then everything's opening when I'm going to bed. So then, yes, I like when I actually have to do shit, I have to flip my sleep schedules back and forth. So it's complicated, but this is
the life of a streamer, man.
Yeah, well, this is the whole reason that I was initially like in this slot to begin with is because I would work during the days and then I would get off and then come home and stream. And so the times that I was streaming was already in that slot anyways, to where once I started doing streaming full time, that was already where my audience was. So that's where I stayed.
Okay. Well, yeah. Listen, thanks for having me again. I always appreciate you letting me on. I appreciate the perms and all that. It's good to hop on and just chat, fill you out, see where you're coming from. And you never disappoint. So with your debate, just one more thing. With your debate with Pisco, do you feel like how do you feel like you did in that?
I felt like I wasn't really there
to debate him for like a week before you did it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really there to disagree on the like hero part as much. And then once like he wanted to get into that, that was fine. But his from the beginning, once he's like kind of states his like position, I was immediately just like, yeah, that's like a semantic difference. I don't really like I don't really care to fucking argue this. And so other people told me afterwards, they're like, it looks like you're kind of like being slimy and like not answering questions. And I was like, yeah, I had said from the beginning, like, it's a semantic difference. So I guess like it's that I would never use that word hero to apply to this in the way, in even the way that you're like describing what it is you're calling heroic. I would just never call that heroic for anything ever. No one would. I don't think normal people would use the word that way. But I'm not going to start arguing like, hey, well, who has polling on which one of us has the better definite? Like, I don't even care to do that. Like, it's just once somebody says like, yeah, this is how I'm using the word, I think, okay, well, anybody who's listening who thinks like, oh, well, that's not how I use the word heroic, like, that's it for me then. Like, I'm like, okay, we're good. Like, I'm already done. But yeah, he kept arguing it anyways. I didn't really care to get into it. And then on the Hassan part, it was kind of, it gets a little disappointing when he doesn't like he doesn't have like a position that I can even argue against as much. And that in both of these, both arguments were, so like in the Ethan Klein thing, we're both just giving like our interpretation of things and like what we think about it, but we don't have like great evidence to prove what we think is in Ethan's mind.
Kind of looking at like it was a trial.
Yes. And then same with Hassan is that like we're trying to like argue what we think CBP is doing with no evidence for our positions. And so I was glad that we ended up arguing over whether or not it was justified instead. And that was like much better, that instead of us, that he was like willing to just kind of like move on from whether or not there's evidence one way or the other of whether or not they're doing this to Hassan. But instead, even if they are doing this, like, I'm like, yeah, even if they were like discriminating some way, I don't think that's unfair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, and I was glad that we were able to like argue that instead. I didn't feel like.
And what was interesting? Oh, go ahead. No, my fault.
I was gonna say I didn't feel like he ever like was making arguments as much against what I was saying, but he was. What do you call it?
Yeah, he sort of argues from a stated position, and he's like, disprove that, or like, tell me where I'm like. He doesn't say that, but it's
no,
like, that's what
not even. He states his position. Then, as soon as you argue against his position, he's now trying to tear your argument against him down, and he was. I'm blanking on the word, but he's testing my argument the whole time. That's all he's doing, and he's like. He's like trying to find like holes in my argument, consistency holes, and that's why eventually I said, I was like, you're doing a Loki's wager.
Oh, what you said he was doing was Loki's wager.
Loki's wager, yes, because I was like, you're just acting as though, because like I don't have like an exact point of where I can draw a line that like this doesn't exist, but the problem is that I think my points are consistent with the way that we look at, and that's why eventually I was like, okay, tell me, why can we search people coming in, driving in through the border? Why can we do that? If they're driving in through the border, we don't have to like have probable cause to search their car. We can just search their fucking car because they're coming in through the border. Why? Like, because there's just a difference in security there, and that things are not the same in like coming into the border as they are when you're already inside the United States.
Yeah. I mean, and so what I think happened with Pisco is that he like stated a position like well before y'all's debate. He stated a position, and then he got like shed on heavily, and he really like had to like stake his fucking flag and defend that position.
Mhm.
So you got lumped in with all the other like I guess DGGers or whoever was fucking making his life a living hell for the last couple, however long it's been, weeks, since that happened. But so it seemed like from your position, you can tell me if I'm wrong, this is just an assumption, it seems like from your position, the reason why people thought you were being you mentioned people say like, oh, you're being snaky or weaselly with your answers and shit. What it looked like to me was you were trying to be very careful with the way you answered, because you're debating Pisco, who his debate style is to like ask you a bunch of questions and then like trap you at the end.
Correct.
Right?
So like, so he would give me these yes or no questions.
Asking me a bunch of questions.
Exactly. Yes, he would give me these yes or no questions where the question is flawed. And so he would say something like, so Ethan is suing Denims on both the live stream and the content nuke. Yes or no? And I neither. To me, neither. Yes. Like he's not doing either one. It's not yes or like, no. It is like it can't be either one. And so so like even when I explain this to people and I'm trying to say like that I don't agree with the framing of the question, they're like, okay, so then just say no. And I'm like, no, because if I say no, I'm saying that he's not suing her on both of those, but he kind of is. But he's also kind of not, and so it doesn't. My position is that his lawsuit literally is nonsensical. It just doesn't make sense that you can't take her, not reacting in fair use to the live stream, but then take her statement of intent to replace him in the market to a totally different piece of content. You can't do that. That doesn't make sense. It's totally nonsensical. And so I wouldn't say, oh, he's suing her for the content nuke. I don't think he is. I think he's trying to take her statement from the content nuke and apply it to the live stream.
Right, but the answer would be no.
But I don't know. That's the point, is I don't know. I don't know if that's what he's doing, but if that is what he's doing, it's nonsensical. Like it literally doesn't make sense. And so in the end, when I said to him, I was like, you understand, like he can't do both of these things. He's like, oh, that's true. Yeah, the intent just literally doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, I didn't even think about that. He's like, I fucked up because I totally just went with the intent argument and it didn't even make sense.
Yeah, he quickly discarded the weaker arguments and tried to stick on the one strong thing. So I just wanted to get your, because I've never debated him before, so I just wanted to get your your kind of gauge on what you're getting into when you're debating Pisco, because I've seen it happen, but I've never been involved. Like I've heard about Destiny debates, but when you're actually fucking debating them, it's a different animal, because seeing what he debate, the quote unquote debate tactics, seeing them happen to other people, you can pick it out. But when you're in the conversation and he's doing the debate tactics to you, it's you're like, okay, I know this one. Now how am I going to fucking dodge around it? And then
I don't know. For Destiny, I think he's a lot easier to debate. Whereas Pisco, for me, I feel like in the semantic,
he's always going for the kill. It seems like
maybe for the semantic difference with Pisco, I was kind of just annoyed that he kept pushing the same argument when I feel like I've already made it clear, this is just a semantic difference. I don't really care to argue it. And he's still trying to pose questions to me to get me to to answer a thing that I'm already yeah, I guess as I've said, I don't agree with the way that you're using the word, but if we're using your definition, sure, I guess. But yes, I know why that to people is right, but I know why that to people is going to come off as weaselly, because they're like, why won't he just answer the question? It's because I just don't agree to the terms of the question. I just don't even agree to the framing of the question whatsoever. And so now I'll say, I guess, and then explain why I'm not really giving a yes or no answer. And I feel like anybody who actually debates, they'll understand that, because yes, you can't give these yes or no answers to something when you don't agree with the framing of the question in the first place. But yeah, so Freddie said both works are named in the lawsuit, but that's the problem, is that I don't think that he makes an argument for how she doesn't actually meet fair use in the content nuke. He doesn't actually make that argument outside of the market replacement, but market replacement only matters once you have failed to transform the content. If it's not transformative, now that matters. But he doesn't even. I don't think he even makes the transformative argument for the content nuke. So, I could be wrong there, but yeah, I don't think he does.
To be honest.
Huh?
Yeah. I said he probably didn't even watch it, to be honest, so he doesn't even know if it is transformative or not. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, because like you said, he was not arguing from that point, so he might not have even watched it to even know that that it was transformative to even make that argument. But yeah. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to get your opinion on debating him because it seems a little tricky sometimes. Even though this was like an inconsequential debate that really meant nothing, I just wanted to get your kind of opinion.
Yeah,
on
I
that,
haven't watched it back, so I probably should. I've been out of it the last couple of days. Like I felt like shit. Like my head's been like pounding. That everything's been like echoing. My ears like popped to where everything's loud. And then everything's just kind of like echoey, and I don't know. I know that the last time this happened, I found what it was, and it was there was something that had been like put somewhere that had like I think it was like mildew or something like that was growing from like a leak or some shit, and it was like starting to it was starting to smell, and I have like a lot of fucking airflow in here. Like I have like air filters, I got a fan, I've got an AC unit, I've got like a lot of airflow in here at all times to where you can't really tell. And I started to get like sick from it, and my eyes started like swelling up and shit. And yeah, I was having problems because I just couldn't even tell that this thing was happening until I turned off all of the airflow one day. And then immediately I was like, oh, what is that? And I came and found just like a giant wet spot over here from a leak from my furnace. So, so yeah, I'm wondering if it's the same thing, but I have is an old house, and I don't really have a way to like get into the walls and the ceiling and shit. So.
What did you get for one? You removed the mold, right? Like
yes, it was a while ago. Yeah, the it wasn't mold. It was mildew. You said mildew. Yes, the mildew. Yes, I had to like clean all of my carpets and everything.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so like even when I'm thinking back to it, this is my thoughts thinking back to it, but I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Maybe I was being weaselly. I have no idea. I do know that there were certain points where I was just kind of lost on even what he was pushing towards.
Yeah, weaselly is a kind of useless debate term. I mean, like I understand.
Well, no, I understand weaselly. Like it's.
Yeah,
but I also think that I also
like,
know that the people who I'm told are saying I'm weaselly are people who either already have like some sort of bias against me, or they were on the other side of the argument. And so that
I think it was a stalemate. Like, to be honest, like me and you were cool. I don't even know Pisco, but like just honestly, I think it was a stalemate. I think you came in, like you said, you came in to argue something different. Pisco was bringing up different points that you really weren't trying to argue. So it came out just kind of like the way y'all came in. It's like you thought nobody's mind was changed. Nobody really dominated. It wasn't anything.
Yeah, I was initially going in to argue 4 points that had nothing to do with what he wanted to argue. And so, yes, he ended up... okay, that makes sense when you say the DGG thing. Because, yes, he had this, like, thing where he's like, no, my argument is about the hero thing. And I'm like, okay, I told you I disagreed with you from chat. You told me to jump on. Now you're telling me what I have to disagree with you on? I didn't come to tell you that you're wrong on that. I came to tell you you're wrong on these things. Like, I'm happy to argue that as well. I think you're wrong on that too, but that wasn't even on my fucking list, so.
You were I was standing for DGG, bro. He wasn't debating.
Yeah, apparently.
DGG. Hate when that happens.
It's not the first time either. That's what was his name? Actual Justice Warrior did the same fucking thing.
AJW. Oh shit. Yeah. He's I'm fucking always chirping at him on Twitter. He's such a loser. Oh my god. But anyway, whatever. All right, bro. I will talk to you later. I gotta get back to editing.
All right, wait a minute.
All right, peace.
Absolutely not. Tom is a pushover sometimes. I just there are points again where like I don't want to keep arguing the same fucking point when somebody's not arguing with my argument, right? When somebody isn't going to engage with what I've said, if I've already laid out like and I feel like that's what happened with PSO is I feel like I've already said like this is just a semantic difference. I would never use the word hero that way. So like, I guess, sure. Like if that's what you're calling a hero, is that he's just the first one to do it and that makes him a leader, then now that's also a hero, then okay, sure. I whatever. Like that's, yeah, but then now he's still arguing it against me when I feel like that's the end of it for me. Like that's the end of the fucking argument for me. Like once I'm saying like, yeah, it's just a semantic difference, so I agree. Then yeah, I don't care to argue something that where I don't disagree with them. Like it's just kind of fucking stupid. So yes, I am a pushover when I'm agreeing with somebody and we don't disagree and they want to argue. Yes, that everybody should push over when they don't disagree with somebody. That's what you're supposed to do. So I don't know what to tell you. I think that is a time when literally everybody should be a pushover. Is if you agree with somebody, yeah, don't argue with them. Then that's weird. That's weird to argue with people on positions that you agree with them on. But yeah, I said earlier, I went in the Counterpoints chat, and he's like always half an hour. I said this at the beginning of the stream, but Counterpoints is always like half an hour behind on his chat. I don't know why, but literally every time I've gone to his streams, I feel like every time he's reviewing something that I'm doing, or I'm like he's reviewing me, and he's always half an hour behind on his chat. He's not looking at what chat is saying in the moment. I don't know if he has a latency of half an hour or some shit, but he's always way fucking behind. And so I went in, and he was saying like things that didn't even make sense to me. So I scrolled back, and he was agreeing with me the whole fucking time. So then I went back to the end to be like, okay, so what the fuck was he talking about here? And he says, yeah, I agree with Tom the whole way through, but I just think that he needs to get better at conceding the descriptive realities. And so when I hear him saying this, I'm thinking, okay, so I'm being like too stubborn and I'm not conceding the things that I agree with enough, apparently. So, all right, I'll have to go back and watch this and see where the hell that was. But then other people said, no, literally everybody's problem is the opposite, that you're not conceding, or that you are conceding things that you disagree with. And I'm like, what? So Counterpoints in his whole chat think that I'm like refusing to concede things that I agree with. And apparently other people are mad that I'm conceding things that they think I disagree with. So I don't know what to tell you. I was like, I think it is just weird that somebody's like autistically pushing me to argue with them on something that I've already said. Like, yeah, sure, you win. Like, I don't fucking care. I'd lean more with Connor without even watching the debate. Well, I don't even know who's reviewed it, so I have no fucking idea. But honestly, I wouldn't lean with anybody. There is nobody that I like respect enough to like care about their debate reviews of my debates. Like, that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to like listen to people, hear what they have to say about it or anything like that. I'm always like willing to hear out criticisms or anything. But there's nobody where I'd be like, you know what? This is somebody, I need to know what they said about my fucking debate. Like, that person just doesn't exist to me. And it's funny because I said this a while ago. When I think it was Zonia who kept saying, like, Tom's changed. He's just not doing what me and Sass are telling him to do. He's not listening to us anymore. I was like, I would love to hear her name one time I ever said I was going to do something and changed on it because she said I should. One fucking time that ever fucking happened, because I can guarantee I never gave a fuck about anything these two said to the point where I wanted to do something and I didn't do it because they said it was a bad idea. I don't think that ever happened. Tom, the problem sometimes is that you allow people to butcher words enough and you go, okay, if we use your definition, we don't disagree. But their definition is dog shit. Yes, but I don't want to argue that. Again, you're watching, okay? You, the viewer, all right? I do not like, and this is something that people have always complained about. Literally always, okay? This is something that people have always complained about with me in my debates. And I'm going to tell you, I just don't give a fuck, okay? I don't want to baby walk people into every single fucking position, all right? So when I'm arguing with somebody and they say, well, this is the definition that I'm using, and I say, okay, I don't think anybody would ever use that definition, so this is the one I'm using, but fine, if that's your definition, then yes, I agree with you. To me, somebody who's listening, if they agree with my definition, that's the end of the debate for them. They're like, oh, okay, well, that's fucking weird. All right, whatever. Now, obviously, they're with like more political points, I will argue that. With more political points where there's like a meaningful difference there, I'll argue that. For some fucking drama with like Ethan Klein and Denims, no, I'm not going to argue over like whose definition of hero is correct. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I think people are going to be like very disingenuous with the way that they misuse words. Yes. When it comes to fucking Ethan Klein's lawsuit, yeah, I just don't give a fuck. I just don't care. And like, I'm sorry that I'm not arguing the points that other people care about, but you guys can go argue with them instead. Like, I just don't care. My Cash App isn't loading. Let's try number 4. Oh, there we go. Mike Jones, $25. Let's fucking go, boy. Sorry, Trib. Give me just a second. Every time I pull up your thing, I come back to read chat. Also, Trib with the $5 dono. He said, the take is that every ally of Israel allows Israel to do bad because of the Holocaust. No prominent figure believes that, nor says that. It's a straw man. Yeah. Well, and it's... He's saying you understand that there's something more that they're trying to like say, and I agree, but they're not... Sorry, there's something more that you can pull from that, and I agree, there is something more that you can pull from that. I don't think they're trying to say the something more, though. I think she's trying to be weaselly, and she's trying to just downplay everybody else's arguments to act like nobody has real legitimate arguments. And so, yeah, for me, the thing is to say, you don't have a fucking legitimate argument. Nobody says that shit. You're the one who doesn't have the legitimate argument, because nobody's saying that. So... yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back over the debate later. I really, like, every time I do debates and people have, like, criticisms for me afterwards, I try to listen, and lots of times they just describe it in a way that I just objectively disagree with. Like, where they'll be like, yeah, you should say this. And I'm like, yeah, I literally did. I did say that. Like, I remember saying that, like, 5 different times. They're like, no, you never said it. I'm like, okay, unless we're going to sit here and go over it together, I can't continue this conversation with you. So, like, if we're disagreeing on, like, you know, if we're trying to have a conversation about whether or not the Statue of Liberty is too dirty and they need to clean all of the fucking residue off of it because it's copper and it's turning green, and then you say, yeah, but the Statue of Liberty literally doesn't exist, I can't have a conversation with you about whether or not we should clean it. I can't. We cannot talk about whether or not the Statue of Liberty should be cleaned if you don't even think it exists. So I just, yeah, it's kind of frustrating when I think I've said something numerous times in a debate, and then other people are like, yeah, no, that never happened. I'm like, okay, well, we're going to have to do a full fucking debate review, the two of us right here, right now, if we're going to settle this, because I think I did. I'm going into the debate assuming you got gaped. Oh, you didn't see it? I guarantee you have no idea what's going on between countries that have been at war for 1,000 years. What? How can you guarantee that I have no idea? I mean, take the L. It's not that bad. Well, again, as I said, I didn't disagree with him. That's the part that people are mad about, is that I just didn't disagree with him, because I didn't want to fucking argue the fucking point. Like, I don't know what, if you want to call that taking an L, is saying, Tom, you conceded a point that you agreed with from the beginning. Then, okay, I took the L. I don't know what to say here. Like, yeah, I took the fucking L, dude. If I go into the debate saying we need to clean the fucking Statue of Liberty, and the other person's like, no, my point is that the Statue of Liberty is too dirty and we need to do something about it. Like, all right, well, that's good enough for me, dude. I think we agree. So, like, why is he doing this? Why won't he argue with them? It's like, sorry, that's pretty much my position. I mean, like, they're not coming to the same fucking, you know, prescription there, but like, we have the same descriptive reality, and so that's enough for me.
If my boys were being drafted to fight this war in Iran, I would be like, you know what, honey, take the other option. And that's not because it's cowardice. It's because when you sign up.
I see you're about as sharp as a round bowling ball. Thank you, Mr. Lemon.
For the military.
Okay, but I would say that the pilots,
you are
so
pledging
far,
that you are doing something that is going to better your country.
Candace, so
and
far,
like I said, our country has been in steep decline since we haven't part of this foreign policy, which is just what.
No, you're saying it's dirty, Tom. I'm saying it's not clean. Very big difference. Yes, huge difference. Yeah. Wait, you mean you didn't waste hours arguing with people taking completely ridiculous positions? My boy is growing up. I'm so proud. Well, that is the problem, is that we did kind of still argue, because he would say something like, okay, so we agree, and then he would restate it in like a new way to where it was like, fuck, like, I kind of agree, but you're saying it again in a way that I'm not, I would not say that. So now I'm gonna kind of say like, yeah, sure, but, and then like re-describe my, like the way that I would say it, and then we're gonna kind of get back to arguing a little bit, and then we'll come back to the same conclusion and be like, okay, we agree again, and then he's gonna state it again in a way that I would not say this, and so again, yeah, I guess, but again, and so yeah, it's kind of that's the way that I remember it, is that it just kept kind of looping, because I kept trying to like point back to like, yeah, you're using the word like hero here or savior to say something that I just don't think anybody would ever use it to say that. But again, we agree overall, so sure.
Whatever Israel wants.
Okay, but you made that point. But what I would say to you is the only people so far that have been involved from the American military were the extraordinarily courageous and skillful pilots who flew these B-2 bombers and attacked the nuclear sites and got back safely. So there's been no troops on the ground. committed at all. No declaration of war by the United States. We can quibble. Listen, I don't disagree with you. You bomb somewhere, you
yeah, even at the end, Pisco would keep restating things like, okay, so yeah, so that's my whole point, though, is that Ethan's just being disingenuous. I'm like, okay, that's not what you've been arguing this whole time, but if that's all you're saying, yeah, we agree. He's being disingenuous. We just think he's being disingenuous about different things. And he's like, yeah, but that's my whole problem, is that he's lying. Okay. You said he was being a savior, and that was your whole problem. But if your whole problem is that he's lying now, and that's, you've just totally shifted to this, fair enough. Okay, we agree. But Ethan is going to save React content from the evil mouse. Yeah. Well, and that was part of my issue as well, is that is what I do. I do wish I had pushed that more, because that was Pisco's statement. That was his statement, is that he's going to save them from Sony and Disney. But during our debate, he kept, every time I kept trying to bring it back to Sony and Disney, he kept saying like, no, he's just like, he's the line that we agree that he's drawing, saying this is where it goes too far. He's saying everybody should agree on this line, and he is reinforcing that line. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, so he's saying that he's saving everybody by reinforcing that line. Like, when? He didn't say that, though. He's like, yeah, but he's saying that he's reinforcing the line, right? Yeah, he is saying that. Yeah, so he's a savior. He's saying he's a savior. That's not... He's saying we should all be reinforcing this line, so that wouldn't make him a savior if he's doing what he thinks literally everybody should be doing. Like, it just... But yeah, he didn't really argue as much about the Sony-Disney point. That, like, yeah, that is one part that I wish I had pushed more on, is like, wait, you didn't just say that he was reinforcing a line, that he's saving everybody from Disney and Sony, when his point about Disney and Sony was not attached to the other statements that you're making. These are separate statements.
Probably are at war with them, but there was no official declaration of war. Just as Trump, when he took out Soleimani and Baghdadi and he attacked Syria and so on, he didn't declare war on those places. And actually, it turned out that the apocalyptic warnings of those actions never materialized. So we shall see. I can't let you go without asking. Let me ask you just quickly about the Tucker Ted Cruz debate. What did you make of that?
Fantastic. It is finally the debate that needed to happen in America, because a part of this nonstop policy is this belief, as you said, Ted Cruz, that if we just do whatever...
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. There was another semantic point that I totally forgot about as well, where at the very beginning, we're talking about the XQC stuff, and he kept saying, I told him, I said, XQC was saying that, like, he's not really stealing because it's stealing when the owner says it's stealing. Right? So until somebody who owns the IP says they're stealing my IP, they're allowing you to use it, right? If somebody comes and takes my lawnmower out of my shed and uses it and puts it back, I decide whether or not they stole it. He's like, no, the law decides. I'm like, yes, but I decide whether or not the law, like, the interpretation of the law is up to me. If I say, if there's like no like reason they would think, I never told them that they were allowed to come take my lawnmower, but then they do, and I think, well, I like him, I don't really care, whatever, then they didn't steal it, because I say they're allowed to use it, so it's not stealing. But he kept saying, no, the law decides. The law decides. It is stealing when they engage in the action. You can decide not to care about the stealing, but they stole it. And I'm like, okay, so again, we're getting into a semantic difference here, where we're just arguing over like when it becomes stealing and when it doesn't, whereas the point remains that XQC is not saying what Ethan framed him as saying, but instead is just saying, yeah, people don't care if I take their lawnmowers. They don't care. Nobody cares. So I go and I take people's fucking lawnmowers. If they care, they can call the cops. And if they call the cops, then I'll get in trouble for that. But nobody ever calls the cops. So I'm just going to keep taking fucking lawnmowers. Like, we have a culture here where we're all just, in this neighborhood, we all just use each other's lawnmowers. Is it legally? Is that stealing? Sure, it could be. But that's when they decide it's stealing. So, there may be a norm in some parts of YouTube, but you can't use people's IP and then ask them later. Yes and no, but again, like, you can. Well, it's not legal. Again, it's, see, I don't like the way that this is like being used. It's like, it's not legal. Like, if you go and just re-upload somebody's entire video, right? You do it, right? You just go and you take my entire stream today and you just re-upload it to your channel. The cops are not going to come get you. Nobody's going to do anything about it. Nobody, literally nobody, is going to do anything about it. There's only one person who can do anything about it. That's me. I'm the only one. So if I decide that you stole my content, then now it's stealing. Yes, I have decided this is stealing. I'm coming to get you for it, right? But that's it. Outside of me, literally nobody else can decide that it's stealing. Nobody. Not the law, not the police, not the FBI, not the judges, not the courts. Nobody else can decide it's stealing until I decide it's stealing. Now we can go through courts and find out whether or not I am right or wrong in my decision, but that is only when it is purely based on when I say it's stealing. And so if you, again, this is a semantic difference, okay? You can just say, yes, the law already outlines when you've crossed that line. The law outlines it. And so when you cross the line, you have broken that law. Okay, fair enough. But nobody's going to say that, like, I'm, like, by that logic, right, like, I'm breaking the law right now because I didn't ask Piers and Candace if I can, you know, review this video. But that's because we wouldn't say that. We wouldn't say that, like, this is, even these things, we wouldn't even say you broke the law in these cases, because it's civil. So it's not really the same as like a criminal thing where we would say, like, you're committing a crime, you're breaking the law. Like, it's a civil thing to where it's more like there's damages from what you did to where they're allowed to recoup those damages. Yes, you may be liable, right? And so yes, even then, it's just it's just, yeah, like I said, it's just like these are semantic differences that, like, I'm not gonna argue that shit. Like, I don't care. Like, once we've both gotten out our points, and if the audience is listening, if they're not smart enough to understand that those two differences are there and that, like, we just disagree semantically, then that's on the fucking audience. I don't want to hold everybody's hand every step of the way.
Whatever Israel wants, that God's going to bless you. And it's quite ironic because it comes from Protestants, and their normal argument is that the reason why we had to have this fracture in the church was because of indulgences. Well, there's nothing more indulgent than I'm going to be blessed if I just do whatever Israel says. And so because we are finally having that
again, so when she says this, it sounds like she's trying to attack Ted Cruz when she says that, okay? Ted Cruz did say this in his conversation with Tucker Carlson, but he says that's just like a personal motivation for me. That is not my, like, legal justification. I am not, the people that I represent are not all Christians, and so I am trying to represent them. And so in my duty as a senator, I am not giving a a Christian justification. I'm not giving a biblical justification for this. I'm giving the justification as to whether or not it helps America. That's it. Like, that's the thing. Is this beneficial for America? That's what matters. And the thing that Candace is doing here right now is the same thing that all the fucking leftists have been doing since that debate, is running around saying that Ted Cruz said the only reason that we need to keep supporting Israel and everything they do is because he's a Christian. Like, that's not what he said. He didn't say that.
Spiritual conversation, which is more important. I suspect there's going to be major changes in the United States going forward, and that is why you're seeing this fracture in the base already.
Tucker, according to Donald Trump, Tucker rang Trump to apologize for some of the more strident rhetoric he's used against him recently. Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen, and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of politics in America is going to look...
There are tons of leftists that literally, and this is not even a joke, like, it's not even a meme anymore. There are tons of leftists who are literally saying the words, the same thing would have happened with Kamala. I keep seeing it all over Twitter. The same thing would have happened if Kamala was president. The same thing. We never would have gotten rid of the Iran deal in the first place if Trump hadn't been president in 2016 even. This problem wouldn't even exist. This problem wouldn't even exist. People voted for Donald Trump, dude. It's Donald Trump, bro. It was Donald Trump. It was a fucking meme guy. It was a guy who was a fucking meme. Nobody in the world fucking respected this guy. He was a fucking meme everywhere he went, and then they voted for him to be the president of the most powerful country in the fucking world, dude. They voted for him. He was the fucking Republican representative 3 elections in a row, dude. This is the guy. This is who they voted for.
Very differently because of his actions. So I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. But this is not the candidate.
Literally nobody would be the same as Donald Trump. Nobody. There's nobody who would be the same as Donald Trump. No one. Especially Kamala Harris. Especially somebody with over 20 years experience in politics versus somebody with 4 years experience in politics. Nobody. But especially Kamala Harris. But nobody. Like DeSantis would have been better than Donald Trump.
Candidate that I voted for.
If it turns out that his instincts were right, that by doing what he did, it brings Iran to the negotiating table and they do a deal on their nuclear plans, would you admit that you were wrong in that circumstance?
Yeah. I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens to my podcast.
She's just all about admitting when she's wrong, dude. She's just doing it all the fucking time, bro. She's always... You guys know the what was the more recent thing that she was blowing up? RFK? You guys remember the RFK thing? Just like a month ago, we were watching her run around saying that RFK had a woman and her ex-boyfriend who were blackmailing him and like forcing him to like say things about Israel and blah blah blah. And then even who's the conspiracy theorist guy? Who's the big one? The guy who's always just like, oh, those people are Jewish. Wow. Oh, this guy? Yeah. Jewish. What's his name? Allen. Alex Jones? No. So this is my documentary on Candace Owens. It's on a channel called Terminally Online Media. It's where I do documentaries about online figures and their communities. I think this is it. Paid to give her opinion, even if they disagree with it. Candace continued making conspiratorial and anti-Semitic comments.
That was just Michael Jackson being crazy and being a raging anti-Semite.
John Branca is Jewish, and Tommy
This guy.
Mottola is also Jewish.
This guy. What is his name again? Crimes are crimes even when you don't get caught. Well, again, they're not crimes. Again, these are not crimes. Something being illegal does not mean it's a crime. Those are not the same thing. So I already said this. They're not crimes. We're talking about civil penalties. We're talking about civil violations, not crimes. Oh, you're talking about somebody else. Okay. What is his name? Guys, Ian Carroll. That's his name. Okay. You guys know help. So Ian Carroll, like a month or two ago, we went over this case where she was saying that RFK was being blackmailed by a woman who slept with him and her ex-boyfriend, and that he now had her living in Miami with him, and that he just bought her a very expensive car from the UK that he had shipped over for her. And then we went and found it. She said that she was driving around with his name on the license plate. And we went and found the fucking license plate number. So they showed the license plate number. So we went and found it. And they just took a picture of a car that had been shipped over from the UK, but it was just to some random family. And the random family took pictures of this van. It was like an old, like Beatles sort of van, like a Volkswagen van. And they just took pictures of it and said, like, hey, we just got this new van shipped over to us. And they posted it online. And then she went and took the pictures. The license plate did have RFK in the beginning of it. It didn't have anything to do with RFK. That was just the fucking 3 letters that were at the beginning of their license plate. And so she took this license plate and said that this was his that this was his new mistress, her car that he bought for her, shipped over from the UK, and had his name in the license plate. Never happened. Never happened. She literally just grabbed a random fucking car that just had the letters RFK in the license plate and acted like she was doing this massive expose on RFK and his girlfriend and all this shit. And she just pieced together a bunch of bullshit and just lied about all of it. And the day that she came out with it, Ian Carroll made a video, posted it on Twitter. He's like, guys, huge story is about to come out with RFK. This stuff is developing as we speak. This is gonna be massive. You guys stand by. There is about to be a bomb dropped on RFK. You will not believe this. And then the bomb was the fucking Candace Owens episode. And the very next day, Ian Carroll comes out and says, Guys, there's a lot of people on the internet who are just making way too big of a deal about this RFK stuff, and it's just not as solid as they think it is. And so I think everybody needs to just chill with the RFK stuff and just allow this story to develop, and we'll see. We'll see if there's anything that'll come from it. It's like, wow, dude, even Ian Carroll is denouncing her now. Even Ian Carroll thinks she's gone too far. That's wild, bro. Dude, it's like 100 degrees here in Atlanta. It is like 100 degrees in Atlanta right now. It is hot as fuck outside. Like, when, as dizzy as I was and as out of it as I was yesterday, walking outside was... thought I was gonna die, dude. I just have a warped sense of what is legal. To me, when you copy a copyrighted work for the purpose of making money and sell the copy, you are committing copyright theft if you get sued or not. Okay, so I would agree that there are points where that is happening. Yes, I would agree that there's probably points where that's happening, because I think especially with like production companies, we already know that it is like stated that like you cannot reproduce their stuff, you cannot copy it and sell it again. Like, that is already clear as day. Everybody knows that. That is blatantly obvious. I don't think that's that obvious online. I think that it's very like give and take. Like, Destiny has said that his IP is open, and that he lets everybody just like upload whatever they want of his shit. Hassan has said his IP is open. People can just copy and upload. Vosh has said his IP is open. Everybody can just copy and repost. I've said if people contact me, they can do this. There's a number of channels out there that are kind of cutting it because they are uploading full copies of my shit over and over, and yes, they're cutting it pretty close. Let me see, there's a couple channels that are like Andrew Wilson clip channels, and I've had Andrew Wilson on my show like, you know, 50, 100 times, and here it is. Based Takes, I think, is the guy. I think that's who it is. I could be wrong. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I'm definitely wrong. Based Takes is an old chatter who used to come in the chat and spurg out over every little thing. I'm pretty sure he's banned. Let's see. Dude, I don't know what is up with all the alarms going off today on my phone. Is this it? Is it Bloodsport? Oh no, that was it. Shit. That was it. Fuck. That was it. Damn it. It's gonna start me at the top. Fuck. As soon as I saw the thumbnail on that one picture, I was like, oh, that's definitely the channel. Here it is. This is it. The Panelverse. So yes, this channel has definitely taken a lot of my shit. Now, they do a lot, they put a lot more effort into editing than other channels do. Other channels that steal my shit lots of times just put way less editing in than this. Damn, they fucked it up because of my intro. I have my intro music, and they couldn't even go to the fucking original stream and just take it from the stream. They had to go and take it from the video that was uploaded with the intro and everything on top. You hear that like skip right there. Hello. Hello. About federal, and I was like, bro, that's not an argument. Like, so yeah, so this is what is this? Why? I almost wish they just took the whole fucking video, dude. What is this? What is this video? Is me pointing and nodding at your shit transformative enough? It is for TikTok, dude. That is about as much as you can expect from the majority of content creators over there. But yeah, the fact that they just put like my picture up here and it's me just I almost wish they just took the whole fucking video now, dude. But yeah, there's let's see. So this is me. This is me. This is me. This is me. Wait, is this... Wait, they uploaded me debating Manar? Wait, they re-uploaded me debating Manar? This is me. This is me. This is me. But yeah, anyways, this is me. Why did they take me debating Manar, dude? That fucking debate gave me a migraine, bro. That was a horrible debate, dude. That was a horrible fucking debate. I had a horrible migraine at the end of that one. Somebody who wanted to call in.
Probably corruption. His video's done. Those kinds of things. His video's done. Let's see if he'll do it.
Manar? Oh, I fucked this up. Manar? Oh, he's deafened. Manar? Oh, and so yeah, this one he went and got both of our videos.
Let's go!
Who wanted to call in? Hold on. I'm glad they show how fucking dumb he was the whole time while I'm trying to get him to respond, and he's sitting there freaking out about this. You shouldn't debate when you're on the rag. Oh my goodness, this was horrific, dude.
This is kind of ridiculous. Now, your only argument here is you're okay with Title 42 going away as long as we bring in vaccinated people, but turns out that was a complete failure, correct? You agree with that? That failed?
No? Why would that be a failure? What are you talking about?
Because the border crisis exasperated.
Wait, that's not relevant. This was about a health crisis. Those lawsuits were about a health crisis. So whether or not that was exasperated, that's again different from what you're arguing here with the fucking lawsuits. That's a health crisis. There was no health crisis. We agreed. There's no health crisis. They said, you just said, well, despite the fact that they only let in vaccinated people, it's still bad. No, the vaccinated people. The guy didn't even know what he was arguing the whole time. He didn't even know his own fucking argument the whole time, bro. It was so frustrating. But we didn't end up with a massive fucking influx of COVID from immigrants coming in. So that, but if we can get back to this now, yes, the numbers still are not 10 million illegal immigrants. So if we can get back to that, so that like it is 1.7 million. The Biden administration did like detain tons of people. They did stop tons of people from coming in. And the end of this is me like going over the math with him like 30 fucking times in a row.
Issue, can you come to an agreement with me on the definition, on a different word definition, so we can kind of help me and your viewers, because I'm done with it, man. Maybe I said I'm smart.
Why are there only 37 viewers? I don't know. Because I've been off on a tangent for a while.
Knows that. It just so happens to be that, especially if I come on to the Piers Morgan show and I make some predictions, that it ends up that I'm right. So I'm feeling lucky, but I will.
Bro, I cannot figure out how to get this thing turned over. This is driving me crazy. I cannot figure this out. This is so annoying.
Admit I'm wrong if that is the result.
Candace, always good to have your views on Uncensored. You know that. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, joining me now is the Chief Executive Officer of Blaze Media, Glenn Beck.
May I say something just to start? Would we be having this debate in this way if Hamas would have done to England what they did to Israel? Would we be having this debate? Because I don't think we would. I think America would be over there. I think the whole world would be over there, and we'd pound them into sand until they surrendered. But I don't understand why we're having debates here on actions that Barack Obama took, and nobody really said anything about it. They weren't screaming for an act of war. I know this is a...
Barack Obama was in the middle of wars, though. Like, everybody says that, like, yes, nobody declared war, yet we still were at war. We like, Barack Obama took over a war on, what do you call it? A war against terrorism and a war on terrorism. And Trump is not doing that. Biden ended the war on terrorism, okay? Biden ended the war on terrorism. Trump did not have to, Biden took the war on terrorism from Trump and then ended it. And so Trump does not inherit the war on terrorism. He does not inherit another forever war. Biden inherited a forever war from Trump, but Trump did not have to inherit that forever war from Biden. Biden ended it. So I don't know what. Tom, do you disagree with the fact that Western support to Fatah contributed to Hamas killing Fatah officials? No. But I don't know if that matters all that much. But come on, dude. What part do you disagree with? Obama was in a forever war that he inherited from Bush. Trump was in a forever war that he inherited from Obama. And then Biden ended the war on terrorism, ended the forever wars. Biden ended them. Everything is wrong when Trump does it. Can you engage with the argument? You said, come on, dude, like I said something incorrect. Why is it, you guys always do this, where like, you do this hyperbole where it's, oh, everything's bad. Oh, Trump did it, so now everything's bad. No, Trump drinks water sometimes. I don't think drinking water is bad. I just don't. Not against it. I think it's a good idea. Now, I will say, it's a little suspicious that Hitler also drank water. I read that in the history book, that Hitler did also drink water. I just want to throw that out there. Not saying anything. Not saying anything. But it is true. It is true. Hitler did drink water too, and so does Trump. But yeah, can you give me a disagreement, Brandon? What did I say that is incorrect?
Ariana tipped $5. Drinking 100% water is bad.
All right. Hot take from Marian.
A very bad situation. And I hope to God, I mean, I'm glad that Donald Trump is our president, because I wouldn't have had the balls to do it. I think it was the right thing to do, but I wouldn't have had the balls to do it.
Well, it's really interesting, because I know that historically, I mean, look, you know, I'm not going to pick on you for this, but I happen to be the editor. No, it'll be obvious what I'm saying, but I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper, one of the big national.
So what about the water? What, King Booger, are you trying to tell me that you think Trump is wrong for drinking water? I'm sorry, but I can't with you people, where you think Trump is, every time Trump does something, it's bad. Oh, as long as Trump does it, it's bad. Whenever Trump does it, it's bad. I can't with you guys, okay? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not fucking with you people, okay? It's okay to drink water. I think it's good. I think we can all say, okay, fine, Trump does bad things sometimes. I think we can all admit this. But I'm not gonna fuck with you people with your Trump is wrong for drinking water shit, okay?
National papers in the UK for many years, and I campaigned vociferously on the front page after front page against the Iraq war. And it was particularly contentious in the UK because we were the Labour supporting newspaper and Tony Blair was a Labour Prime Minister. So it was a huge sort of deal over here. And I know that you initially supported the Iraq war, and then afterwards you later accepted that that had been a mistake, which, you know, again, is part of your strength, I think.
You know, I think, Piers, you know, you can't silence people when they're wrong, because hopefully they're on the road to becoming right.
Yes.
But you only get that if you have a debate. And I will tell you that I was for Afghanistan. I was a very big, you know, war hawk. You know, let's go in and just do it. Let's do it. I'm not that way anymore, because I've seen the pattern. It doesn't work out. America needs to mind its own business. We can't export what we have. I mean, I have hopes for the Middle East. I have hopes for Iran. I pray for the people in Iran. They're a very big danger. But, you know, the one thing, again, I go back to Donald Trump. I don't think he's being duped. In 2016, maybe. I mean, he has told me he didn't really know what he was up against. He knows what he's up against now. He hates war, hates it. As much as he loves tariffs, he hates war. He has told me eye to eye about how he has redesigned, or he.
What's your favorite thing that you learned from debating Pisco? My favorite thing? That implies that there are things that I learned from debating Pisco. What is my favorite thing? I don't. There's just so many. How could I possibly pick one? I couldn't.
He had to rebuild our nuclear arsenal, and in a fashion that I've never seen Donald Trump. He said, Glenn, it can never be used. It is horrifying what can be done now. I know, I helped rebuild it. It can never be used. He hates nuclear war. He hates regular war.
Yeah.
And I think he really believes he did the right thing, and I don't think he's being duped by it.
No, and it's interesting because I know that you were hoping he didn't do what he did. Now that he's done it, and obviously it's incredibly early days, and none of us can be sure what is going to happen, and I wouldn't even attempt to guess. But I certainly think that Trump's intentions were well-intentioned. I think he has said for many years that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, and he genuinely believed that enriching their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60% was a dangerous escalation that could only be heading one way. And so he's taken the same action that he did when he took out Soleimani or Baghdadi, when he attacked Syria, when he dropped big bombs in Afghanistan. He's done things strategically as he sees it without actually committing large number of American troops on the ground.
You also have to look at this. Every single president since Clinton has said this, okay? Iran has killed more Americans as a nation than I think any other nation has. They've been an enemy. Every single president has said they cannot have a nuclear weapon. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't want any of this. However, when you talk to a B-2 bomber, which I did over the weekend, they have been running this particular run.
He talked to a B-2 bomber? Is that what he just said?
Have a nuclear weapon. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't want any of this. However, when you talk to a B-2 bomber, which I did over the weekend, they have been running this particular run for 15 years plus. We built in White Sands, we built a model of that reactor. This bomb that we dropped, we're the only ones with it in the world. It was made for those reactors, specifically for those reactors. It is so accurate, it can hit the top of a pop can or a Coke can from 50,000 feet. It had to go into a 10 by 10 foot vent. They have been running this over and over again. That's not Donald Trump. That's the American policy. We know that these people are serious when they say they're going to burn first the Jews in the Islamic fiery furnace and then America. We're the great Satan. They have been a threat of ours for a long time. I wish we could have negotiated our way, but it didn't happen. So now we're here. Now what do we do?
Well, as we're talking, I'm just going to read this to you. Reuters and AFP are reporting explosions over Doha. So we're talking Monday evening UK time, Monday afternoon your time in the States. Iranian media saying Iran is attacking US bases in both Qatar and Iraq. And this follows BBC and Fox News reporting credible and imminent threats of Iranian missile attacks on US-run air bases. So that's just breaking as you and I are talking. But clearly that would be a significant escalation. If Iran is targeting US air bases now in the Middle East, what do you think that means as we progress forward?
I don't know. I've been saying to my audience, pray for peace, but prepare for war. This is a war that I think is coming one way or another.
I don't. Why? We don't. This is such bullshit, dude. This is Trump's fault. It just is, okay? This is just Trump's fault. There's no way around it. It is just Trump's fault. It is Trump's fault. We are here because of Trump. It is only his fault. There's no other way to say this. It is just fucking Trump's fault that we're here, okay? You cannot act like he inherited anything here, okay? He didn't inherit shit. Biden got us out of the forever wars, okay? Biden inherited the forever wars from Trump, and he ended them, okay? No more war on terror. Biden ended them. That is not something that Trump has to deal with. But if he starts a war here, Tom, try to build a ramp, then push the thing up the ramp. I did try that. I tried it a couple of times. That's the thing that I've tried the most, is a ramp and a weight. So I did this. But it's just not. Oh, wait, okay. Fuck.
I mean, look at the state of Europe, look at the state of England, look at the state of America. I mean, this is a war with Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists, that is going to happen at some point. I think.
What the fuck? This is a war with Islamists, not Muslims? Is this like a difference between being on the left and being a leftist? Is that like it's the more extreme part of this? What is it? Islamist is a political ideology that seeks to implement Islamic principles in all aspects of public life, including governance and law. It's a modern phenomenon distinct from the religion of Islam itself and aims to create societies and states based solely on Islamic law, Sharia law. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I guess it is. It is the leftist thing. Okay. It's more like liberals versus leftists. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Makes sense. Fair enough.
Or America. I mean, this is a war with Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists, that is going to happen at some point. I think we're at the beginning of a 50-year war with Islamists.
Fuck.
And it's disturbing to me. And the reason why is we're not clear. None of our countries, Donald Trump will, but none of our countries will even name what we're against. They won't say it. You know, what I complimented you for doing on this show is actually saying what the truth is and letting all sides. Our governments are silencing, and I think it's because they're afraid. But it's a war that is absolutely coming. And the problem is, I remember I sat in the Oval Office during the Gulf War, or the Iraqi War, with George Bush, and he was reading me the riot act because I wasn't happy about the way things were going. And he said to me, I said, you know, you got an election coming up, and what do you think these guys are going to do? And he said something, and he tried to make me feel better, and this actually made me feel horrible. He said, Glenn, don't worry about it. No matter who wins, when they sit behind this desk, they'll be advised by the same voices, and they'll realize they have no other options. I left that office thinking, then why do we elect a president? What is happening? We have to break this cycle. Hopefully this we're not being lulled into.
Let's fucking go. Bro, I think that took me like 30 tries. Sorry. I think that took over 100 tries. I think that took over 100 fucking tries. That was rough. That I've been working on that level since Philly was here.
Something or pulled into something that is, you know, long planned. Hopefully we can end this quickly and return to some normalcy in all of our countries. But we have to face the truth.
Yeah. I think I completely concur with you. And like I said, whilst I can absolutely understand why Donald Trump did what he did, and while I think there's a compelling argument that Iran was fast accelerating its way to a nuclear weapon, which everybody basically agrees, apart from Iran and its allies, would be a very bad thing for the world. Once you do strike in the way that the United States struck with these bunker buster bombs, you cannot then control the way the narrative plays out. You don't know how the receiving end of that is going to respond.
I think that that our side is hoping that they are so weakened that they don't have much fight left in them. I would hope that. However, if I said on Friday or Saturday when it happened that if somebody did that to us and just blew up one of our bases,
this keeps it keeps disconnecting as I'm drawing. and then I have to start over, and it fucks up my whole thing.
In the United States, here in our continental U.S., we would declare that's a declaration of war.
Yeah.
And why would we expect them not to feel that way? The only hope is they're so weakened that it can end quickly.
Yeah, I don't think
you can.
I mean, I think this attempt to try and pretend it's not a declaration of war, I don't think that flies. I mean, I posted on X, this is America saying it's at war with Iran, right? I mean, you drop 30,000-pound bombs all over the place on nuclear sites in a foreign country. You are
except
it's a declaration
we've done
of
that
war.
before. Except we've done that.
Plus, to see Zohan as the New York mayor, I don't think he won mayor. He won the primaries. I think he won primaries, but I think it's still going to be Cuomo and Zohan.
Before, in other cases, and nobody's had this reaction. But it's not Iran and Israel. For some reason, that's just totally different for everybody.
I mean, what's strange about that whole thing is if you go back into the not too distant past of Iran and Israel, you know, before the revolution in '79, they got on pretty well. You know, it's like a lot of these relationships have been contaminated in the last 40-50 years.
So I'm doing a show Thursday, Piers, that I'm glad you brought this up because I was just talking to my producers about the direction I want to go in, and that is look at Europe today, look at England today, then look at Iran 1977, 1975. Look, nobody was wearing hijabs, nothing like that. And in 1979, it's over, it's lights out.
It is true. It is wild to like look at countries like Iran and Iraq and all of these fuck, dude. Both of my earbuds are dead. But yeah, it is weird to look at those countries and see just like that they were wearing very colorful clothes. They looked like the United States, just darker skin. Iraq. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, but I don't know if it's Zohan versus like a Republican or what. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to look into that. Don't let me forget.
We can't ignore the poison of Islamists in our own society. We all think that it's not going to happen. It can't happen, but it can. All we have to do is make the distinction between Islamist and a Muslim. One is our enemy. The other is a practitioner of a religion.
I mean, I would expand that to say it's extremism, right? Extremism of any kind should be condemned by all right-thinking people because extremism is never the right way, just by the very
definition. When are we going to do that?
By the very definition of the word. You are an extremist.
Isn't that in some ways exactly what Donald Trump did? Took a clear line. We've had president after president say, we're not going to let this stand. He does it, and now he's the extremist? I don't know. I think he's standing up for what he believes is coming.
Glenn, what's fascinating, watching the conservative right in the last few weeks has been fascinating for the real schism that's been developing now. What do you make of that? There's always been disagreement, but never quite, it seems to me, on such implacable levels as we're seeing right now, where people are really one way or the other.
I've never seen anything. I'm friends with Ted Cruz. I'm friends with Tucker Carlson. I like both of them. I know Donald Trump. I don't know Elon Musk, but I like both of them. Stop making me choose. I don't think this is helpful for the Republic.
Stop making me choose. I don't want there to be disagreements on our side, guys. We need to stop being like the Democrats where we have a difference of opinion, okay? Let's just all agree to agree.
We can disagree on things, but to have these arguments that we're having, I mean, I'm sorry,
okay, we can disagree on things. We just can't argue about it.
Known Candace Owens for a long time. I don't know what happened to Candace. She's off on a different planet now. To deny Mangala and everything else is truly horrifying. There's a lot of people that I disagree with that I can still have conversations with. I think this is, in many ways, intentional. We're all being driven to these extremes, and it's either you are this or you are that, and there's nothing in between. That's not real life. All life has nuance.
Again, that's MAGA. MAGA is like you're just MAGA. That's that. Like you are just MAGA. If you are a neocon, you're no longer even a Republican. You're now a rhino. If you're, if you're a more liberal conservative, yeah, you're a fucking, you're a rhino. You're not a Republican. Like anybody who does not toe the line for MAGA and just agree with Donald Trump all the time, they immediately become rhinos, and that's that they have made it to where they can't have diversity of opinion, and every time they do, it becomes a massive deal. Like the H-1B scandal, like stuff like that would never even make the news for Democrats. Never, ever, ever. That would never, ever make the fucking news for Democrats. The disagreement over the H-1B shit, right? But just the fact that people within MAGA were disagreeing on things was enough for it to become this huge controversy. Because that's how little they disagree. That's how rare they disagree on things. That's how rare there's a difference of opinion. So yeah, I hate this. It keeps like stopping what I'm drawing. It's so annoying.
There's no way to navigate. There's no way to defend ourselves, our culture, if we all must be 100% this or 100% that.
And you know what? And I genuinely believe it's been fueled by social media, because what social media does, it fuels tribalism, where people in the end, they become so tribal and their echo chamber keeps reinforcing this one singular worldview that when facts change, they don't want to accept it. If it is negative to their tribe, and it reminds me, I read a book about this several years ago, where I talked about, if you go back in 2,000 years, you would have genuine tribes, right, in the world. And they would be on their own, and they would dress a certain way, and they would cut their hair a certain way, they would eat certain food, they would drink certain drinks, they would have a language which they understood, and they would stay pretty much in their own area amongst themselves. So they only ever knew one way. And then slowly but surely, these tribes edged out and began to travel more, and they encountered other tribes. And these other tribes looked a bit different. They sounded a bit different. They maybe ate different food. They laughed at different things. And these tribes concluded in that experimental moment that the only solution was to kill each other. And I look at what happens on social media now, and it's pretty much the same thing, where the tribes are so locked in to supporting their own side against any invader, as they put it, that even when there is something which self-evidently their own side should condemn, You know, whether it's the right or left, they can't bring themselves to do it. They will fall over themselves to explain, to justify, to excuse, because they feel like they're betraying their tribe.
Why?
So
Draw
I
the fucking line.
with that, but I'd like to add one more thing.
This is gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me, dude. Oh my goodness. I trying to get it to just lean up so I can draw a line under it. All I have to do is just get the box off the ground. That's it. I just need the box off the ground. And so every time I lean it up, I need to draw a line under it. And it keeps just giving me these little fucking dots instead of actually drawing the line.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and you know, you tell yourself lies.
Yeah, if you jump in the waiting room on Discord. Oh. Hello? Hello?
Oh shit, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I got down off of this. Damn, sorry, hold on. Let me turn this off. All right, are you still there?
Yep.
Oh, damn it. Damn it, I lost him. Fuck. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Shit.
And he gone. I wanna visit and go for a ride. I wanna visit and rock your body. Rock your body. Put up, rock your body.
And lies and lies and lies, and you get to a point to where at some point you have to reject almost everything you are to tell the truth. And it becomes you might know, I can't keep living this way. I can't keep living
Again, that's the case on MAGA.
this way. But you have to.
You got people still running around saying that they're eating the cats and dogs, so that there's 20 million illegal immigrants or shit like that. Like, yes, that is a day in the life of being MAGA. Is just deny reality just to make sure that you stay part of the club.
Reject everything that you have built, and that's the problem with these tribes is we have separated ourselves, and for me to not hate you, I have to reject almost everything that I have built in my own life because I'm built on hating you now.
Yeah,
that is a really dangerous place, and we're there, and we have to recognize Western civilization, you know, and beyond that. You know, in the Bible, when the Jews go down into Israel, the Lord says, choose life. That is the choice. It is life or death. There is a culture of death through many different factions, if you will. Death or life. We've got to choose life. And the Western civilization has always...
I think because it froze, it just took all the momentum out of it, so I have to try it again.
It's been about life. If we can't find our way to each other and say, look, I reject this death cult, we're not going to survive.
No.
And if we don't survive, the world becomes a very dark place. And I mean, I don't mean the United States. I mean the entire Western world.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I think that this is why I found what Elon Musk calls the woke mind virus so damaging, because it fueled all that stuff. And often on a kind of preposterous denial of even basic biology and science. And when people started trying to defend the fact that biological men were in women's sport, I was like, we've lost our minds here. What is going on?
And isn't it amazing? The guy who was the biggest on the left, he was a hero for what he did for the environment and electric cars and everything else. The minute he disagrees with them politically,
they trash
he's
him.
dead to them.
Yeah,
they try to destroy his business. They burn his cars. They'd like to kill him. I mean, that should tell you something. You're on the wrong side when that is your reaction.
And also, if you're behaving exactly the same way that you profess to condemn in others, that should tell you it's time to look in the mirror and work out what you're really about. What is your soul actually doing if you spend all day shrieking one thing and then you behave exactly the same way yourself?
Piers, I have to tell you, I think about England a lot. I pray for England a lot. I don't know if I'm getting on my social media what it's really like in England, but I've seen a difference when I was in London just in 3 years. I was there 3 years ago. I was just there recently. And there is a difference there. And if we don't find a way to wake up, stand up, and bring people to their senses calmly and rationally, all of our countries are going to fall like dominoes soon.
Well, the big problem I have with England is, look, there are many great qualities of England. I think it's been massively overblown. And people like Tommy Robinson and these guys, they are not people that should be taken seriously in this debate, in my estimation. However, notwithstanding that, the insidious attacks on free speech in England have been really, really staggering and alarming to watch. When you get people, you know, grandmothers being locked up for something they posted on Facebook and then delete it because they thought I shouldn't have done that. That's not what a democratic society like the UK should be doing to anybody. You know, I think that obviously we all know, I think, in our gut what the exceptions to free speech are. If you're literally inciting people to kill people, fine. We can all agree that is wrong, right? But when you're expressing a vehement opinion because you may be emotionally overwrought about something, which is genuinely horrific, and you're just spewing off,
or you're just wrong,
and you then calm down and delete that, whatever, and then you're put in prison for 2 years. I just think that is basically, then you're into North Korea, Russia,
where
and
the fuck did that happen?
Any criticism of the state does that.
Which brings me right back to where we started. Thank you.
Yeah, there's too much of a lag with this game because of all the fucking ads that I don't think I can. I don't think I'm even able to like draw the lines that I want to because it just lags too much. I have to be quick with it and it's not going to let me.
For having people I strongly disagree with. I disagreed with both of those guests that you just had on. Thank you for having them on. I have to see that. We all have to see that. We have to exercise the muscle of,
we know you agree,
of
Piers,
curiosity and intelligence and calmness while listening to people we vehemently disagree
Yeah, and
with.
you know, just final point, but on the guy, the Israeli minister, the reason I was so annoyed was one of the devices used to silence legitimate debate about this is you call somebody something ending in ik or ist. So if you said the biological men in women's sport thing was a problem, you were immediately transphobic, you know. And similarly, if you've criticised Israel's recent strategy in Gaza, which most people find pretty indefensible, even if you've been someone like me that stuck his neck out to defend Israel for many, many months and their right to defend themselves, even if I've tried to be really fair and impartial and go after both sides where I felt they're wrong, that any semblance of criticising the Israeli government strategy meant I must be anti-Semitic and a Jew hater. And I was really incensed by that.
Do you think that's English, Don Dota? Just curious, do you think? Do you think you said something?
And so when he came on and tried to pretend that isn't what he was saying and that it was about, you know, one or two guests or whatever, that's not what he posted. He was doing that deliberately to try and silence me. And I find that a really insidious thing too.
I agree with you. I've been called the same thing. I bring up George Soros and suddenly I am an anti-Semite.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Candace Owens brings up the Jewish cabal and nobody's going to say anything about that. I mean, it's
What? This guy hasn't heard of fucking Tom Foolery show? This guy hasn't been watching Terminally Online Media much?
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
It is. Glenn, great to talk to you, as always.
Thank you.
Come back soon. I always really enjoy our conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm now joined by host of No Spin News on YouTube and author of new book, Confronting Evil, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, great to have you back on our...
Damn, just getting all the fucking washed up Fox News reporters on.
Censored.
Yeah, I got to get a sweater like Beck. You know, I got to get rid of this tie. So, and he's tanned. You notice that? He's tanned. I don't know what Beck is doing. I don't know if he's working as hard as he should work.
Let's unfortunately talk about more serious matters. What the hell is going on, Bill?
Well, what do you want to know? You want to know history? You want to know Western civilization? You want to know terrorism? I mean,
well, no, let me start. Well, first of all, just a direct question. Do you think Donald Trump was right to attack Iran with the bunker buster bombs?
Well, he did the right thing. History will unfold to see if it was the right strategy. I'm not hedging. The right thing is that if you have...
None of you fucks know anything. What do you disagree with? And where did that guy go? Where did Wheezy go? We just had a dude asked if I was taking calls. I pull him in, and then he just... He just dips off.
An enemy, and certainly Iran is America's enemy. And that enemy is saying, we want to kill you. You don't get them in a position where they can kill you with a nuclear weapon. That's not real complicated. And throughout history, bellicose nations that have threatened other nations have always paid a price. So Iran's paying a price. Now, the problem is that Donald Trump is not widely accepted in the world. And whatever he does brings much more scrutiny than, say, a Barack Obama. But history...
I feel like there was another debate that I was supposed to watch, but I don't remember what it was. I feel like there was a whole other debate that I needed to watch, and I can't remember what it is.
I believe it was total obliteration.
Oh, wait, maybe it's... Wait. Maybe it is this. I do think it had Anna Kasparian in it. Or no, it had Dave Smith. Wait. I don't remember. I never saw this, so I think this is the one that everybody was telling me a couple days ago that I needed to watch. Was Dave Smith versus that chick. Oh, it was this. It was Tim Pool. Yeah, it was Tim Pool.
From the Financial Times, Israel-Iran latest fragile truce appears to take hold after Trump rebukes Israel and Iran. The U.S. president has accused both sides of violating the ceasefire. And the latest update is Trump warned Israel not to drop the bombs. They went and did it anyway. And the Financial Times acknowledges that even after Trump said, don't do it, they say a truce brokered by the U.S. president went into effect on Tuesday morning, but Israel swiftly claimed it had been broken by Tehran and struck an Iranian radar station. However, it said that after a conversation between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, it would refrain from further attacks. Trump posted, don't do it. Israel did it. I think this is this game where they're basically saying, I will have the last word in this regard. And Trump is trying to get them to back off and stop. It was a real smack in the face to Trump that Israel bombed this radar station despite the...
I'm here. I'm having problems with our talk overlapping with the video. Yeah, you just need to X out of the YouTube video. Just... Yeah, just X out of YouTube. Or pause it.
Okay, I got you. All right, cool. You still there?
Yeah. You hear me? Do you hear me? Hello?
Hello? All right, so if you can hear me, that's the thing. I paused the video, and then it stopped. Like, for some reason, I can't hear you on Discord anymore. I don't know what the fuck. I'm not an avid Discord user, dude. So.
Okay. You're on your phone,
I see
right?
your bubble's green. I know you're talking, but I literally just can't.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. Now.
In your top or up there. There's a little button.
Yeah.
Up in your top right-hand corner.
Yeah, man, I'm not seeing it. I see a tab on my left. There's a button, but that just minimizes it. There's a button to make your screen wider, but that's all I'm seeing. There's a thing that says Tom Live on the top.
Yes, click Tom Live. Yes, Tom Live.
Got that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here. Well, I can hear you now. I mean, can you hear me? I just got the video paused.
You hear
for
me
whatever
now?
reason when you came on screen. Yeah, we're good, dude, now.
Oh. You're sure you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your video's paused. And whatever you did when you came on screen, I can hear you. So, all right, we good?
I didn't do anything. So you can still hear me, right? You still hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you, if you click on Tom Live, there's a little logo in the top right-hand corner where it should allow you to switch from like phone to speaker, and that way you don't have to hold it up to your ear.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, dude. So I just wanted to start by saying I am not MAGA. I think Trump is actually pretty evil.
Are you
a
a
griper? I just want to be clear. A what?
A griper?
What's that?
Okay, never mind. If you don't know what it is, then you're not one. Oh shit.
Yeah, no,
Hold on. My earbuds just died.
You good?
Okay, say something. Yeah, okay, I hear you again. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. So basically what I am is I'm pretty much just a Kennedy Democrat, and so if I could just talk for like a minute or two and then get your input, as I feel like this is all correlated.
Okay.
Yeah, so not a lot of people know this, but right before Kennedy got shot, he was challenging the Federal Reserve. He was going to basically render them powerless. He issued
real quick.
executive order.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did not vote. Because to be honest, I just thought they were both. I just think they're two wings of the same bird, which I'm going to get into. I did not vote for Trump. No, okay. I couldn't vote for anybody. Honestly, there's nobody, in my opinion, on the ticket. As this two-party system, I believe, is designed to keep us from talking about issues that would have us come together. I actually believe. Well, I can get into that in a second.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you're all good. So basically, Kennedy's going to eliminate the Fed. Executive Order 11110. He's going to have $1 essentially backed by silver, which you could go to any bank and trade it in for, real physical silver. Have it in your hand. That's something that the Fed can't, the bankers can't manipulate that. People in Wall Street, they can't do things to our dollar, essentially. So that would have, then he was going to pass it back. Basically the private bankers wouldn't have control, but instead our sovereign government could. Then he conveniently gets assassinated right before they had them all printed. Billions were printed, and then if you get into the Kennedy assassination, I'll just quick little things. I'm not going to, get into all that because that's a lot to unpack. But, I believe you had a lot of these organizations working together. I believe a lot of people in our government, I believe there's other nations. I think a lot of people had a huge interest to take JFK out. JFK, he found out our government was leaking nuclear secrets to, I'm not saying Israel did it, but to Israel, Kennedy demanded an inspection of the Dimona nuclear plant. They lied to him. They set up a staged thing. He found out. He was pissed. And then, but the more important thing here, I believe, is that, he was going to then, after all that, he realized how much money was pouring into our politicians even back then, right? He saw that as a conflict of interest, with a foreign nation, pumping money into our politicians, which still happens a lot through AIPAC. He was going to register AIPAC as a foreign agent, which they kind of are, right? They're not America; it's another nation. Ben Gurion, he was their leader, their president over there, whatever.
Just to be clear, you're not saying that they need to register as a foreign agent, like Tucker Carlson was saying the other day with Ted Cruz. you're like a FARA violation, right?
Well, I mean, God, unfortunately I am. And the reason I am is because, you know, when you have other nations pumping all this money, you know, into our politicians, they gave Donald Trump, I think it's 232 million. I don't agree with that. I bet that helped him a lot.
AIPAC is not funded by Israel. If they were funded by the government, you would be correct. They're not funded by the government. They're funded by Americans, and so they're not. That's why they're not registered as a foreign agent in that way.
Sorry, man. Can you repeat that? I accidentally turned off my speaker and I couldn't hear you. Go again.
It's so I'm saying that they are funded.
Dude, of course I can't fucking hear you now. Nice, dude. Fucking beautiful. God damn it. Well, I did it again, dude. Damn it.
What? I don't know.
Oh, got you now.
Wait,
all right, I got you now. All right, go ahead.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Why is it when I turn my video on that you all of a sudden can hear me again?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no clue.
All right.
So
I was saying that they don't have to register as a foreign agent because they are. They only have to if they're funded by a foreign government. But Americans are the ones that fund AIPAC. American citizens fund AIPAC, so it's not a foreign agent because it's not foreign at all. It's American money.
Yeah, absolutely. It's laundering. I mean, I believe that's kind of a form of laundering, right? We're gonna pump money over there, let them pump it back in. I mean, what the hell is that, you know? So then they can kind of pick and choose.
What do you mean over there? Over where?
Well, AIPAC, I guess. I mean, AIPAC is essentially it is the Israeli lobby. It is. But now, if we give them a lot of money,
but again, they're not funded by Israel though. They're funded by American taxpayers, like American citizens, like not like our government. Like Americans like give them money and fund them, and so it's only a foreign agent in that way. Like it's only a FARA issue if the Israeli government is funding them, but the Israeli government doesn't fund them, so they're just not a foreign agent. Whereas like Tenet, do you know what Tenet was?
No, what's that?
So Tim Pool and like Dave Rubin, Lauren Chen, a bunch of right-wingers got in trouble for working with a Russian company a while ago, and it was because it was a FARA violation because it was literally funded and run by the Kremlin. And so that was like the big issue, is that not just because it's people from Russia, but because it's literally the foreign government who's doing this, and they have to register for those sorts of things. But AIPAC is not funded by a foreign government. It's funded by American taxpayers, American citizens.
So are you sure, like, all of the money? Are you sure about, you know, like the AIPAC gets all of their money from, and then why are they, you know, why is there even AIPAC then? Why don't they just have something else they call it, like American PAC, you know, where they, but either way though.
Well, there's foreign lobbying for tons of countries. Like one of the biggest lobbying groups is a Chinese lobbying group as well, also funded by Chinese Americans. There's a Mexican lobbying group, like tons of countries. AIPAC is like one of the bigger and more powerful ones, obviously, but they're just not, they're not funded by other countries. So it's a very common thing to have people who have like roots in other countries, and or they're just proponents of us helping other countries. Like there's tons of people who have no roots in the Latino communities, yet they want all of these Latin countries to be built back up by the United States because they feel like the United States did a lot of harm in those countries and like put them in the positions that they're in. And so there's a lot of like Americans who put money into helping Central America because they think that there's problems that need to be fixed there. And it's the same for like tons of Christians who donate money to AIPAC, is they all have like an attachment to Israel, and so they donate a lot of money to AIPAC.
Yeah, so, but you know, either way, where the money, you know, so, but well, essentially, AIPAC AIPAC's interests, I mean, pretty everybody funded by AIPAC, I mean, would you agree that they are all tend to be pro whatever it is for, you know, to fund, protect, do different things for Israel? Could you agree on that?
Yeah, to an extent. Like, obviously, there's an extent always there, because most of those people are also American citizens, so they also want like America's best interest at the same time. They just want these two things. There's more than one interest at work there.
Yeah, okay. So to further on that, then do you believe, what's your personal stance on Israel or any of these forever wars, Iraq, everything, Bush? You know, I kind of think Bush was a demon. That's just me, though. Do you think that it is in America's best interest then to be over in Israel or surrounding Israel, helping kind of systematically take out or topple regimes in these nations around them? Like, do you think that it is in America's best interest to get involved or do what Trump just did or do what Bush did? You know, what's your personal stance on that?
I mean, it depends. Like, I don't think that. I don't know what you mean by surrounding Israel. What does that mean?
Well, basically, you know, there's like 7 nations. They have pretty much everybody that surrounds Israel geographically. We have went to war
You're
with
saying
Syria,
that
Lebanon.
we're
Like,
protecting them from. Okay, it sounded like you were saying we're surrounding them. Okay, so I no, I don't think that Trump needed to bomb Iran. I think that was kind of over the top and dumb, and I think it was even dumber that he goes and bombs Iran, and then immediately is like, "Hey guys, let's do peace," and then like,
I about shit my when you did that, dude.
And then Israel also bombed them right before the fucking ceasefire as well. But then Trump's mad at Israel when it's like, Trump, you just did the same fucking thing. What do you mean? You literally just bombed them as well and now are asking for peace. And right before the peace deal, Israel also bombs them. And like, obviously what Israel did is a little bit more maniacal. But it's just, yeah, like it's I don't know. I think that the whole situation that we're in with Iran in the first place is Trump's fault. It's just his fault. Like he's the one who took Iran off of the nuclear deal that Obama made, and that if they were still in that deal, they would not be allowed to have stockpiles of 60% uranium. They wouldn't be allowed to have that in the first place. So it's yeah, there would be a lot more justification if they were violating that deal. But they wouldn't have violated the deal. So
sure, yeah, and I can hear that point now. You know, that makes sense. But and where I'm really going with this, and where I was going to go by going through this whole Kennedy thing, was essentially, though, the fact where I come from, that two wings of the same bird is, I mean, you know, you've got, it seems like pretty much every president, and while Obama had the Iran nuclear deal, that was good. We were still at war, doing things that ultimately, you know, like I was saying, those nations surrounding Israel, we were still doing operations there. Now, I'm not saying that's Obama's fault. Obama was handed it by Bush, et cetera, et cetera. Bush is pretty much a demon. Obviously, we didn't need to go in Iraq. I think if you're Trump, you can't say, we Iraq was a mistake, and then Israel's like, hey, can you take out these like Trump, like, really just contradicted himself. He says he's a no war president or whatever, no new wars, and then he like does such an abrasive action like that. That's really no better than Iraq or anything subsequent.
Yeah, but that's why it's like really good that, you know, Biden got us out of all of those forever wars and got us out of like the war on terrorism and all of that. Like, he pulled us out. Everybody else from Bush on, Bush, Obama, Trump's the first presidency, and then Biden, they all had to inherit these forever wars. They all had to inherit these, the war on terrorism. But Biden ended the war on terrorism, and now it seems like Trump is trying to get us back in.
Well, so a few things. I guess I wouldn't totally agree with your characterization that Biden got us out of these forever wars. I mean, he did that withdrawal, which, I mean, like, okay, good, he withdrew, but I mean, I think that was kind of a disaster. It's like what they say is the terrorists, what they quote them as. We go over, do all that work, then just pull back to retreat. It's like, dude, what are we? But as far as Biden goes, it's like, you know, I mean, you have the Ukraine thing. I mean, that was kind of a war. I mean, that's still going on. You know,
yeah,
and then
but
you got
Biden
Trump,
didn't do
you know,
that. Biden didn't start
well, I mean, he was
the Ukraine war.
No, he did not. But I mean, we were funding it. We were, you know, I know somebody who's in
sure, but
military branch.
Trump was also funding Ukraine during his presidency as well. Like Trump was his first impeachment was over the perfect phone call with Zelensky, where he was sending them military equipment and was holding it hostage until they investigated Biden. Like that wasn't new. They also had they were invading and taking over Crimea during Trump's first presidency as well. Like that's not, that wasn't something that was like specifically just for Biden, nor was it something that like he had any part in creating.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't believe Biden was really doing anything. I don't think you can put anything on Biden. I don't even think, you know, he was really doing much personally, as it's pretty clear. You know, I mean, I got to be honest, dude. You know, I don't like Trump. I hate Trump, but I mean, Biden couldn't complete a sentence. I don't think he was doing much himself, but he was the president. But you're right about what you said about Trump, and that's my point. Right before that is that we have these forever war. It's like one to the next, to the next, to the next, and it shifts and it fades and it moves but it's still going on. And so we keep doing these things. America keeps getting involved in these conflicts. You're right about Biden, Trump, Bush. You know, I mean, Obama was doing military action. Now Trump. And my question is why? And that's where I was going to tie this all the way back down. You know, 1948. You know what we did. You know, Israel. Then they're their own thing. But then it's like further than that with these wars. Why? Why do we do this? Well, I'm sure you know. If you don't, historically, the big bankers have funded both sides of every major world war, including the Nazis and America, then all this stuff. And what they do and how they have gotten so powerful, and this is why it was important with Kennedy and his executive order to kind of squash the Fed, is because they will, when nations are in big need, and even France, when they needed it, you know, they knew they were going to lose, but they still funded it. Because why? Because they what they do is they say, here's all this money for your weapons, factories, everything else. You just have a 8% interest payback. Yeah, that was France. It's a little bit less for other nations, but it's like what that does when you do that is it in a way enslaves us to them. We got to keep this war machine going. They profit off of it. They fund it. They encourage this stuff, and we have all of our politicians continuing that on. And so that's a problem, because when you have a nation by the balls, then what that does is it essentially enslaves their citizens. And so when I go talk about AIPAC, for instance, you know, we're funding them, cool, but that's even more. It doesn't make it any better. You know, what's relevant here is that that funding is going on, and now what's happening is we're just going to be continuing these forever wars. You know, JFK wanted peace. He did not. He wasn't going to do it. You know, and then they try to trick him, this Operation Northwoods, where they suggested, you know, painting a plane, you know, Cuban, whatever, and then having it fly over, or like shooting down one of our airliners with American citizens in them, you know, and blaming it on Cuba. I mean, those are real release documents under Operation Northwoods. Kennedy is like, what the hell? And he said, you guys are crazy, you know, and so he didn't want the war. And so then, you know, Kennedy doesn't like AIPAC. Well, why? You know, are we? Is it this vicious cycle we're in? And that's where I get to the two-party system thing is a problem, in my opinion. You've had challengers; they get steam and they want, like Ross Perot, for instance. God, he would have been a better option than both of them. You know, but like they. My point is, they won't let anybody in that is from the outside, because there's a lot of issues left and right can't agree on, but they won't let us have this middle ground. They won't let us.
Who are they not letting in? Who is not able to get in?
Anybody that's not going to be a part of the Democrats or Republicans. I mean, you've had many people, but
that doesn't really mean much. Like saying that they're not going to be part of the Democrats or the Republicans, like that just doesn't mean much. The Donald Trump was not a Republican. right? He wasn't a Republican, yet he ran on the Republican ticket anyways. Having almost nothing in common with Republicans, he still ran as a Republican. The Bernie Sanders runs as a Democrat, even though he's never, like, he only runs as a Democrat when he runs for president. When he runs for senator, he runs as an independent, and like is very like against the Democrats a lot of times, and fights with them a lot. Like Democrats and Republicans, these are just party names, right? Those are just the names of the parties.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're not ideologies. What Democrats believe and what Republicans believe drastically change over time. You know what the party switch is, right? Like they've literally flipped on their like stances and their platforms.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I guess more what I'm saying is somebody that's not completely aligned with, you know, maybe, for instance, a war agenda or certain thing. Like, let me put it like this. Bernie Sanders, he was crushing Trump, crushing the Democrats, but he got blackballed out. Why? I mean, you know that. They didn't let Bernie get a fair shot. You don't think he did?
No.
I think he did, for instance. I think Ross Perot did. I think these people, I think that they're not, you can say Democrat or Republican, but that doesn't mean you're aligned with the establishment.
Yeah,
and
but
that's what I'm trying to say.
That doesn't matter, though, because even the fact that Donald Trump won as an outsider, as somebody who was not down with the establishment. The RNC did not like Donald Trump. The GOP does not like Donald Trump. And then, even Bernie Sanders was able to be the runner-up twice, says that they're not pushing people out. They're not trying to stop people from running. They're not doing anything that's gonna hinder them from winning. Like they want people who are going to win. That's what they care about. That's it. And if you win with a new ideology, they will flip to your ideology. The DNC, if Hitler comes in today and runs as a Democrat and wins, the DNC will be fucking drawing swastikas all over their shit.
And I guess that's where I respectfully disagree, a little bit. I don't think that they just let that happen. I don't think Trump really truly was an outsider. That's just my personal belief. I think it's a lot deeper than that, because then, he says no new wars, none of this, and then in an instant, there we are over there, bombing people and shit. He says one thing and does the other, and that's what I don't truly think that. I think that he knew when he got in, I'm getting funded by, I'll just say the word again. It's like saying, the boogeyman or something, but AIPAC. I think that there are certain things that you're required to do, and that's just what I think. And a lot of us feel that way. And a lot of us feel like we shouldn't be doing these wars, and well,
again, hold on. Like, technically, we're not at war right now. Like, there's not. There's sure, like trading bombs, and Iran didn't even really bomb us. This is the second time. Like, Trump bombed the fuck out of Soleimani, and then Iran sent missiles at one of our bases. Called ahead of time, told them that the bombs were coming, and then just sent some fucking missiles at one of our bases, and we blew them up before they could hit. Nothing happened. That's that. And they do this thing where, like, we fuck them up, and then they're like, hey, we're gonna like make it look like we're like trying to respond to you guys, and so just we're gonna like throw a punch, and then when we do, you guys just like dodge. Make sure you move to the left, because I'm gonna punch right. So just move to the left a little bit, and then we'll just be like, ah, shucks. Like, well, we tried to punch them hard, but they moved. Never mind then. And then they move on, right? That the issue is that if it turns into a war, yes, that is a problem, and that's why it's kind of dumb for Trump to take part in this whatsoever. Is that, yes, he never should have entered the fray. He should have left it to Israel, allowed them to deal with Iran. From my understanding, the only reason that Trump got involved at all is because Israel just doesn't have bunker busters because we're not willing to give it to them. And so he went in with the bunker busters just to, you doubt that? What do you mean you doubt that?
Well, I doubt that. I mean, I doubt that they don't have the capacity to get the bunker busters. I think the American military probably could execute an operation better. The reason I doubt that is because we gave them James Jesus Angleton, who gave them our nuclear secrets, and literally right after Kennedy got shot, LBJ signed a thing. They were sending nukes over there. I mean, so they have nukes. I mean, so that's why I would doubt that. I just would doubt that because if they have nuclear weapons, I don't see why they couldn't have a bunker buster. That's not like a point I'm like, oh, like making some big thing about. But what I am saying is that, yeah, I think we're just doing stuff for them, and I think it's wrong. And I think it's wrong because I don't think it's in our best interest. And the reason I don't think
you understand that like Israel is like having them where they are is our interest. Like we are the superpower. Like we are the only superpower in the world right now. We for who knows how long with Trump at the helm. Like he is steadily dismantling our stronghold on the rest of the world. But the Israel being like the thing that is the closest to like a Western democracy and a westernized like country over there, and then even being a strong military force over there, being the biggest military force in the Middle East, and like there's just so many advantages to Israel being our ally and being our country that we can lean on, because we can't with any other country. The closest like second place over there is like Saudi Arabia, and they're just like willing to trade oil with us. Like they're just willing to let us fucking buy oil from them, and that's about it. But
okay, so then let me ask a question then. So I can understand that point. That's a good point. But what would happen if it just worked itself out? You know, what if it was pre-1948, before they were a thing? You know, what would be the huge disadvantage to America totally if we just stopped engaging in these wars? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying they say our best interests, and sure, there's some things that are beneficial, but at what cost to the American public? I mean, because now how long have we been doing military operations around there? How many American citizens have died? How many more are going to die? And how many of our young boys are going to have to get sent over there because of that, because of the talking points they tell us about?
Again, I don't, if people are getting sent over there, then yeah, like that's wrong. That's not that, but that's not an issue with Israel. That's just an issue with Trump. But yeah, like if I already disagree with him bombing Iran. If he sends people over there, yeah, I'm definitely going to disagree with that.
Yeah, I guess that's just where I slightly disagree, because it's not just Trump. I mean, we've been doing this for decades now, man. You know, so that's my only point. That's where I kind of
like there are some things that like I think that Trump shouldn't have pulled help out from the Kurds, and I think that the Obama did pull troops out from the Middle East. Biden pulled out troops from the Middle East. As I said, Trump did as well, but I don't think he should have fucked over the Kurds the way that he did. But there was just
but what I think on that, and I hear what you're saying, but those are good things to make a headline. You know, Trump, Obama, Biden, Bush pulls so and so.
But we didn't send anybody over to Ukraine, right? Like there's no boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't report that in the public. That's what I was getting to about my cousin. He said that he was going over there and he can't tell, it's classified. That's what he told me. So I'm not making that up, dude.
Well, no, hold on, wait. I know there are people there. They're not fighting on the front lines. They're over there like helping with intel. They're over there helping with technology. They're over there helping with training and shit like that. But they're not. Yeah. Yes, there's not boots on the ground as in like frontline fighters.
So that's where I'm saying. That's why I think there's a big. I don't think that you can separate those two vastly, because you can't say, hey, I didn't light the building on fire, I just gave them all the gasoline and helped pour it, right? And so that's what I'm talking about as far as American interests. You know,
yes, like, but you're saying this is you're saying at what cost to Americans, and I'm saying that isn't really a cost to us. Like that sending people over there just to help train people and help them with tech and shit, like that's not some huge cost.
Well, it is in taxes. It is if it escalates. It is as far as pissing people off. It is as far as making
Wait,
things
but when you say pissing
worse,
people off, we're talking about countries that already hate us. That like we're not talking about countries. Yeah, but you're saying pissing people off as though we're making enemies, and we're not making enemies. These are countries that are going to be our enemies one way or the other. Russia and Iran are not like ever going to be our friends.
So yeah, but why can't we be okay with that instead of helping, fund and support military operations around the area, which have the potential? I'm just talking about the potential here to escalate into
because
something like
these
Iraq.
aren't just wars. Well, hold on. These aren't just wars just for like the thing that is happening right now, especially in the Middle East. All of the wars that are always happening in the Middle East, these are all for like control. These are all for power. These are all like power grabs where all of them are trying to be the leader over there. They're all trying to be the powerful one. They're all trying to gain influence. And so it's not if we are going to continue being a superpower, we have to have our say. We have to make sure that like the people that we want to be winning are winning, the people that we want to be losing are losing. Like we have to have like some engagement in there.
Okay, yeah, and I understand that. So, for instance, and I make this comparison, how would we feel as a nation if, for instance, Russia mobilizes a shit ton of troops, to the Mexican and Canadian borders, and then they've been there for decades and decades? Like, you don't think that could cause a potential problem? And that's just what I'm saying, Yeah, they are our best interest, okay, but, I mean, dude, I don't think the risk is worth it. And furthermore, I mean, they hate us right now. But so did Russia, and Kennedy was talking with Khrushchev about they were going to, they were talking about peace. Kennedy didn't trust
but
his
this
own,
isn't, just to be clear, this is something that's existed for a long time. Like the fact that we're not fighting against Russia is because they're a nuclear power, right? But there are other powers, like China is also helping Russia and China are helping with Iran. South Korea is helping Russia. Like there's all of these other countries that are also trying to help with their side. And if we're just like, oh, we're just going to stay out of it, guys, then Ukraine just gets fucked, while all of these other countries are doing their best to also lower our influence, get rid of our allies, make it to where the people who align with us are not able to win wars. And so, yeah, we're saying that just one side gets to play now, and we just watch them continue to gain influence and power.
Sure, and I can understand, and that's completely a fair point. I understand that. I just slightly disagree, I guess, in total. I think there's other routes to peace that don't involve doing this, like that Kennedy was going to do. And I just personally believe that there's establishment people that don't want that to happen. And I believe that due to funding from lobbies and everything else, not just AIPAC. And ultimately, to me, it just comes down to the control and enslavement of not just our nation, but most other nations by, not the Federal Reserve, but central bankers who they each have their own interests in these countries, and they make profit off of it. And so that's just what I believe. I just respectfully disagree slightly on some of that, but you made a lot of good points. So
you're saying that as though like these things wouldn't be happening if people weren't putting money behind it, which to an extent is true. Like if Russia wants to do something, but they don't have the money to do it, they don't have the backing, they don't have allies who are willing to stick with them, then yeah, they're not just going to be able to do it. But that the idea that like they're only doing it because of the money is just not there's just no evidence for that. That's just not. There's nothing to back that up.
All right. Well, who are you referring to? The nations? I'm referring to the bankers who use this to get more control. And I think there's an interest that
yes, they're also going to do that as well. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that they're not. But you're making it sound like the wars are happening because of the financiers, and I'm saying no. The financiers are just taking advantage of a situation that's already happening.
Yes, I concur with that. Take advantage of how it's already happening. But Mayor Rothschild said, "I care not who makes the laws in a nation. I care who controls the money." So if there's already some shit going down, it would be in their best interest to have people who would have policies that would maybe want to extend that for a little bit longer to get a little bit more. And I believe they do that just because historically they have. And so that's just what I'm saying. I believe it all comes down to that at the end of the day. And there's a lot of good points each side can make. You always have the media's talking points on every side. But at the end of the day, I just think that if we really had somebody who wanted some actual peace, they would be able to do that. And I also think
sorry.
that
did I say South Korea? I don't know why I always do this. I meant North Korea. I don't know why the fuck I said. I say South Korea every fucking time. Every time.
You're all good. You're all good. And those guys should be able to have their freedoms and everything else. Sure. Okay. But and there's really not necessarily a but there. It's just that I think that we could actually have some peace if we would get politicians in there that weren't so tied to certain establishment figures because they get funding from somewhere. And that's all I'm saying, man. So that's just kind of where I stand.
Yeah, but it's just war has to have money behind it. Like it just does. Like that's just the way it works. Like war has to have money behind it. It's not free. It's not cheap.
Saying, couldn't we just? Yes, and I'm just saying, couldn't we just kind of do what Kennedy was trying to do and work for peace instead of war? I think war is evil.
Yes, but you understand that everybody, like that is such a nothing statement because literally everybody believes that they're going to war for peace. Everybody, unless you're, Germany in World War II or Russia right now, like obviously there's like countries that are invading just to like gain power and take over more territory and shit like that. We're not doing that. Like we're not going and taking over countries and.
Well, I think that specific thought is, sort of a problem. Not your viewpoint, but just the thought that, I think what I'm saying is, I think it's a problem that we do all think we're going to do this for peace. Do you think we gained a lot of peace out of, I don't know, Iraq, for instance?
That's always the fucking go-to, dude. Like, I think we gained peace in World War II. I think we gained peace in World War One. Yeah, if like the Iraq is always the go-to, but I think we've gained peace in a lot of other wars. I think we gained peace in the Revolutionary War. I think the fact that the United States became the superpower meant that we had one of the most peaceful times in all of human history, where everybody was always warring, always nonstop, all the time, just was always the case where everybody was at war with each other. And then the United States became the superpower and everything just kind of changed because of alliances that we started to build. And we used our power for good. We used our power for peace. We used things like NATO, the United Nations, I forget the group after World War One, but we have been a tool for peace. Obviously, we don't have a perfect record with no blemishes. We have things like Iraq and Afghanistan and shit like that. But the point is that yes, just saying, oh well, I want peace. Like, yeah, every time you ask somebody why they're going to war, they're gonna say for peace. Like, it's the United States. If anytime the United States goes to war, they're gonna say it's for peace. So just saying you want peace doesn't mean much when if there's violence out there, there's danger out there. And like one of the things that they always use for their excuse right now, the big talking point is that Iraq is always yelling death to America, right? Well, If they're saying death to America, then stopping them is how we get peace, right? Like, that's their thought process. It doesn't mean I agree with it, but the just saying, like, yeah, well, we should try to do peace instead doesn't really say much.
Well, hey, that's fine, man. I appreciate your viewpoint. I just respectfully disagree. All I think is, I just hope that we can have peace here with Iran. And I don't completely disagree. I agree with a lot of what you said, including about those major world wars. Those were major world wars. We needed to win. We needed to do the right thing there. I just think anything subsequent is just like, what the fuck are we doing, man? But hey, each side's just, at the end of the day, each side's going to have their talking points. But I'll just end this with, I respect what you said. I like you. I like your content. I just hope that we can I really just hope that we can this can just de-escalate with Iran. And I hope that both sides, the minute the ceasefire ends, don't just fire a bunch of shit off and have to get us involved. That's all, man. But hey, appreciate your time, brother.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Yeah. You too. Bye.
Later. Fuck, dude. It was so close. It was so close.
The fact Trump said, don't do it. It was an hour and a half before the news was reported, so there had to be time to call it off. That being said, Trump, I think, being the adult in the room, likely said to Israel, just stop Iran, don't retaliate. But support right now, I think I actually have this from CNN. A majority of Americans disapprove of Trump's Iran airstrikes, CNN poll finds. Now, it's hard to know exactly where Trump's polling stands. In the past week, he's had tremendous polling. Insider Advantage has Trump up 10, Trafalgar up 9, and Rasmussen up 5. Now, over the period of the bombing, Reuters Ipsos has him at minus 16. But let me just track the previous Reuters Ipsos, which had him at minus 12, meaning a 4-point swing in the negative. It's hard to know exactly how this will affect Trump's approval rating, but we're going to be joined by Dave Smith, who's been particularly prominent on this issue. Despite the fact that he is a comedian, he certainly has a lot to say about this, as he is entitled to. So we're going to pull this in, loading up the live player now, and we should be good to go. Dave, you there?
What's up, brother?
How's it going? You can hear me, see me?
I hear you and see you. How are you, sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm curious how you are. How do you feel about this ceasefire?
Well, I mean, it's wonderful. It's kind of hard to say what's going to happen right now. It's been a wild. I mean, I got to say that the last week has probably been up there with the wildest weeks since me and you have been covering politics. And it's hard to say because Donald Trump has signaled almost everything over the last week. And so he's talking about evacuating Tehran and regime change a few days ago. Now he seems to be signaling. He seems to have taken the off-ramp or desires to take the off-ramp that essentially the Iranians allowed by doing what they did after Soleimani was struck again, by striking back, but not really striking back and giving America advanced warning and making sure, essentially Iran is in this obvious position where they're like, we can't look like we're doing nothing in response to this to our own people, but we really, really don't want it. We don't want to fight for obvious reasons. And so Donald Trump wants to be taking this off-ramp. Now he seems to be frustrated with that. Benjamin Netanyahu and many of the hawks never wanted an off-ramp. And as you know well, this has always been about regime change for them. Yep. So I would be thrilled if this is the end of it. But at the same time, I do think it's a moment, like, let's just say this sticks and this is the end of the immediate conflict right now. It is a moment for Americans to kind of reevaluate a lot of things here. Because number one, I think that the hawks' foundational claim to this entire issue, which I would argue is every bit as phony as their claims for all of the other wars in the last 25 years. But the foundational claim about Iran has been that, like, Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. And this is something, obviously, that Donald Trump has bought into very much, too. But this claim kind of relies on an argument that Iran is so uniquely crazy and evil that if they got a nuclear weapon, they'll just use it. They'll just nuke it. Now, forget the fact that they're not pursuing a nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear weapon. They don't have the capability to deliver one if they were to get one.
This is so dumb. These people are so fucking stupid. I can't stand them. It's not even just that they would use it right away, right? It's not even that they would use it right away, but it is more so that, like, yes, we just bombed Soleimani a little while ago. Like, we could not have done that if they had a fucking nuke. We just bombed a couple of their nuclear sites, as did Israel. We couldn't have done that. Neither one of us could have done that if they had a nuke, right? We are currently trying to denuclearize the world, and more countries getting more nuclear bombs is the opposite of what we want. But we're already in a pickle with Russia because they have fucking nukes, and there's just nothing we can do about this war. So we're in this, like, you know, yeah, we're just in a pickle here where we're not able to do anything about what's going on over there because they have a nuke. We don't want more countries to end up with nukes. We don't want more countries to have these. We don't want there to be, especially not enemies. We don't want more enemies to end up with nukes. Like, that's the last thing that we want.
But it's like, I mean, Tim, a lot of really bad people have gotten nuclear weapons in history. Joseph Stalin got nuclear weapons. Mao Zedong got nuclear weapons. Right now, you know, Putin and Xi and a lot of bad people have nuclear weapons. And the idea that Iran is so uniquely evil because they just don't care about their own survival, that claim seems to really be falling apart. I mean, if Iran wanted to, they could have killed a lot more people, and they didn't, for the reason that they do care about their self-preservation. They would much rather rule their country than be violently deposed.
Well, let me ask you this. You said that they wouldn't be able to get a nuclear weapon, but I think the U.S. has stated that they were weeks away from being able to produce one. Do you think that's not correct?
Oh, I mean, look, I think this is totally phony. I mean, all of the intelligence until the day after Israel started bombing them was that they're nowhere, even Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's not true. Again, that's just not true. This is just pure bullshit. They keep saying this, and they're just lying. Why do they keep saying this? Like, the IAEA report, I'm pretty sure, was released a week before Israel's first bomb. Yeah, IAEA chief, Iran poised to quite dramatically increase stockpile of near weapons grade uranium. Iran is poised to quite dramatically increase its stockpile of near weapons grade uranium. That's according to comments by the head of International Atomic Energy Agency on Friday. That said on Friday. So this is posted on December 6th, 2024. Okay? December 6th, 2024. This is 7 months ago. 7 months ago. Pure bullshit. They just keep lying and saying that nobody said that they were trying to get nukes. Nobody was saying that they were doing any of this shit until after. This is pure bullshit, dude. They're just lying. Iran is poised to quite dramatically increase its stockpile of near weapons grade uranium as it started cascades of advanced centrifuges, the head of the International Atomic Energy warned Friday. The comments from Rafael Mariano Grossi came just hours after Iran said it conducted a successful space launch with its heaviest payload ever, the latest for its program that the West alleges improves Tehran's ballistic missile program. The launch of the Simorgh rocket comes as Iran's nuclear program now enriches uranium at 60%. A short technical step from weapons grade levels of 90%. While Iran maintains its program is peaceful, officials in the Islamic Republic increasingly threaten to potentially seek the bomb and an intercontinental ballistic missile that would allow Tehran to use the weapon against distant foes like the United States. So where Dave Smith just now was saying they don't have the capabilities of building the bomb, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to transport it. This says otherwise. The moves are likely to further raise tensions gripping the wider Middle East over Israel's continued war on Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and as an uneasy ceasefire holds in Lebanon. However, Iran may as well be preparing the ground for possible talks with incoming administration of President-elect Donald Trump, who is his first term unilaterally withdrew America from Tehran's nuclear deal with world powers. So yeah, this is from December 6th of 2024. They're just fucking lying over and over and over, saying that nobody said anything about them having this stuff. Nobody ever even mentioned it, and nobody even agreed that they had this stuff until after Israel. Fucking liars, dude.
That's not correct.
Oh, I mean, look, I think this is totally phony. I mean, all of the intelligence until the day after Israel started bombing them was that they're nowhere near, even Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the most, that has the longest track record of predicting how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon and is always wrong. He said in his interview with Brett Baer, maybe a year, maybe 13 months. Then all of a sudden, the next day, Tulsi Gabbard comes out and completely contradicts her testimony and the DNI annual threat assessment that both said that Iran does not have nuclear weapons and is not pursuing nuclear weapons. So,
well, yes, I think what did she say specifically?
Something they could be weeks. No intelligence report or anything like that, but that they could be weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. The fact is that this is going nuclear, but the best person at breaking this down, of course, is Scott Horton. But this is something, there was a focus group test in 1990 where they decided that, the whole idea of going in there to liberate people, like using that as a justification for war. We got to drive Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait to put the king back in power. That didn't really resonate with the American people, but the nuclear threat always did. And it's not a coincidence that that threat has been used both in the war in Iraq and in the propaganda for this war. But listen, Muammar Gaddafi got rid of his nuclear program and they still went in and overthrew him. That's never really what this has been about. And as I bring up all the time, whether you look at the clean break doctrine or you look at General Wesley Clark's comments about the 7 countries in 5 years, the game here has always been to have regime change against all of the states that are hostile to Israel. That's been what these guys have been fighting for forever. And I just think it's a real moment for Americans to wake up and go, look, what did we just do? We just launched a war against a country that hadn't attacked us, that wasn't an imminent threat, that poses no real threat to the United States of America. And we did it. And then when our president, after blundering and getting us into this mess, makes the heroic decision to end the thing, what does Netanyahu do? He tries to get it going again. I mean, why would we put ourselves in this position where we're allowing a country to constantly be pressuring us into another war that almost everybody knows would be a catastrophe if we were to go through? Does anyone not think that Benjamin Netanyahu wants us to continue this war and have a regime change there? Who thinks that would work out well?
He certainly does. There's been a couple polls that I've read that show the majority of Americans oppose the strikes on Iran. Even among the Republican Party, there is a higher rate of disapproval for the strikes than general disapproval for Trump. But you mentioned Muammar Gaddafi.
It's interesting. I feel like it was just a month ago. Maybe it was 2 months ago, but I feel like it was very recent where a bunch of people were saying that Trump was getting off the Israel train. That he was turning on Israel, that he didn't like Bibi, that they weren't getting along, that he wasn't helping them anymore, that there was a lot of tensions between them. And now, all of a sudden, they're best friends again. Look, I'll admit, all the talks about, Trump and Netanyahu not liking each other and all this shit, I saw it all over TikTok, so I never really looked into it very much, but I did see, I saw some headlines that were saying similar things, and I was getting it from both the right and the left, where both of them were saying that Trump was turning on Israel, so. That was 4 weeks ago. There's always something every day with Trump. Okay. Yeah. It's weird.
And one of the arguments I heard as to why Iran does want to enrich uranium and does want to produce a nuke is because Gaddafi agrees to give up his nukes and they go in and they kill him. And so the argument then is the Iranians are like, your word means nothing. If we abandon our efforts, you're going to come in for regime change. So it actually, I think a lot of people made the argument, and it makes sense, they were pursuing this because of the threat of regime change.
Well, we're certainly our actions both in Libya and now just our actions over the last week do nothing but incentivize them to want to get a nuclear weapon, which is, when you think about it, it's just like the most counter. Isn't that government for you, Tim? Like a stated problem, and then you pursue the policy that is most likely to.
I mean, that's what I said. I said I think that this is probably just going to make them want a nuke that much more. There's because somebody said like, oh well, I mean at least this will help Trump get his deal done. I was like, I think it's way less likely that they're gonna want to sign a deal with Trump now after all this happened. I mean maybe they will. Maybe they will, I don't know. But yeah, it just it just seems to make things a lot worse.
To make this a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that. But at least where we were before the war, and now we'll have to see, a lot of this depends on what happens next, but at least before the war, what Iran was trying to do was to negotiate America back into the JCPOA. And it was Donald Trump who allowed the hawks to put the poison pill in the negotiations that they had to give up all enrichment and their civilian nuclear program, which is something they just weren't going to do and isn't really a very reasonable ask. But they have an inspections regime that's inspecting the nuclear sites there in Iran. And so, look, it just seems to me that what they wanted, the most reasonable explanation is that they wanted to have essentially a latent nuclear deterrent, and then they wanted to have a negotiation chip in the negotiations. So they wanted to have something that they could negotiate away in exchange for reducing sanctions or something like that.
So this morning, I wake up to Donald Trump dropping an F-bomb over Israel and Iran violating the ceasefire. But Trump was actually much more stern with Israel, saying that the moment they announced this, Israel goes and drops bombs, the likes of which is never seen. Iran fires one rocket that hits nothing. And now...
Did they really tell Iran that they couldn't even have their civilian nuclear program? Is that real? Is that really part of the negotiations?
Israel is prepared to do this launch. He said he's very upset with them. He posted on Truth, do not do it. An hour and a half later, it was reported that Israel did strike a radar station in Iran, seemingly in defiance of what Trump instructed them to do. I'm curious what you think. How will Trump react to this? Is he going to try and pull Netanyahu kind of just spat in my face, but I don't want this war to break out? Or does he hold a grudge against Israel for basically spitting in his face?
Well, what Donald Trump has already put up with from Netanyahu and still just been his number.
Yeah, Trump said that. Yeah, Dave Smith's acting like he said Trump allowed the war hawks to convince him into telling them that they couldn't have any, even their civilian uranium program. There is no way anybody else convinced Trump of that. That is a thing that only Trump would ever do or say. I have very, very little faith that somebody else convinced Trump to say something or do something like that. That's just insane.
Number one supporter is pretty remarkable. I mean, Netanyahu, as you remember well, Tim, came out and stabbed Donald Trump in the back after the 2020 election, after Donald Trump had done everything for Netanyahu, everything, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, getting us out of the JCPOA, of course, because we could have avoided this entire thing. But for Netanyahu, Donald Trump decided to pull out of it. If you remember back in...
Real quick, the JCPOA, that's the Iranian nuclear deal?
That's the Iran nuclear deal that Obama got us into with the Europeans and the Iranians. And Donald Trump, if you remember, Donald Trump really upset the Hawks in 2016 when he had I forget exactly what he said, but this is when Donald Trump was very new, when he first started running for president, and people asked him, how does he feel? Someone asked him, like, how does he feel about Israel-Palestine? And he said, we should be neutral and we should stay out of it. And that is, to Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, that's basically like saying Adolf Hitler was a great guy and we should do what he said all over again. Like, it's like the worst thing you could say.
They're going to clip you for saying that.
Yeah, well, probably. But, and then Donald Trump, being the savvy businessman and politician that he is, he went and gave a speech at AIPAC. And the first thing he said to AIPAC was, I will get us out of the Iran deal. The Iran deal is the worst deal that's ever been made. And they loved it. Anyway, he did everything for them. And then Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on winning the presidential election before our media was even calling the election for Joe Biden, when it was still very contested, before the court cases, before any of that. And so I don't know. Will Donald Trump take this? It seems to me, I've seen a long track record of Israel being this country that is essentially America's welfare mom. We support them in everything they do. They always turn to us. They always talk a big game, how they can do it all on their own. And then, oh, they actually can't. If you remember, Tim, way back 72 hours ago, everybody on Twitter, all the hawks were lecturing me about how Israel doesn't even need America's help. Israel's doing this all on their own. All they need you to do is just shoot down some missiles when they're lobbed back in their direction. But America's staying out of it. Oh yeah. But turns out actually they can't do that. They couldn't keep their war in Gaza, their destruction of Gaza, going for another 2 months without Americans supplying the munitions and the intelligence. So the thing is, they always rely on us, and then they spit in the faces of the American presidents, and every single one of them just takes it and keeps moving forward and keeps supporting them. And so I don't know, Trump is a different animal.
Yeah.
The clip you're talking about was the angriest I've ever seen him at Israel.
At anybody.
So, we will see. Well, I mean, it wasn't quite what he did to Zelensky, but it was pretty angry.
I could, there's an argument on this.
There's like zero chance that Netanyahu said this before before Biden won. There's no way. No fucking way. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated U.S. President-elect Joe Biden on Sunday, hailing a strong alliance that could be burdened by differences over policy on Iran and the Palestinians. Oh, okay. That's right, because that's right. In 2020, it took like a week to count the votes, right? How long did it take? Was it a week? Wait, no. No, we knew Biden won that night. It wasn't called. They didn't call it that night. They called it 2 days later. But we knew that Biden won. I remember covering it. He was just so far ahead that, yeah, we knew he was going to win. My understanding is that they've never actually utilized any of the uranium for civilian purposes. They've had the program for 30 years and never built a plant. What? No way. There's no way. Yes, Iran has a nuclear power program for electricity generation, but it also faces international scrutiny due to concerns about its potential for developing nuclear weapons. Yeah, they have power plants. Yeah, they said he said this on Sunday. And the election that year was on a Thursday, right? Okay, Google. What day was November 5th in 2020?
November 5th, 2024 fell on a Tuesday.
A Tuesday. Okay, Google. What date did we vote in 2020?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. What date was the federal presidential election in America in 2020?
According to Wikipedia, the Free Encyclopedia, November 3rd, 2020. The general election was held on November 3rd, with voters directly selecting their state's members to the U.S. Electoral College. On November 7th, most national media organizations projected that Biden had clinched enough electoral votes to be named the U.S. president-elect.
Okay, so the 3rd was a Tuesday? Is that what she said? I don't remember what she said. Yeah, okay, so... Or no, wait, did she say that we voted on the 3rd or the 7th? November 3rd, 2020. Okay, yeah. So it's Tuesday. So Tuesday, so it's the 3rd. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So yeah, they called it, that means they called it on the 7th. So yeah, or sorry, she said they called it on the 7th. This says Netanyahu congratulated Biden on Sunday. If they called it on the 7th, that was a Saturday. So okay, Google. What day was November 7th in 2020?
It was Saturday, November 7th, 2020.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's just fucking lying. He's just lying. He's a liar. He's lying again.
Thing, but he's being asked by these reporters, and you can tell the moment where he broke and he said, "You know what? We've got two countries," and he says, "I don't know what they're doing." Wow. I mean, the story is the expletive of Trump. I'm actually kind of happy right now, to be honest. I'm not a fan of U.S. intervention in foreign countries because you are dropping a match onto a powder keg. You can make all the arguments for, look, when they come out and they say that there's 60% enriched uranium can be used for dirty bombs, it can be used for weapons, all that stuff, I say, okay, that's bad. I don't know that's a justification for the U.S. potentially triggering a complete destabilization of the region, U.S. boots on the ground. You may be talking about a cure that's worse than the disease. That being said, if the ceasefire holds and now Trump has a grudge against Netanyahu, and this puts a barrier between the U.S. relations with Israel in such a way that Trump is basically like, you've betrayed us too many times. Not, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take that one too seriously. No, I mean, like, Trump's going to have a personal grudge over Netanyahu dropping a bomb when he said not to do it, putting him at risk and making him look like a chump. This could actually hopefully bring Trump back to a place where he's like, I don't want to be involved in their problems anymore because they're going to screw us over. This was a mistake. And hopefully it turns out, okay, we get rid of their nuclear program. Now Trump doesn't want to listen to Netanyahu anymore because his word isn't worth it, and it removes us from these regional conflicts potentially.
Well, I mean, that would be the best case scenario, and so sure, I hope that's what comes of all of this. The reason why I'm kind of skeptical about that is that, look, Donald Trump he can call it the 12-day war, and if it ends at 12 days, that's great. But he just launched a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign country that literally, I hope everybody really appreciates this. This is a tremendous irony of this whole situation, is that what stopped this from being a catastrophe was Iranian restraint. Iran chose not to kill Americans. Like he put American soldiers in that position where it was the decision of the Iranians to give advance notice so that we could clear people out of there and didn't kill people. But Israelis died in this thing, and Israeli civilians died in this thing. Iranians died in this thing. This was horrible and didn't need to happen. And so, look, maybe that is the outcome of all of this, but Donald Trump could have just done that without launching this war. He could have just said, hey, we're not participating in any more of your wars. This is not our problem. And it's not even, look, obviously, like, as you've known me for years, Tim, like, I'm a real non-interventionist, and I have a very strict standard for when I think war is morally acceptable. But even if you were going to argue, like, for a war of choice, for a preemptive, aggressive war of choice, right now, we are $37 trillion in debt. We have major issues in our problem. How many illegal entries did we have to the country in the last administration? None of us really know. Maybe 10 million. We don't really know how many people came in under Joe Biden. And now Donald Trump is trying to, in the weeks leading up to this, trying to implement his number one.
At least he admits it. As soon as he asked the question, I was about to pause and be like, bro, you don't know. You have no fucking idea. Don't ask the question as though you know the big fucking number of illegal immigrants that came into the country under Biden. And then he says, none of us know. So, okay, well, at least he admits it. But then he's like, maybe 10 million? It's like, holy shit, dude. 10 million? You guys are fucking bonkers.
Policy priority, which is deportations. There are protests in the streets against him. He needs all the political capital he can for that. We've got 100,000 plus ODs every year. We have major, major problems. Almost every city in this country is falling apart. And so to now, at this point, choose to get involved in this when he could have just said all along, no, we're not doing this. We will fight a war if we are legitimately threatened, not for other nations.
I will be very, very, I hope I'm wrong. And that my fear was, you know, Iran's going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to retaliate. They're going to say we won't surrender. I wouldn't give Iran the credit I think you're giving them when you say they chose, you know, to give us advanced warning. I think the reality is Trump's not a man you play chicken with. He's pissed, and so Iran's basically saying we don't want to go to war, and they're basically like they're backing off.
But I agree with that. I mean, look, Iran is, it's not just that it's Donald Trump, but I'm sure it's also, that is a big part of it. But the U.S. government, it's funny because the Hawks always talk about like the threats or the chants. They chant death to America or something like that. Like, we've got to go deal about that. We got to start a war based off chants.
They're doing that in California too.
Yeah, right. But like, let's. All I'm saying here is like, let's have an objective standard and look at both sides and hold them to the same standard. Okay, so they chant things. The U.S. government, after putting Iran on the axis of evil after 9/11, even though they had nothing to do with 9/11, we invaded their two neighboring countries, like the two countries that touch Iran, Iraq and Afghanistan. If you could picture the map in your head on either side of Iran, we invaded and destroyed both of those countries. They know who they're messing with here. They know, and of course, and this is my point, they don't want it. Just like all of the, as evil as all of these people. Look, Mao Zedong's the worst human being who ever lived. He killed more people than anybody else. But he wasn't just going to launch a nuke at somebody because he wanted to rule. He didn't want to be destroyed. And he knows if he launches a nuke, nukes are flying back at him. The point is that the Iranians actually, while they are a theocratic repressive government, do not appear to be suicidal. And if they were suicidal, they could have killed a bunch of Americans. And yes, then they probably Donald Trump. I mean, look, this is the risk that Donald Trump put us in, though. Like, let's say they were suicidal, or let's say they just went for it and they did just kill a bunch. What do you think? As you just pointed out, what would Donald Trump's response have been to that? I mean, I don't think there's. Yeah, that's right. And what would it take to have a regime change? You know, back in the 90s when we invaded Iraq the first time, we invaded the country and still didn't get a regime change. And now, true, that was because they backed off. But the point is that the regime withstood an invasion. Iran is a much stronger, much bigger country. We would have needed to send the 82nd Airborne in if that had happened. And so it's just like I hope people appreciate the catastrophe that we just flirted with. Like this would have been probably a much tougher war than Iraq or Afghanistan. We could have gotten ourselves into another 20-year catastrophic quagmire. Thank God we didn't.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret it?
You know, a lot of people made a big deal that I did say that I regretted it the other day. You know, look, voting to me, I have a different kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be president. And I do, you'll have to wait till the end of the 4 years. If this is the end of this war, then overall right now, I'd probably say, yeah, we're still better off that Trump's in there than if Kamala Harris was in there. But at the same time, that's over. That's in the past. I voted for him. Now I just have whatever I have. There's not that much influence, but I got an audience and a show or whatever. And so when he goes to make a catastrophic decision like this, I'm going to.
Did he just describe lesser of two evils voting and then just say, I have a different idea of voting than most people? He just described lesser of two evils voting like this is his special thing. Like this is just his perspective on it. It's not that this is just literally the way it is. This is just the objective truth. This is just what we have. No, this is just the way he looks at it. Listen to that again. That was insane, dude.
You'll have to wait till the end of the 4 years. If this is the end of this war, then overall.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret it?
A lot of people made a big deal that I did say that I regretted it the other day. Look, voting to me, I have a different like kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look,
he has a different kind of voting. He has a different theory on voting. He thinks it's like,
to me, I have a different like kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to.
Tim is blown away. He's like, whoa. What a good way of thinking about it, dude. I never thought about it like that. Yeah. It's kind of like, if you think about it, where it's almost like only Donald Trump or Kamala Harris could have won the election, then yeah, it really changes your perspective on things, doesn't it? Thank God we have these fucking geniuses getting paid millions of dollars to let us inside their brains. Let us know what all is going on in there. Tim Pool's gained a lot of weight, dude. You guys notice that? Tim Pool is getting fat, bro. I think he's finding all the weight that I'm losing. Yeah, that's a I always want to call him Junior, but I can't remember his name. What was the kid's name? It wasn't Junior. It was Smith. That's what Smith would always say. Me and Smith argued about this a bunch of times. Where I'd be like, bro, it's just the lesser of two evils voting. And he's like, but I don't want to vote for evil.
To be president, and I do, you'll have to wait till the end of the 4 years. And if this is the end of this war, then overall, right now, I'd probably say, yeah, we're still better off that Trump's in there than if Kamala Harris was in there. But at the same time, that's over. That's in the past. I voted for him. Now I just have whatever I have is not that much influence, but I got an audience and a show or whatever. And so when he goes to make a catastrophic decision like this, I'm going to use, the most influence I can to be like, no, screw you. Do not do this. People who voted for you will turn on you over doing this. And I think that a lot of people, because Donald Trump is so enormously popular with Republicans and just is the most like popular political figure in the country, so many people, and for understandable reasons, that they won't criticize him. They'll criticize everyone else around him, but they won't criticize him. And that's just, to me, that's the role Tucker Carlson is supposed to play. Tucker Carlson is supposed to keep his influence with Donald Trump. But I'm not. I'm me. I'm just supposed to tell the truth. And so, my job is to make people laugh at comedy clubs and tell the truth on podcasts. That's all that I get paid to do. So my job is to tell the truth and go, hey, no, this is a horrible decision for a president to make. And look, if Iran had killed some Americans and then Donald Trump had to do a full regime change war or something like that, then that probably would have been worse than even what Kamala Harris would have been, which would have been a disaster also. So who knows? We never get to run the counterfactuals. There were a lot of positives that came out of Donald Trump winning the presidency once again.
I made the joke on X that somewhere in a parallel dimension, Kamala Harris is president, and we've already got regime change as the people of Iran clap and cheer for the American troops entering Tehran as liberators. And I think Trump is here. I'll give you the quick version of what I think. I think Israel pressures Trump into the strike. Trump is wishy-washy. J.D. Vance clearly didn't want it. Tulsi Gabbard clearly didn't want it. Trump has said for decades, Iran, no nuclear weapon. He's convinced of it. He says, okay, fine, limited strikes. Now he's getting pissed because it seems like, of course, Israel's intention was never just...
All these people get to just make up any universe they want. Say this is what would have happened if Kamala would have won. They just get to make up any universe, just... anything, whatever you want. I keep trying to think. There's got to be a better way to do this where like I could almost like put legs on it or something. And then drop it down. Drop it low, girl. Drop it low, girl.
Striking the nuclear facilities. They started bombing the IRGC and other targets immediately after the U.S. did. So they clearly want more. I think if it was Kamala Harris, we'd be escalating every step of the way right now. And it's not because
we would have nuked. We would have nuked them already. If it was Kamala Harris, we would have dropped a nuke on Russia, Iran, and China.
Her, but it's because what she represents the Democratic uniparty machine that has wanted boots on the ground in Tehran for decades now.
She's always saying, Kamala was always saying she wants boots on the ground in Iran. It was always like a huge thing for Kamala. Just really, really wanted boots on the ground in Iran.
Because of her, but it's because what she represents the Democratic uniparty machine that has wanted boots on the ground in Tehran for decades now. Trump made the mistake of bringing on Bolton in the first place, but he's one of these guys, and you can see it from Hillary Clinton to the rest of the D.C. war apparatus. Bolton said in Trump's first term, this time next year we'll be celebrating in Tehran. I think Kamala Harris wins. I think they push for it. I think Trump might actually back off right now. I'm hoping he does. And I'm hoping that the end of this is we actually are happy that we voted for Trump, and we say, of all the outcomes we could have gotten, so, like, here, I'll put it this way. I always call myself a reformer, not a revolutionary. If the worst thing we get from Trump is he launches a strike, I don't like it. I will say I disapprove of it. But then we don't get an expanding war. I'll consider this the correct option still. I'll be very happy that was the outcome. I don't think we're ever going to get a Rand Paul president who shuts all that down, at least not in the immediate. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. I don't know. I mean, I hope the ceasefire holds, but I'm wondering what you think that's going to happen next.
Well, I don't know. And particularly Trump has been so kind of erratic and all over the place in the last week. I mean, going from first he's negotiating, then Israel strikes, then he says, aha, the negotiations were just to fool you. So who knows what he's doing with all of this, But if that's the case, look, I mean, there's no question things look much, much better today than they did just 24 hours ago. Literally 24 hours ago, as we're speaking right now, the breaking news was that missiles have been launched at U.S. bases. And it wasn't for about another hour yesterday that we found out that, they had given advance warning. So like 24 hours ago yesterday, it looked like we might be getting sucked into a major catastrophe here. So things are looking much better today. Thank God for that. I will gladly trade people saying, oh, Dave was an alarmist on this for avoiding the catastrophe. That's fine by me. And look, the real... we can't go back and run counterfactuals, and we're not going back in time. So what's done has already been done. So at this point, let's really hope that Trump walks away from this thing, and let's really hope that maybe a lot of people learned a bit of a lesson by just seeing, even seeing today, how much the hawks are turning on Donald Trump. And like, there's a real asymmetry to this here, right? Because people could say, oh, hey, Dave, you turned on Donald Trump just last week, and now the hawks are turning on him this week, so you all turn on Donald Trump if you don't get your way. But the fact is that I turned on Donald Trump because a war with Iran could be a catastrophe for the United States of America. And they're turning on Donald Trump because the regime change would be good for Israel, and they don't care if it would be a disaster for America.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping that, Trump met with Bannon. He had a phone call with Tucker Carlson. Tucker says he apologized because he pushed a little too hard. I'm hoping that Trump had this conversation. They spoke to him and they said, here are the potential risks. Here's what you're getting yourself into. And then he was like, I'm going to go middle of the road on this one because Trump just wants everyone to love him. I'm hoping what happens now is he sees how much of a hassle it is and how damaging domestically it is to get in the middle of a foreign conflict, especially considering Netanyahu bombed that radar station after Trump said, don't do it. I'm hoping the end result is that Trump leaves this saying, it's not worth the effort. I don't want to be involved in these things. Everybody's pissed at me no matter what I do. So maybe just don't get involved at all and let the angry people be angry. If he had focused solely on the domestic issue and his domestic agenda, and we weren't having this conversation, the hawks would be hawking and begging him to do it. The people who voted for him wouldn't be complaining about it. Trump would have no flack in any direction. And he'd be carrying out his agenda, which has been improving his polls. So hopefully that's the lesson he gets, and he carries it out.
Well, that's right, because the Trump agenda has always been...
What polls are they looking at, dude? Eight days ago, Fox News. Since the start of Donald Trump's second term, positive ratings of the economy have inched up from 21% in March to 28% in April to 31% in the latest Fox survey. Currently, 62% say their family is getting ahead, 14% or holding steady financially, 48%, up 5 points since January. The 36% who say they are falling behind is the lowest in 4 years. So more people today are saying they're falling behind than the height of the what do you call it? The height of the inflation. Still, economic sentiment is mostly gloomy. 84% are extremely or very concerned about inflation. 68% score conditions as only fair or poor, and 55% feel pessimistic about the economy. Democrats, independents, women, and voters without a college degree are among those most likely to say the economy is in bad shape, while Republicans, men, and college graduates are among those most likely to say, are most likely to rate it better. During the Biden years, Republicans and independents were overwhelmingly negative about the economy, while Democrats were slightly less so, says Republican pollster Darren Shaw, who helps run the Fox News survey with Democrat Chris Anderson. Now, with Trump as president, Democrats think the sky is falling, while Republicans see rays of sunlight. By a 21-point margin, voters opposed the federal budget legislation passed by the House of Representatives and, that the president calls the One Big Beautiful Bill. 38% favor versus 59% oppose. 38% are in favor of it, dude. 38%. That, like, dude, Donald Trump fucking soaring in the polls right now, bro. Just fucking killing it in the polls, dude. CNN just admitted the stock market is doing great. Look it up, Tom. What do you mean they admitted that? Why do you say they admitted it? Was it there's something they're having trouble? They're having trouble saying it? CNN had to admit the success too. I'm sorry. I could have sworn you guys all said that the stock market doesn't matter. I could have sworn you guys said nobody cares about the stock market. You guys don't give a fuck about the stock market. It matters when it's good. But yeah, 38% favor versus 59% oppose. About half think the bill would hurt their family, 49%, while 1/4 think it would help, 23%, and another quarter don't think it would make a big difference, 26%. 60% feel they have a good understanding of what is in the OBBB. And while those voters are more likely to favor the legislation than those who are unfamiliar with it, more still think it would hurt rather than help their family. Overall, 57% think tariffs hurt the economy, the highest recorded in Fox News surveys, and double the number who think tariffs help. About time. Okay. We're getting some education out here. People are learning. While the majority, 53%, approve of Trump's handling of border security, 46% disapprove. The president otherwise receives negative marks on the issues. Immigration, 46% approve, 53% disapprove. Foreign policy, 42% to 57%. His worst ratings are on the economy, 40% to 58%. Dude, like, even in the things that are his things, even when it comes to the fucking immigration shit, the foreign policy, the economy, like, those are the three biggest things, and he's failing in all of them. Overall job performance, 46% approve. Where the fuck do they think these positive polling numbers are coming from? Where the hell do they think that's coming from? Where is that? Where are the positive polling numbers? Where? Where is it? About 90% of Democrats disapprove of the job Trump is doing, generally on specific issues, with the exception of border security, where fewer disapprove, 80%. Most Republicans are with Trump, but approval drops to 68% on inflation and 75% on the economy generally. Disapproval among independents ranges from roughly half on the border security to 3/4 on inflation. %45 of voters have a favorable opinion of Trump. Kamala Harris's favorability, 49%. That's fucking horrible, dude. What's next in New York City's mayoral election after Mamdani's big primary show? Zohran Mamdani is on the verge of a historic victory, anointing him as the Democratic candidate for mayor of the New York City. But the fight for Gracie Mansion is just the beginning, and Mamdani will face fierce opposition from the current mayor, Eric Adams, the Republican candidate, and possibly from Governor Andrew Cuomo again. For the past 3 mayoral races, victory in the Democratic primary all but guaranteed a move to Gracie Mansion thanks to the party's overwhelming majority of registered voters and the weak roster of GOP and independent candidates in the November general election. Not so this year. The general election could now become a 5-way race. Mamdani is poised to secure the Democratic nomination after Cuomo, who hoped to make a political comeback after resigning in 2021, conceded defeat late Tuesday night. Mamdani, a relatively unknown state assembly member before his campaign, received about 43.5% of the vote. The city's Board of Elections will still complete the ranked choice tally on Tuesday, July 1st, until a candidate gets above 50%. Democratic political strategist Trip Yang called Mamdani's stunning victory the biggest upset in modern New York City history. Yang predicted that Mamdani would win the general election in a city where registered Democrats outnumbered Republicans 8-1, but said it would be a chaotic race. That's because Cuomo may stick around. He has registered to run on the fight and deliver a ballot line, and said Tuesday that he is still considering staying in the race. And Adams is running for re-election as an independent after cozying up to the Trump administration. This is fucking wild, dude. I want to look at all the numbers as they come in and analyze the ranked choice voting, Cuomo said in a statement. I will then consult with my colleagues on what is the best path for me to help the city of New York. If he does decide to continue, Cuomo is set to battle Adams for moderate voters in places like Eastern Queens, Southern Brooklyn, and Staten Island. Adams, for his part, has signaled he'll run on one of 2 ballot lines: end anti-Semitism or safe and affordable. Then there's the Republican nominee, Guardian Angels founder Curtis Sliwa, is back on the GOP ballot line 4 years after Adams trounced him in the general election. He received the nomination without opposition and did not have a primary on Tuesday. Former federal prosecutor Jim Walden rounds out the 5 candidates who could appear on the general election ballot. Walden, a defense attorney, is running a centrist campaign on yet another independent line. The real campaign of mayor of New York City begins today, Walden said in a statement Tuesday. And unlike the ranked choice primary, the winner of the general election will be determined simply by who gets a plurality of the votes. With so many candidates, it's likely many more surprises are in store. Wow. Wow. Let's see the comments. Everyone mocks it, but I really like the idea of government grocery stores. Sure, the overall profits are low, but have you ever noticed that stores like Key Food charge like double the price of certain items than Whole Foods? It would be amazing to find out what the actual prices are when you completely remove the profit motive. I don't know how it would work, but it reminds me of the State Department of Agriculture stands at the farmers market in Connecticut. They're always more affordable, especially when the markets host a range with some pretty expensive specialty farms. Didn't Mamdani say that he wanted to get rid of grocery stores though, or something like that? Like, didn't he say he literally just wanted to get rid of them and only have like it's not farmers markets, but something else. Cuomo is everything that's wrong with the Democrats and politics in general now. No, he didn't. It's a pilot of 5 stores he's floating. food deserts. What does that mean? His most surprising proposals from city-owned grocery stores to arresting Netanyahu. The 5 city-owned grocery stores would be opened under Mondami's plan, one in each borough, which he says would avoid rent and property taxes. He's putting them in boroughs. There's no food deserts in the boroughs. There's no food deserts in New York City. Low-income areas that don't have supermarkets equals food desert. Food desert, an urban area in which it's difficult to buy affordable or good quality fresh food. Yeah, I remember a while ago there were a bunch of articles that came out about food deserts. It was this new term, everybody was using it. And then I think it was Vox that did a study on all of the studies talking about food deserts and said that that they don't actually exist. They went and did like an analysis of all of these studies that were coming out and said that actually food deserts aren't a real problem. Like there is cheap and affordable food in all of these areas, and there's not the larger expensive like bodegas and shit like that that are, you know, Whole Foods and that sort of stuff that's going to be like a lot more expensive and like much higher quality stuff, but that they do have like good quality fresh food that is available in all of these areas. And of course it was Vox, LOL, literally the abundance bro hive. I mean, they weren't doing the abundance stuff back then. That was like 6 years ago. Why giving people easy access to a supermarket doesn't improve their health. In recent years, there's been a lot of attention paid to food deserts, those culinary wastelands without supermarkets. The conventional wisdom is that food deserts are a major public health problem and a potential driver of obesity. If people don't have access to fresh and healthy foods, they'll turn to fast food and other processed junk. So the argument goes, eliminating food deserts would be a major boon to that end, the U.S. government has spent more than $500 million building supermarkets in food deserts since 2011. Others, however, argue that this focus on food deserts may be misplaced and unproductive. There's nothing wrong with building a supermarket per se, but obesity and other public health problems are knotty and can't be solved so simply. So yeah, this is I think this is the one that I was talking about, that like they go on to talk about not just that like these like food deserts aren't like a real problem, but on top of that, that like even in places where there's a lot of like low income people and people living in poverty, they still don't buy healthy food even if they have access to it. It's just not, they're just not going to get it either way. Bro, if people are poor and then paying overs for food, that is bad in itself. What are overs? A good mayor can streamline the complexities of imbricated policies that shut out middle class and working poor, etc. Who would be against poor people getting access to cheaper food? Again, that's not, they literally said that's not a problem building. They literally said building more, or like, building these like grocery stores isn't the problem per se. It's that that's not actually addressing the problem. Like the problem isn't that people don't have access to it. That's not the issue. Because even where people have access to it, people in poverty still just don't use it. So it's like, it's a way more complex issue than access. Because on top of that, it goes on to say like, yes, on top of that, yes, fresh food and like these sorts of supermarkets can be expensive. So yeah. But all right, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back on tomorrow. I think I have fiber being installed in the morning, so I don't know what time I'll be on or when my internet will be back up, but I am getting rid of the internet that I have right now and switching the fiber, so we'll maybe have faster internet when I come back. We'll see. But all right, till then, appreciate you, love you. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I just remembered. I'm saying the problem is the lack of obesity to cheap food, not obesity. Okay. I'm not understanding. We're talking about what causes the obesity, like not the people are trying to make it sound like the obesity is caused by lack of access to healthy food, and they're saying yes, like it's not, it's not just prices. Like prices are one part of it, but that like, yeah, so all of this, you guys can read the article. I'll post it for you guys, but from what I remember, they literally talk about the fact that that even where these things are accessible, even where they build the grocery stores, even where they make it cheap, that it's just, yeah, it's still they're still just not utilized. But all right, I did update the outro, so it should have everybody's names on it. I didn't color the names, I didn't have time, but I'll try to color the names when I get to it. But all right, appreciate you, love you, see you next time. Later, fools.
They gave $27 million to the George Soros Prosecutor Fund. They gave $27 million to the George Soros Prosecutor Fund. So our own government is funding this left-wing lunatic.
The ability to tax the American public and then effectively get us to pay for being propagandized, for being surveilled, that's the game.
Damn, that's crazy that, like, there would be billionaires that our government would, like, somehow back for their political agendas. Isn't that really strange that that would happen? Right, guys? We're not in favor of that, right, guys? We're not in favor of, like, our government giving, like, billionaires a ton of money and allowing them to use it for their own political agendas, right? We're not in favor of that, right, guys? Right? We're all against that. We can all agree, yeah? That's bad, yeah?
This kind of heartless take, maybe they didn't deserve it, but you know, why should we have any sympathy for them, kind of thing. That means that their lives are less valuable than other people, and I just fundamentally reject that.
That's not true at all. Like, I've talked about this for a while. So you remember the saying that was going around in 2016 where people were saying punch a Nazi, right? Leftists were running around saying you should punch a Nazi. And I would say, I don't think you should advocate for violence in that way. I think that that's wrong. But when Richard Spencer gets punched in the face, I don't feel bad for him. I don't give a fuck that he got punched in the face. I just don't think that we should advocate for it. The differentiating, like having sympathy for somebody versus advocating for the thing to happen. I'm saying that even people who are dying in Africa, they die all the time. I don't know about it. I don't care. If you told me about it, I wouldn't care because I don't have any feelings for these people. I don't care one way or the other. Whether or not you have sympathy for them doesn't mean that their lives